I repeat, please do not say that it's Arab Nazism.
Hey, Daniel, which Nazis got insulted that you compared them to Palestinians?
I see what you did there. Yeah, I don't know why they get so triggered.
That would be funny if it was a Nazi that reported you.
We were efficient. We knew
It's
what
like
we were
the
doing. We had a method. We had an army. Do not compare us to this ragtag group.
yeah, it's like
We're
Hamas disavowing Nora,
no
right?
disassociate.
Disassociating, yeah, that.
So there was no attack last night. We were all looking forward.
Yeah, but I was looking at the news this morning, but nothing either. It just said that Iran was threatening with attacking Israel, but that
Yeah,
was
I prepared the bag and everything, like in case I need to get up in the middle of the night. Okay, I have this, I have this, I have this, I have. Like I prepared the bag. I checked where the shelter is, but nothing happened.
Don't
but
they
that
have
was
bigger
conditional.
problems?
Oh, Iran?
Iran, don't they have internal problems to worry about as opposed to Israel? Oh, let me guess, they're
No, no,
blaming
no.
that on
This is a
Israel.
way. It's a way to kind of fight this internal problem by creating an enemy to everybody kind of rally
Or it's a way
together.
to kill a bunch of them and blame it on Israel, saying Israel reattacked and killed
No,
them.
they said that if the US intervenes in the whole demonstrations things, they're going to attack Israel. That's what the threat was.
They're going to attack
And
Israel because it's their methodology to disperse
Well,
the protesters.
they've tried to attack Israel in the past and it hasn't worked out for them. So
Yeah.
but Trump, I think he must do something. He made a commitment to the world.
About what?
Yeah, he
He
really
said,
doesn't have a
if you will,
choice, and not because of that.
He drew a red line, and once you draw a red line, unless you're Barack Obama, you really have to. And
yes, I mean,
the
otherwise he's gonna be a weak leader. He said, if you will kill protesters, we will intervene.
You're right.
And they
He said
killed.
that when it was
Yes.
at like 50. They're up to like 1,000 or something now.
They're over 2,000.
Yeah.
So
Well, we
Well,
don't
I
really
have a
know
feeling
because
that
there's a
I have a
blackout.
feeling that he will attack something, not a massive
acco-
attack, but I think there will be
Yeah,
like at
something
least
hands off that he can just blow up.
according
yeah,
to
like
Iran International, it's 12,000.
it's what 4,000,
Twelve
Well,
thousand. 12.
yeah,
12,000
yeah, but yeah, I
oh,
was
Yes.
hearing
arrested
yesterday the
or
same.
killed.
I was hearing
Killed.
10 I was hearing
Shit.
10
What?
I was hearing 10,000 yesterday, like nationwide.
That's insane. I didn't
Yeah,
realize it had
but
gotten that high.
of course none of this is confirmed because you get no news coming out from there, like
Right,
all the
right. The
internet is
blackout.
completely yeah,
I mean,
but
2,000 was a huge number. Like when I heard 2,000, I
It's
was like,
actually
wow,
not.
that's
It's actually not. I hate to sound callous, but a regime like this, when there's protesters of over 1 million, I was expecting more like 12,000. That's what these murderers do.
yeah. And 2000 was just in 48 hours. Right now it's been like what, 10 days, something like that.
no,
More.
the internet is gone for 4 days.
4 days of blackout. Yeah.
Only 4 days?
Yeah, the government
The
is
internet.
using the Iran.
All
Yeah, with
right.
the internet down,
Everybody
no one can
say
know anything.
goodbye to John.
The Iran government
Oh, I like this song.
is blocking the Starlink. They don't know how, some sort of military grade stuff.
No, they are going to houses to look for the receivers.
But in addition, they're jamming those Starlinks. They're
Yeah, they're
actually
jamming it. I think somebody was saying yesterday it was Chinese technology, but the name is of like a Russian name. Andre said,
Yeah, they
wow.
jam it by interfering with I guess their receivers use GPS
Well,
in order to
everything
align
Andre
with the
says sounds
satellite.
Russian. He was saying kung fu sounds Russian.
Hold on, it works on
Also
GPS?
true. Yeah. So once you interfere with the GPS, then it struggles to connect with the satellite. So basically the system's not down. It's just running at 20% on
Because I
average.
understood that like for example in TV and stuff, they are able to receive the channels that are via satellite. Is what I
Um,
understood at least.
Jeff, if the problem is GPS, right there, why can't they just VPN a separate GPS and then the satellite knows where they are?
What do you mean VPN
I
and
mean,
GPS?
I've reached the end of my
Spoof it.
technical know-how on this topic.
All right, all right, all
VPN
right.
is VPN is about
Right, a
IP. It's not
VPN is a
about
private network,
location.
and you can set your own addresses to where you are. So even if someone is jamming your GPS location, so you can't communicate with a satellite, you can just like
No, that's you're thinking of
manually, you can
No,
manually
but
communicate to your own device the actual
you're
correct
thinking
GPS.
of software
no,
that
no. You're talking about
geosaves.
IP. You're talking
Yeah,
about
you, well,
IP. I
whole
can
different thing.
connect with with a German IP, but my location would still be in Israel.
It depends. You can spoof the
No, this
location.
is yes. VPN will a virtual network, no, like it makes like a tunnel, and it will think you're coming from somewhere else.
Right.
This entire internet connection is going through GPS. You can't VPN. You have to first be online to VPN. It's a totally different
You're
issue.
saying GPS can't even communicate with anything?
No,
The
GPS is
Starlink
separate.
can't communicate because the GPS is jammed. That means you have zero signal. Not that it thinks you're in Iran. You have zero signal.
I mean,
So
that's what I
Yeah,
exact. Do
want
you know
VPN is
everywhere.
the?
about.
Do
I
you know
want
the
internet
old?
back in Iran.
Do you know the old GPS that didn't require internet, the TomToms and stuff? That is
Hmm.
just satellite signal, and it triangulates with different satellites and different points to understand where you are. So that is the GPS technology. Aside from that, you combine it with the internet. But in this case, because it's a satellite signal that Musk is using, then if they jam the GPS signal or frequency or whatever, they cannot access the satellites.
Because they're both using low
I
Earth
remain
orbiting
skeptical.
satellites.
Yeah,
And
yeah. For Starlink, it uses a GPS as an authentication method, so it needs to be verified.
So if
Oh, that
they
makes more
can they
sense.
overcome it? Can they overcome? Can Elon Musk like
they're
overcome it
working on
from
it.
their side?
Starlink is working on
Okay,
it. This
thank you.
this this is a game. It's a good game. The Chinese are trying to black it out, and Musk is trying to beat the Chinese.
But
Amazing. This is a
do you
good
guys
practice.
realize 12,000 people in a week? It's a week, right?
It's
Yeah,
actually
something
three.
like that.
It's actually three or 4 days
Okay,
Well,
12,000
no,
We
no,
people
are.
no,
is a
no. I
fucking
think
lot
that
of people in 3 or 4 days. Where's the condemnation? Where's the
because
protest?
the body count was less than 100 up until 4 days ago.
Yes, it was
yeah.
like
Fuck.
60 something or 40. Yeah, all the
But when
demonstrations. It's
was
like it's very heartwarming.
Daniel? When was the day that the son of the Shah said we go out today at 8? That was Friday or that was
That
Thursday?
was what he said it on Wednesday, and he called people to go out on Friday. He said it like 2 days before.
Okay, so the first day of protest of this cycle, let's say, of protest was on Friday. So since Friday was
I.e.,
like
four
the
days
count.
ago,
No,
On
like I
Friday,
Thursday.
the
said.
count. Oh, hold on, Jeff. On Friday, the count was like 60 something, less than 100. And then over the weekend, it ramped up to like 2,000. And now we are another 2 days after. So that's about like, well, and they were talking yesterday about 10,000 nationwide.
It's
It was
like you
about
said what
one
I
per.
said with many more words.
Yeah, I think
It was
Jeff
a,
said what you said, but Jeff said it
Well, it doesn't
with less
matter.
it,
words.
it's about one person per minute
Yeah, but Issa
that
said it
they kill
better.
in a
One
female
person per
voice.
minute, if you think about it, the regime has automatic weapons. The protesters are standing there. It's not surprising.
So is
Like
that like
I saw,
Israel
like
and Gaza?
I was following like the report of Iran International, and it kinda was about like one person per minute.
I bet you it's closer
Yeah.
to 20.
And the guy from the UN, what's his name? I didn't even know his
Guterres,
name. Yeah,
Antonio
Gutierrez.
Guterres.
He's like, yeah, well, he condemned it, so we're
No, he
good.
said that he asked them to be to restrain themselves and be more whatever, like something very very weak. What about like I don't know, the UN General Assembly special meeting? Every time there was a fart in Gaza, they had like a special meeting. Where is it?
Uh,
Where is the?
did he?
Where are the
Did he?
journalists that are talking about the blocking of the internet? Why are they quiet?
There's a journalist, but she's on Clubhouse talking about horrible. Wait, being Jewish? Well, Gaza's being
This
destroyed. It's her
this
name's Buttercup.
yesterday.
Rachel Handler.
Yesterday I was. She had a few. Yesterday she said one thing. Palestinians are the Arabs of the. I'm sorry. Palestinians are the Jews of the Middle East. She said it, and she said 3 times that I said that there are no innocents of Gaza in Gaza, which I corrected her a few times, and then I gave up. And then she spoke to an Arab Israeli, like an anti-Zionist Arab Israeli, and she asked him, "Tell me, you live there. Are there any innocent Israeli?" And she was serious. She was like, "Is any of them innocent?" And then they started saying that even the children, the Israeli children, are born and they indoctrinated, and they are all like. Basically, she was literally advocating for targeting Jewish children.
And the guy was
Buttercup
so full of
yesterday.
shit. He was such a fucking liar. And every time I was calling him out in his lies, like he was actually admitting that he was lying. No, let's move on that beyond that. Let's move past that. Let's move back. It's like she shut you the fuck up. The guy's trying to say that there's no police. Police do not exist. They don't have police. They don't have water. If a fire burns, the fire truck comes 2 days later. If there's an assault or a robbery, the police come 2 hours later. So that means that there's no police. Shut. Like, how fucking stupid are you?
Just
But
so you know,
Gutierrez
as long as
just
when the topic,
Gutierrez just
one second,
released
one second,
another.
when the topic comes about when when the topic comes about like solving crimes in the Arab community, ask him if the Arab community cooperates with police when they investigate crimes. So if I go now and I want to investigate crimes, will the people tell me like information? Because that
eat
is
a
one of the
bagel,
reasons that it's
Daniel.
harder to solve.
Eat a bagel,
What?
Daniel. Eat
Yeah,
a
eat a
bagel.
bagel.
That's what the guy.
Bagels are
That's his
delicious.
insult. No, but that was
I
his. Oh,
know.
McZed was there. The guy was such a fucking hater with a perfect American accent, but he lives there his whole life. Shut the fuck. Like
That's what he
honestly, I'm sick
said
of
since 1948.
it. Yeah, like you fucking liar.
What was that
And so
latest?
they brought.
Oh,
There's an update,
yeah,
No, it
the
was much
Jeff
more
wants the
fun to
update.
hear him explain why he doesn't vote in Israel.
which means he voted for Bibi. But Jeff has an update, I
Jeff, we
think.
have an update, and you have a very intelligent audience. So can you make it like?
No. I've lost the urge to entertain you people.
That's fair.
Please, Jeff,
We
Buttercup,
are
Y'all,
an
please.
unruly lot.
y'all are way
Buttercup,
too in
can
love with
you
your voices and your words.
Buttercup, can you join us
In our
in
defense,
strengthening the
our
Who
voices
regime?
modded
are
Buttercup?
lovely.
Why do
Who modded
everybody talk
Buttercup?
whenever Meyer is talking?
Yeah,
It's
Buttercup,
very
No,
So
but
that
who
annoying.
nobody
modded
hears him.
Buttercup?
can you
Who
help us
modded
strengthen?
Buttercup?
Can you help us strengthen the regime
It
so that
was
the Zionist state still has a strong adversary?
Buttercup is here.
Yes.
Yeah, and somebody modded her, but she won't let Jews on her stage.
oh no.
Oh my
This
God,
listen.
BB, you know the only friends rooms is an all mods room, so
Why isn't
don't
John
complain.
modded?
So then why isn't John modded?
Well, because I don't
Yeah.
know him. I decide who is modded.
No,
I
we
don't know
know
him
him.
well.
You don't
Yeah.
know me. You've heard me for a year
Well, we've
straight.
known this guy for 4
Yeah, but
years.
I
You
don't
sound
recall you,
fake.
John. Okay, I'm gonna mod him.
Anyway,
You're not even
listen.
So
following me, dude.
John, can
Okay,
you prove yourself?
hold
Yeah,
on.
let's
he's
So
not my friend.
let's
so I
play the
wanna just
scenario. 1 second.
I just wanna
Set a
remind
scenario.
everybody yesterday that Buttercup was basically advocating that there are no innocents in Israel.
Also, look at her
This is
PTR.
how rad. This is
Mrs.
this is
Rachel
how this
laughing
is
at
this is
Jews.
how this is how radicalized and it breaks my heart to hear people like Buttercup advocating. Yesterday she was really like justifying why Jewish children are a legitimate target because they're indoctrinated. She asked this Palestinian, like, tell me, you are there, are there any innocent Israelis? You are there, share with us,
No.
is any of them not and like, no, they're all culpable, how do you say, whatever,
Sure,
uh,
Guilty.
culpable.
all of them, even the children, because they are being indoctrinated from childhood to be
At
other.
least the ones that own Israeli flags.
Wow, this was insane. But a minute after she blamed me for saying something that I never said, which is exactly what she believes in.
Why don't you ask her what her PTR means? Honestly, what does it
I don't.
mean?
What What do we see? I'm driving, so I don't see
It's
her.
Mandani and Mrs. Rachel with like wah wah like you're crying like your tears. Ask
Ah,
her
they're
what it.
making fun of the.
Of
It's like basically
course.
we are crying and we are acting as if we are crying with our crocodile tears on the poor Palestinian children.
How quickly? Well, not maybe not the word is quick. Like, how do you think it'll play out if the regime falls?
Which
That
regime?
the
Iran?
Iranian regime. Come on, yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
I
Then
think
The
if it
only
falls, how? Wait. How does it then affect and trickle down directly to the Palestinian terrorists? Like, I know they're funded and blah blah blah, but how do you think it plays out with Hamas in the West Bank and PIJ in the West Bank and Gaza and all that? Like, how do you think it will directly affect them, and how long do you think it will take for them to go away, if they will
First of all, it
go?
will affect Hezbollah. First of all, it will affect Hezbollah first and
Right. What
foremost.
happens to Lebanon and northern Israel?
Hezbollah will be left with no funding, no money, no nothing.
So
Well,
if
at that
Hezbollah will go
point, the
Well,
first,
it's still
Lebanon,
integrated into Lebanon. Surely it can get
no,
some
but the
kind of support
Lebanon
there.
Central
No.
Army and the left will take them out. They're only there
Yes,
by
once
power.
they have no papa anymore, so they will be taken down. No ammunition, no
You think it's
new
that
nothing.
simple? They're just going to be taken
And
down by the Lebanese cops?
by the
Well, it already
Lebanese,
started. They already
yeah.
started to clear out. They're working on it. They
but
I
declared
mean,
on
that would be
Friday that
amazing. That'd be
Hezbollah.
a good victory.
yeah,
you
I mean
don't
the
think though.
Lebanese
Free
declared on
Lebanon.
Friday that they cleared the Hezbollah south of the Litani. It's not
But how
true, but
how
it's
can
trying.
they? Because Hezbollah is already part of the government. They are a party
Right. That's why
in
I'm a little
Lebanon.
skeptical.
Yeah,
Because
but
they
the
believe
It's
difference
not
is
that
in
easy.
Lebanon, every
the
party
prime
has an
min-
army, and you're only part of a government if you have your army.
no, but the new prime minister says that there is only one entity that will hold weapons, and it's the Lebanese army.
But wait,
Right.
we seem to be on top of them. It seems. I wonder though, because like Iran sends a lot of guns and a lot of money and a lot of ammunition into the West Bank, which I think is the more direct issue for us right now. I wonder if that will turn off if Iran falls.
I mean, it's already getting
Well,
interrupted. That's
it's
the
not
point of
clear what's going
the
to happen next
attacks.
It's
because
not
who's
clear,
going to
right?
take up? Yeah, no, it's never clear. People oversimplify. Who's going to take up that mantle? So the of all the extremist groups, the most strongest one right now is Islamic Brotherhood, and they're manpower strong in Egypt.
Muslim,
They're money strong in Qatar. What, Daniel?
Muslim brother,
The
Muslim
Muslim
brotherhood, not
Brotherhood.
Islam.
The Muslim Brotherhood. They're strong. So if they take over, they have money. They have they have footholds in multiple places. Exactly what it'll be, I don't know. But it'll be a realignment of extremists.
But it's not as good as a state sponsor like Turkey.
I mean,
Yeah,
Qatar is pretty strong. Turkey is pretty strong. They both support the
Yep.
Muslim Brotherhood.
But
Well, that's a
Qatar
good
didn't
but
question.
send
Will
Qatar
like
likes to.
Turkey simply step into Iran's role?
No, they will make them a pariah state.
Turkey or
What do you
They
mean?
don't
Qatar
want to
does
be
a really good job walking the line, doing disgusting things, pretending they don't. I
because
mean,
they do diplomacy mostly,
Yeah.
not like and advocacy and propaganda like Al Jazeera,
Right.
education, United States,
They're
buying
the brains of this
politicians. That's what they
outfit.
do. Yeah, they are Teflon.
they're,
Nothing sticks to them.
Yeah,
they're the
yeah, 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 yeah,
money.
yeah. They,
They're
they
the
know how to
money
play the politics
power. I
far
don't know
better
if
than
they're
the
the
rest.
brains,
Yes.
but they can get away with a lot before America or Israel turn against.
Well, I think accepting a plane from them was a bad mistake.
Eh,
But you know,
It's
I
worse
mean,
than that. We have our bases
gu-
there. We have strong
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
cooperation. We have treaties. Like the plane was like just a little bit.
guys,
You
don't
are
if
you
right.
think
anything, that's good. It
it
brings more
will
focus to
untie
Qatar. More people should be focusing on it.
guys? Don't you think it will untie Israel's and United States hands a little bit if, for example, Venezuela is going to be curbed into the territory that is friendly to United States, and so will Iran. It will release the pressure from the oil need in the area. So countries like
Could,
Qatar, for
potentially.
example, yeah, would be left sort of holding their thumb.
Yeah, but this is what we were discussing from the moment
I guess
when
we'll see.
Trump went to do the Middle
I
East
mean,
tour
I don't
when
know.
they Can you hear me?
The next front is probably the West Bank,
Can you hear me?
or it's internal.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So
But
this is what we were discussing before
John may not be
when.
able to hear you.
Okay, you neither. Apparently. So this is what we're
I can
discussing.
hear you.
Oh my fucking god!
You're such a dildo. Magzad, you're such a
Guys,
dildo.
she's sick. Give her a break. She can barely speak.
Go ahead,
Hello.
Issa.
Issa,
I
we're
think she's
listening to
on
you.
mute now, but she doesn't realize.
She realizes
I hear
she's
her.
being dramatic.
Where's
No,
Butternuts?
that's
Or as Isa likes to say, she's been a woman right now.
Uh huh.
Hmm.
Exactly.
How quick do you guys think everybody's going to blame Iran? I mean, blame Israel for Iran?
They
Or
They
already
are they
already
are.
do.
already
What do you
doing it?
mean? From day
Okay,
one,
okay.
that Mossad, and not only them, the Iranian regime basically said that the protests are instigated by the Zionist regime and America.
No, but listen, like just in general with this whole situation, the only thing that makes me worried a little bit is the follow through. Like Trump is known for
Don't
making
Andre,
rash
don't worry. There
decisions.
will be no follow through. This
You
is
don't think
America.
there's going to be no, you don't think it's going to be a
No,
follow. This
What do you
this will
mean?
be this will be the worst squandering of an opportunity, like the worst, literally,
no,
if
no,
that
no.
happens.
So here's the thing, Andre, and this is a big difference than like every other example. Like the people in Iran, like are capable of governing. Like they're motivated. They hate the government. Like they've been dying for someone to help them for decades. So
Literally.
it's not nation building in the sense of you're taking a population that generally were content with their dictator and installing a new dictator that's not going to work. But at the same time, like they're a diverse population, and what comes next, they're going to have to figure out. If we were to just put some kind of strong man in, like that would not work. So our role is to help overthrow the government, and then their role is to figure out what comes next. And I don't think that's going to go smoothly by any stretch of the imagination. But I don't think uh, anything is improved by us trying to insert ourselves in who ends up controlling it.
You see, Jeff, like my
Oh,
my perspective is that whenever it works well, it's like Japan or Germany. It needs to be like a full occupation with administration, local administration
by
taking
who?
Andre,
over,
that's not
basically.
happening. We're not just following
By
No, in
well,
Iran,
but
it doesn't
hold
fit
on,
Iran. They are not Arabs.
hold on, before you get your panties in a bunch, hold on.
My panties is
So,
already like it.
so,
Okay.
so United States is providing the muscle. I agree with that. I think it's actually might be advantageous for Israel to step in and kind of usher the whole process and help quote unquote to
That's
for
not
them to
And
transition.
happening.
what you're
No,
suggesting
one
isn't
of the
possible.
reasons. Hold on.
So
One more
it's
thing I
not
want to say.
possible.
Okay, one more thing I want to say. I mean,
Maybe
well,
say one thing and
we're
then let us all respond rather than saying three things and muddying the waters.
uh, where I think it's becoming. I mean, you're right. Like right now, I'm just saying what would be the best case scenario. The reason why I'm saying this also is because Israel has the infrastructure and institutional infrastructure to kind of show them what it looks like.
No, they
With
don't.
with
No.
Iran,
Occupying Iran would take 250,000 soldiers. Israel does not have that. What you're suggesting
We
is
don't have the
impossible
will,
and a waste of time.
and also we
Like
don't have
even
the
if they
will.
had the
They
will,
don't
We
they
have
don't
don't
the
have
want
the
it.
You
will.
people.
have to realize that what you're basically suggesting is saying here we have a body with a dying kidney, and here we have a healthy body that has functioning kidneys. Let's just take the kidney from one and throw it into the other. When you're not acknowledging that one is like, let's say, 30 times the size of the other, and the other kind of needs his fucking kidney.
so it
Yeah,
That was
it
his body
you're also
breakdown.
Andre.
way
You're also basing it on a false equivalency by comparing it to Japan and Germany, where you had belligerent populations, and you're comparing that to Iran, who has a fairly pro-Western population that really doesn't need to be like they don't. There's only downside if the West tries to occupy Iraq
So
Right. See,
see,
because
that's the
they
number
Andre,
one
Je-
this
thing you're
Jeff,
is
forgetting about the kidney
Jeff,
transplant. You need
this
to
is
have
why
compatibility
okay,
in the
Andre.
donor. You can't
This is
just
very
take a
simple.
functional government from Germany and shove it into Japan.
so
Andre, this is very
Jeff,
simple. What the
this is
United
where
States
I
needs to
critic.
do is help militarily. Exactly what that means, we don't know. They bomb some IRG centers. They might drop in some weapons. So they like what exactly America could do to help militarily from the air is questionable, and that's what America could do. Now,
Okay,
if
just
Israel's going to
before.
help rebuild, it's going to be with education. It's going to be with giving them these desaline plants, give a
Okay.
couple of scientists and tell them
Yeah.
what to
So
do. It's not
the,
going to be
the
going
good
in
old
full
the
throttle
good
to
old failed neocon approach. Jeff,
absolutely
this is
not.
where
Wait, no,
I need
no,
to
no. I'm
go.
not going to get
I
away
need
with
to
that.
go.
That's not true.
Mayor,
No,
Andre,
Andre,
I need
can
to
you
go.
let
absolutely,
Meyer
I need
finish
to go.
first?
I need to go.
Andre, that's
So
absolutely not true. The neocon approach was actually highly successful. Where
no, it
neocons fell
wasn't. No,
apart.
it was. It's a failure. It's a
Wait.
failure in Czech
Wait.
Republic. It's a failure all over the world. It's a failure
Where the
in Iraq, in
neocons,
Afghanistan.
where the
Just the reason
neocons,
why
where the neo.
I'm
Okay.
radically disagree with Jeff is because in Germany, actually in Japan, the population was willing to embrace the Western values. It is very similar in the way the Iranian people are also willing to embrace those values. But if you're gonna allow the power vacuum, this country does not exist on its own in the region.
Okay, you're
Whoever is
totally wrong.
decides to step, no, I'm not. Whoever
Okay.
is going to decide to step in is going to do exactly the same thing would happen in Iraq, exactly the same thing would happen in Afghanistan. If that's you're willing to do that with Iran, go right ahead. I just don't think it's a winning
Okay,
But
strategy.
why are
this
you
is
guys
what
talking
you're
about a
missing.
power
In
vacuum?
Iraq, we went in there, we pulled out a government that wasn't trying to collapse. We didn't give rebels weapons. We took out that government. Not only that, instead of using a functioning apparatus to rebuild a government, we took out the entire army immediately, made them unemployed and bored, and they joined an insurrection. The failure was saying that if we come there and wave an American flag and say, let's do elections, everyone will rally against us, around us. That was the failure in Iraq. Iran is very different. They're begging for democracy. They're asking, "Can you please help us?" It's much more analogous to 1776 when the Americans said to the French, "Can you give us weapons? Because if you give us weapons, we can do this." You're making a bad comparison.
But also, it's not going to be a power vacuum. I mean, the son of the Shah is taking the reins. He said that he's going to go back to Iran and help the country transition from what it is right now into a democracy. He said it.
They
That's the
were
whole
a
point. That's
functioning
the reason the
democracy.
people have been asking for him to come back, because they
They
know that he will take back the reins.
they
Come
were a functioning
on.
democracy until they went
The
under
Shah.
occupation.
What, Meyer?
They were a functioning democracy until they went under occupation. They
I
can
thought
go
the
back
Shah
to
was
it.
a good guy.
That's not
Yeah, he
relevant.
is a good guy,
He's a
and he
joke.
said that he is going to help transition the country into a democracy. I mean, like he is going, but somebody needs to take the control of the country. Like it cannot just transition from like throwing out the IRGC into immediately a democracy. There needs to be someone that gives it some stability, someone that is respected, that holds some power, that holds some I don't know, structure in the
Holds the right
country.
bloodline.
Yeah, well, they respect him, and so that is better than just a random guy that all of a sudden wants to be president.
I mean, unless there was like an opposition, an active opposition, but there isn't, except
Yeah,
Well, the
South
an
mullahs did a
Pahlavi.
opposition
good
leader would be
job.
good. I agree with you.
Well, the mullahs did a good job making sure there is no active opposition. So this is
Yep.
all we have.
I mean, not even outside. I mean, not just inside. I mean, Ras Pahlavi is outside, is in exile,
Right.
but there's nothing. There are many millions of Iranians in exile, but they don't really have an opposition except this option. So I don't know what
Right.
his statement, if he wants to control forever or like be there for transition. I really don't know what his
He
plans
said
are.
he was interviewed 2 days ago on Fox, and he was asked this question. Of course, well, everything can be political, and he might be lying, but he was asked about like what did he think his role was in this, and he said that he's been, I mean, like he believes that this is the purpose of his life, and he's been preparing for this, and that yeah, he would gladly go back to Iran, that he hasn't been in Iran since 1978. and that yeah, he is happy to take back the control of his country and then help the people transition in whatever form of government they want, you know, like a democracy or whatever.
Well, Trump didn't really recognize him. I mean, the only thing that he said, he's a nice guy. And I think Ras Pahlavi tweeted like yesterday or the day before that an international support, something along like a surprising international support is coming, or like get ready for like that something is kind of cooking. But he didn't really give a lot of information. So I don't know if it's like he knows something, he spoke to someone. I don't know if it's about United States. Did they meet, Trump and Ras Pahlavi?
I don't know if they met, but I mean, I think that something is cooking behind because I mean, people say that nobody likes the son of the Shah, whatever, but he is the one behind all of these protests. Like people did do
Not
what he
really.
asked them.
No, no. Well, to be honest, it started, and then he said, "Okay, go out on Friday," and more people came out. But he's not the one behind those protests. He did take a risk by saying this thing because if they didn't go out in masses, then it means they didn't have support. So he does have some kind of support, but it's not. It's really hard
But
to
even that's
attribute
hard
everything
to
to him.
Okay,
assess because
I'm going to play the short interviews, like 8 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that, with him. Hold on, so you guys can see what.
I think May wanted to say something before.
let's hear the interview.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Let me know when I can.
No, I said let's play the interview. Play the interview.
Oh, good. Welcome back. Now, a revolution underway in Iran. Massive protests against Ayatollah Khomeini and its brutal regime are persisting in Iran as Iranian citizens take to the streets over its failed economy and skyrocketing inflation, up 50%. Food prices surging more than 70%. President Trump has warned Khomeini there will be severe consequences if protesters are killed. But the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran is threatening to strike U.S. military bases in the Middle East if the U.S. tries to take down the Iranian regime. Here's the president on Friday. Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. As protesters ramped up on Thursday, the Ayatollah dug in by cutting all internet service and international calls inside the country. The internet has been out for 60 hours so far, with Iranian officials also trying to jam up Elon Musk's Skylink to further isolate the country. As protesters have heeded the call from my next guest, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, called on the people to mobilize and take to the streets against the authoritarian government. Demonstrators calling for Pahlavi to return and to lead Iran. Pahlavi's father, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, was Shah of Iran from 1941 until 1979, overseeing key modernization initiatives in the country with close ties to both the United States and to Israel. Until the extremists and the terrorists overwhelmed the monarchy, forcing the Shah and his wife, Empress Farah Pahlavi, to flee and the Ayatollah to return from exile. Iran then shifted overnight from a U.S. allied monarchy to an anti-Western Islamic regime, soon to become the largest state sponsor of terrorism, funding Hezbollah and Hamas, among other groups. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio posting this weekend on social media that the U.S. stands with the people of Iran, with the president writing this is not the Obama administration when it comes to standing up to the Iranian Ayatollah and his religious Nazi henchmen and standing behind the people of Iran protesting for a better life. The president retweeted that tweet from Lindsey Graham, who will be joining me momentarily. To the regime leadership, Graham wrote, your brutality against the great people of Iran will not go unchallenged. Join me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive. In the middle of these calls to return to power and free the people is His Royal Highness, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Your Highness, thank you so much for being here this morning. Good morning, Maria. We have seen other times when the people have risen up, but it feels different this time. You called for the people to mobilize for 2 straight nights this week. Does it feel different? Assess for us what is taking place this weekend in Iran. Maria, to put it into perspective, in the last 48 hours, Iranians have suffered more casualties than America did after the 9/11 attack. This is a moment that is defining. Despite being completely cut off from the world, internet shutdown, and for a regime that is massacring its own people,
This is an opportunity to liberate that nation. Remember, the same thugs that hate America also hate their own people. And this is an opportunity to help a nation that starves for liberty, that starves to be rejoined with the free world, and to have the same relationship that we had with America before this revolution occurred, to liberate ourselves and come back to the fold and contribute to world peace and stability regionally and beyond. Now, Your Highness, you have called for the opportunity to become the transitional leader. You've said many times with me on this program, you are hoping to be a transitional leader. What is your plan in that transition? What would the first 100 days look like? Because we know that these protests are economic in nature. They are about food and life and democracy second. Maria, I'm a fighter pilot. I've trained all my life for exactly this moment, and people are calling on me to step in and lead this transition. I'm here to lead and help our nation go through that transition. But beyond liberation, we have to have a plan for a stable, smooth transition, a plan that, unlike other scenarios we witness in our neighborhood, like the debathification in Iraq, will not lead to chaos. We have to ensure stability. We have to be able to protect the citizenry. We have to be able to stabilize the economy. And for that, we have very comprehensive plans. I'm helped by numbers of economists, scientists, jurists, and specialists in every field, so we can, in fact, address all of these issues the moment the opportunity comes. More importantly is what we're doing right now. As you can see, people are still fighting despite this crackdown. They hope that there will be assistance in protecting them from further bloodshed. I've called upon further strikes, and that is beginning to unfold. We're beginning to see more and more defections, which is very important as part of the transition. So all of this is at play as we speak. You have tweeted directly at President Trump, and you have a message for President Trump. What is that message, sir? Mr. President, you have already established your legacy as a man committed to peace and fighting evil forces. There's a reason why people in Iran are renaming streets after your name. They know that you are totally opposite to Barack Obama or Joe Biden. They know that you're not going to throw them under the bus as they have had before. This is why they believe that this time they are empowered by the hope that you have their back. Your words of solidarity with the Iranian people and your administration has had tremendous positive effect. Let's hope that we can permanently seal this legacy by liberating Iran so that we and you can make Iran great again. Let's partner on this and have a better future for our countries and for our people. This is an opportunity that has presented itself. I'm prepared to return to Iran at the first possible opportunity. I'm already planning on that in the transition team. We hope only that the Iranian people this time will be victorious, and they will be, because I know that Iranians are prepared to die for this cause, and so am I. We're doing everything we can, and I think it's not just for us as Iranians, it's for the whole world. Iranians are prepared to sacrifice not just for themselves, but to make sure that all the evil that has been brought by this regime from the time it came to power dissipates, and we can finally breathe in an atmosphere of tranquility, good relationship with our neighbors, with the Israelis, with our Arab neighbors, and the rest of the world. And this will happen because, unlike this regime, this is the commitment of a nation. Are you willing to make the commitment to free and fair elections after the transition, sir? How long are you expecting a transition to take, and what happens then? The most important process in the democratic process is for the people to have the opportunity to have their representative debate all what needs to be debated in a parliamentary process. My job is to lead this transition, to make sure that no stone is left unturned, that in full transparency, people have an opportunity to elect their leaders freely and to decide their own future. Under international observation, we will know that this will be fair and fair elections. I am committed to that. That has always been my objective. But it is important that we have a good process established so the world understand, and the people of Iran, most importantly, understand exactly this time how we're going to achieve that. Unlike what happened 47 years ago, where nobody really had a clue what it would mean to have what Khomeini planned for Iran. And by the time they woke up to it, it was too late. This time we cannot afford not to be clear on the alternative. I think the alternative is clear. The people have spoken. They have their trust in me, and I've stepped in at their request to provide them with that process. I'm committed to that, and I will do everything that I can to ensure that we end up with a democratic alternative in Iran. So how long do you expect the transition to take? We have to try to do it as soon as possible. Realistically speaking, it could take a couple of years because a lot of things need to happen. That people need to be able to organize themselves, the right structures and everything. So it's a process that shouldn't take longer than that. And it all depends on how successful we are in implementing the immediate short-term needs that will stabilize the country. All of that will have an impact on how quickly we can address that issue and bring the transition period to a minimum amount of time possible. The Trump administration a week ago went into Venezuela and extracted the leader there, Maduro. And do you believe that incident galvanized the people in Iran? Look, every time countries are liberated anywhere in the world, it's a positive message of encouragement to other nations that are still gripping up with unwanted systems and regimes. It's a message of solidarity across the world. People were empowered when they saw the success of Nelson Mandela in South Africa or the success of Lech Walesa in Poland, and so on and so forth. And in this case, our Venezuelan friends who have the same optic and vision of a tomorrow liberated Iran, because unlike the connection of Caracas to Tehran under these two regimes, they can understand that democratic nations will be the best partners possible. I'm happy for the Venezuelan people. I think the Iranian people get encouraged by that. And that's why I think the commitment to help the Iranian people in their liberation is not just, as I said, for the best interest of the Iranian people, but it is also in the best interest of the world, and particularly the United States of America. And would you be willing to actually run in a potential election? I mean, you just said were a fighter pilot. You were trained in the United States. Are you willing to take off the uniform after a transition and say, yes, I am going to run in an election, and we will see who the people decide is their next leader? As I said, I'm here to lead, but the choice is that of the people. My job right now is to make sure that we achieve that transition, that as an honest arbiter, I'm a unifying force. That's why they're calling my name, because they have their trust in me. It's a huge responsibility that I intend to carry out to the best of my ability. Your Highness, there's an issue about the Chinese Communist Party as part of this story as well. The Chinese finalized a deal back in 2021 to acquire ports in Iran. Are there plans to try to separate from the Chinese Communist Party? How do you see that playing out? Look, Maria, this regime, out of weakness, have offered far too many concessions, whether to Russia or to China. We don't believe that the future of Iran has to be antagonistic to Russian or Chinese interests. We just don't want to have unfair, imposed, imbalanced arrangements. Most of these arrangements have been unfair and balanced, and it's basically devoiding our country in our national interest. So long as we can defend our national interests, we are prepared to deal with any bloc, so long as it's based on fair trade. And I think this is an element that will obviously be an issue of discussion in parliament and future governments in Iran as we determine our foreign policy and relationship with the whole world. So you think that could be part of the conversation, trying to get the CCP out of owning those ports? As I said, this is something that has to be decided once we have a functioning democratic government. In the meantime, we have to be able to also protect the best interests of our nation. And that's why we should have an open mind as to how to deal with that, because we don't need to have further confrontation with anyone. We have to bring it back to sanity, responsible, pragmatic, and objective analysis, and see what's best. And hopefully we can have, based on mutual interest, a different arrangements than the one that we currently have, that is totally lopsided and undermines Iran's national interest. That we cannot stand for, and I will not stand for. Yeah, and this story is so enormous to actually think about the idea of potential freedom and a free Iran. I don't see a lot of the international media covering it, like the BBC, for example. What is your take on the media's role here? But look, mainstream media is entirely missing the actual narrative and us that the people of Iran have. And again, when you have absence of internet and the feedback from Iran, it is very difficult for the world to understand really what's happening. I hope that the media ultimately feel responsible in giving fair coverage to the facts on the ground in Iran, rather than to offer some unfounded opinions or biased interpretation of what's happening. But regardless of whether the media coverage exists or not, we know what we need to do as a nation. But I think the world that has been in awe of the courage and determination of our compatriots have bypassed mainstream media. They do hear from the Iranian people. I just hope that they do their professional job, and this time really we have accurate accounting of what's really happening, and let the people judge on their own, as opposed to push an opinion on people. And Your Highness, before you go, I want to get your take on these threats from the Iranian Khomeini regime, saying that they will target U.S. military bases in the Middle East should the Trump administration get involved here. Are you expecting the administration, do you want to see the administration go into Iran and take out Khomeini? And what about the threats that they will hit back at our military installations in the Middle East? Look, the people of Iran have responded and reacted positively to a promise of intervention by the president and his administration, that if the regime turns their gun and continue massacring its own people, that will not remain unanswered. That's the ask on the ground. We need to make sure that this time the Iranian people are successful. That kind of assistance will go a long way in letting the Iranian people prevail in this war that we have against this regime. And we need to cut the stake's head off for good, so it can no longer be a threat to Iranian interest, to American interest, to regional interest. And the only solution is to make sure that this regime goes down for good and the Iranian people can liberate themselves, because they are, contrary to this regime, that is a sworn enemy of America. We Iranians are a friend to America. We proved it before and we'll prove it again. Your Highness, when was the last time you were in Iran? It was July of 1978.
So it's been a long time. Your Highness, it's wonderful to have you this morning. But I'll be there soon. Yes, we will be watching. Thank you, sir.
I was wondering who had the annoying noise, background noise, while I was playing.
Who was it?
You?
No, I was muted. I just unmuted.
No, there was a car noise for a long time. Anyway, that was the interview. And that was.
Wasn't me. I was muted.
So,
No,
I
you
mean,
weren't.
it strikes
Yes, I
me that
was.
the primary goal outside of Iran uh, would be to restore internet within Iran.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm
I mean,
serious.
that would be
Yeah,
the most
no.
helpful thing that could happen.
Yeah. And I like that as a type of military response.
I mean, it'll be a nice goal, but taking out
Oh, no, no.
Iran's
Regardless of nice, it's the first.
taking out Iran's command and control, or giving the rebels weaponry, definitely be more like boots on the ground, practical.
Any single action like that, whether you're selling it, whether it, like the taint of America, any foreign body is just as likely to create death to the people that you're trying to help, right?
All the
Oh, they're the
propaganda.
true enemies of the state.
Eh,
America must be the cause of the insurrection. Whereas I'm saying internet, A, let them speak to each other, B, let them speak to the rest of the world.
I mean, to say what if you're not going to help? They're going to say we're dying.
They
We're
say
so
whatever they
horrible.
want.
Keep
That's
dying.
the beauty of the internet.
Right. Eh. This argument, which is such propaganda, that if America gets involved, then it's going to be imperialism, 1954 all over again. It's just like a bullying pulpit way of saying you can't get involved. I don't buy it.
Listen, I grant you, anyone could get involved. The proof is in the pudding, but that pudding is in the future and has propaganda that can be twisted however they want.
No,
But the internet democratizes communication. And why do you think the regime blocked out the internet? Why do you think
The
everyone's freaking
regime
out because they
blocked
can't talk
out
to their relatives, of
two
which a
reasons.
death toll is rising?
Two reasons. One is because they don't want America to do the things that I am saying, and when the people in America see it, it will give support to Trump to do it, push pressure on Trump to do it, and they don't want that. So it's not like it's step two what they don't want. It's also helping the Iranians inside Iran coordinate between cities.
Okay,
So this is a
see,
huge benefit
then
for both
my
sides.
then my suggestion of step one is in fact a litmus test to whatever degree you're doing. Since it is literally the first thing to do, the first thing anyone who gives a fuck would be working on. When the internet is restored, that means we have a player.
It's also not a job the
Yeah,
United States can do. Starlink is doing it. What the United States can do is give material support, and what would be way worse than America not helping because they're going to call it the imperial. They're going to say that anyway. If America doesn't help, then Trump said, "Go out there, I'll help you," and he didn't come to their aid. And the next time there's an uprising, they're going to be out there in with megaphones and Farsi saying, "Don't do this because no one's coming to help you."
yeah. Well, it has to happen. You're right about that, and for more reasons than you just said. But I agree with McZed because what you don't, what is not would not be ideal would be, America getting involved, bombing whatever they do, and the only entity that can get the word out concerning what America actually did would be the regime. So without internet access, and Skylink is severely compromised at this point, without internet access, you're basically allowing the regime to be the only ones, the arbiter of the goodness of whatever America does, and that's not an effective way to manage world opinion. It's not an effective way to manage what's going on inside of Iran.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not giving the internet access would definitely be a good thing. I'm just saying if you give internet access and say you did the number one, like, the number one thing on the list is to give material support. And also, it's not America's job to give them internet. There's nothing America can do. Elon Musk and Starlink is working on it. But what do you want America to do? Start taking running cables?
No, I mean I think then we're all saying the same thing, um, because I don't think McZed's saying we shouldn't give material support. I think he's just saying But the higher priority should be getting them internet access to help coordinate that material support.
Yeah, coordination of material support is definitely a very big one there. Because the different cities have to
And they
coordinate
kind of
too.
need internet access for that.
Yeah, they need something for that. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. I don't know what material support means, but I even symbolically bombing control of command centers. I don't know how much that'll slow down the IRGC response, but it will definitely be inspirational to the protesters on the ground.
I don't think symbolic bombing of those centers is where they're at. I think they need to drop enough bombs on those centers that they no longer are visible as debris. And
If
just
that's true,
erase those facilities. Just erase them.
if that'll actually do something, which I'm assuming it will, I don't
I
know. How is
I don't know
Hezbollah
that it'll
getting
do
in?
much.
How is Hezbollah getting in? Is there a way to stop Hezbollah from getting in? Like, where are they coming from? There is a land bridge,
Iraq,
but
Iraq.
so-called railroad stations. Like, I don't know. I'm trying. Let's put it this way: what Trump has done, and we have to give him credit for it. He did low-risk actions that have high yield. So taking out Maduro, is that guaranteed to change the regime of Venezuela? No, but it was low risk to the United States, and it has a possibly high yield result. He's thinking of something like that. Now, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's creating a blockade that Hezbollah can't get in. I don't know if that's bombing the command centers. I don't know if he can drop a bunch of weapons in various places that the rebels now have weapons. I don't know what that is, but that's what he's looking for. He's looking for something from the air, quick, that could show America's might and not get too involved.
The transition in Venezuela is going to be, I mean, it cannot be all of a sudden the same with Iran. I see a lot of parallels between the two. And in Venezuela, just referring to what you're saying, Maya, I think that he's got a plan behind, and that's the reason why they allowed the vice president to step in for 90 days. And it's because, well, first of all, they're threatening her, and she's like, okay, yeah, well, I will collaborate, because if not, well, I might get killed. But then they're asking from her impossible things, because they're asking from her that if she's collaborating, then she has to prove it, and she has to arrest the top generals that are actually running the country. She's never going to be able to do that. In the meantime, they're going to put a transition government as well, so that they could get rid of all the heads of the monster. The same thing, I think, will happen in Iran, but in Iran you have already one person that is, well, again, like the son of the Shah, that I think he is sort of respected, maybe not fully, but has more leverage than a complete random person or even an American that they would place there. I don't know.
I agree
I
with
mean,
all
you're
that. What I want to focus on is America's new foreign policy, because Andre is right that going into countries with huge sign of force, it's a big risk to America. America has no appetite for it. It's looked at the failed policies of the Naughts, of the neocons at highest era. It's not coming in America. What he's trying to do is things like that. You take out the president, you threaten the vice president, and you create regime change that way.
Yeah, and I don't think he's getting into these countries like forever, like it happened with Afghanistan or Iraq or whatever. He is doing like very short strikes to get to very specific objectives, and there is a plan behind. At least that's kind of
Right,
like
like
how
for
I see
the
it, and it's all part of a bigger puzzle. All the pieces are falling together. This is bigger than just Israel or just Iran or just Venezuela. Is getting a complete shift on the balance of power in the whole world.
I do agree with you. He's setting a lot of the table, a lot of the stuff Republicans have wanted geopolitically for a while, but have been shut out from being able to do.
I think the policy's pretty clear. Oof. Um, am I audible? No, I'm not. Yeah, the policy's pretty clear. I think it's re-embracing the Monroe Doctrine, and he's made the decision to to decolonize the Russian Empire, is what it boils down to.
It's all going to be very expensive.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
You know what's funny? I've been
No.
looking at like the amount of money that changes hands when America purchases like a large tract of land to avoid war. It's strangely always somehow between like 15, 20, 25 million. Like on the nose throughout centuries. It's this weird thing. That's just like the token price of we're not going to war, we're taking your country, here's $25 million.
Like Greenland.
You know what? You know what would be way more expensive if China picks up the pieces of the Russian colonies, and then we have to deal with them.
Well, China has their
The
own
main,
things to worry about.
yeah, but don't you think the maintenance of this new Cold War, which isn't really cold, um, maybe it gets to a Cold War. Doesn't that take a lot of money to maintain?
I don't think he's trying to create a Cold War. If anything, he's trying to get aligned also with those that are considered the opposition. Even with Putin. Like I think he's leaving those pieces for the last, like he's isolating them in the Middle East, in Latin America, in Asia. Like he's isolating and aligning all the dogs in the row, and then he's moving like I don't know, he's cornering them. And Putin is not necessarily against America either. I don't see him completely against America. Yeah, he represents another pole of power, but I don't think he is necessarily wanting to take over the world or anything like that. If anything, I think that he will benefit from collaborating with the US and creating a balance of power in which they are not fighting with each other but actually collaborating.
And I
Who's the
and I
he
and
in
I
this
take
case?
I take the exact other side, and that is Trump and China have an arrangement of what this is going to look like when Russia is no longer permitted to be a superpower.
What leads you to think that?
The fact that he's disassembling the entire Russian Empire and China's doing nothing,
Yeah,
or
but how do you
damn near
know that
nothing
it's
to
an
stop it.
arrangement? Maybe he's
I think it's
moving
the
the
other way
chess
around.
pieces. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, how do you know he's not moving the chess pieces before China can?
I mean, it
I
could
think
just be that China's staying completely silent because they've decided that's in their interest. I think their interest would dictate a little bit more help with some of these things, and they're doing nothing. My opinion is there's the two capitalists got in a room and said, why don't we get rid of the noise around this because Russia's making it expensive for us to do business. Let's put them in the corner. They're just noise. We can pretend to hate each other and continue the status quo, but like we'll divvy up the spoils of the Russian Empire. Like
no.
history tells me that makes a hell of a lot more sense than just China decided to like do nothing.
It's not about China doing nothing, but I think China has way less in common with the US than Russia has. Like China is completely different in terms of culture, even like belief, like spiritual or whatever. I mean, like they are just a little bit like the isolated guy that can only relate to other people in terms of commerce, but that's about it. There is no common ground in or common interest in a lot of things. With Russia, I see more common ground with the US and more interest in maintaining a balance of power, like whether it's Europe or, I don't know, the Christian world or Western values or whatever. I mean, like, Russia is not the communist bitch that it was with the Soviet Union. It has evolved.
So
It's a Christian country.
China and America have one thing in common and one thing only: a desire to make a shit ton of money, and that's it. The only difference is China wants it for their elites, and America, you know, we're far more democratic
Yeah,
and
but
capitalism spreads to the people.
China plays complete different rules, Jeff. Even just like looking at the how do you say, like the IP secrecy, the patents and things like this. Like they play complete different rules. I mean, they are completely unaware of the Western values. They have
Uh,
complete separate history than ours in the West. They're
China has
completely
adopted.
unrelated.
Okay, you can say that all you want. China has adopted one Western value. The folks that rule China really like making lots of money. Like that's what it boils down to.
That's not like a Western value.
Jeff, what do you think
I,
China would do if this relationship was like, let's pressure test your theory? Because it does historically make sense. But what are the moves that that you expect to see and you're not seeing?
well, I mean, what could they have done? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. What would they have done if this was more adversarial and it wasn't some backdoor handshake?
I mean, the first thing that they haven't done is anything to support Russia.
Well, I don't. I agree. I think but I don't. But my question really is not to you, to like to life. Is this a secret deal between Trump and Xi, and they're splitting up the spoils, or is this breaking apart the Ottoman Empire and everyone grabbing a piece? So that's definitely happened. The Russian Empire is history, and China and America are vying for power. I'm just not sure how I could tell if they're doing it by moving chess pieces in the upcoming Cold War. I mean, I would say we're in a Cold War, or is there a deal?
I mean, look, China has a navy. It's not that impressive. I don't recall hearing that China's moved any assets to the Persian Gulf, even as a deterrent. Right? Like
That would
there
be a
are
really bad move because they're not going to
no, it
be
wouldn't be a bad
confident
move.
kinetically.
It really wouldn't be a bad move. I mean, it would be a bad move to start a war, but
My name is
you know,
रफ्तार है और मैं तेरी बाजी की चूत मार मार कर दूं तुझे सीट से फरार है
anyways, it really wouldn't be a bad move to just even just as an observer. They've literally done nothing.
I don't know if that's in China's MO. China's MO seems more to be we look like we're doing nothing, but really we just took full control of the South China Sea and we could shut it down at any moment if we wanted to. Like they don't do overt moves like the United States.
I don't know. The reality is it doesn't really matter whether it's a secret deal and they're split of pre-negotiated spoils or they're just vying for the spoils. At the end of the day, both China and America have decided that it's okay if Russia just becomes, Russia with a small r,
I don't know if
and
they
probably preferable.
yeah, I agree. I don't know if they decided it's okay or preferable or inevitable, but either way, is you definitely see the moves being taken to take control over what was once Russia's sphere of influence. But Russia has exposed himself to be a paper tiger. I mean, it shouldn't take 3 years to take over a country like Ukraine. China's big move will be Taiwan. If China makes moves on Taiwan, that'll be the showdown.
Yeah, I mean, think about it this way: Russia's been buying their drones from Iran, not China. China's basically the leader in drone technology right now. Like that says something.
Yeah, and the Russian influence in the Middle East is definitely waning. There was a time that they completely controlled Syria. That's obviously gone. They had very heavy control over Iran. That's about to be gone. I mean, that is about to be over. Like, yeah, Russia did not fare well for years.
That's why I'm saying that Trump is isolating the main pieces, and then you will see
Yeah.
that after all of this is kind of like settled, it'll come the ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. He's isolating the people so that they are not strong together anymore, and then he will align everyone, and he will demonstrate that it's okay. Like, okay, it's gonna be the rules of the U.S., and this is how things are gonna work. Otherwise, you're gonna, well, go to shit basically. Like you can be part of the game, but you have to play by our rules.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
definitely
I
what he's
don't think
doing.
anyone's disagreeing with that. Like that's
And
the natural outcome once you completely emasculate Russia and put them in their place. They become Germany, they become France,
Yeah,
they become
exactly.
Italy.
And they're allowed to
Like,
play,
and
but they're allowed to play under certain rules.
and Germany
yeah,
and
yeah,
France become banana republics. There has been like he's really turned his back on Europe, and he basically gave up on them.
yeah. No doubt, long term, Russians and the West can coexist very well, but not while they have these delusions of empire. Uh,
I
and
don't think
the
they have
decision
these
has been
delusions of
made.
empire.
Well, then they have an
That's what
empire. He said.
Putin says. I mean, unless you think
Yeah,
he's
I mean,
completely lying all the time, but that's what he says.
like
That he
I
does or he
make the joke.
doesn't?
I make the jokey so that we went and took out Maduro in order to protect the ethnic Americans that want to live in Venezuela. I make that joke for a reason. Like Putin is a major expansionist, right?
Okay,
They have an empire.
you
They
might
have
think.
Cuba. They have Venezuela. They have Iran.
No, no,
They
no,
have
but
like they.
listen. The whole Cuba thing was during the Cold War, and it was still the Soviet Union. Call me a naive or whatever, but the vibes that I get from Putin is he has tried to collaborate several times with the U.S. and he has been given a kick in the ass. He even proposed the whole destruction of nuclear weapons and whatever in order to keep the world safer. Like, there have been a lot of attempts for him to collaborate. Now, what happened after the war with Ukraine started is that he was completely isolated and sanctioned and whatever. So he had to look for alternatives. This is how I read the situation, and this is how it came about that he started looking for alternative ways, of course, of survive, because Putin is a Russia first guy. Like, he loves his country, and he's putting Russia first. And so he started making some moves that strategically were good for his country. And you cannot blame a guy that is looking to survive while a lot of doors have been shut on him. I think that once all of this, like the world kind of like shifts again to a balance, he will be again like cool to say, yeah, well, let's collaborate. This is all I wanted all this time along. I don't think he is an expansionist. I don't think he's an imperialist. I think that he loves his country and he's done what he's done because he had to. That's how I
Yeah,
see Putin. And maybe I am too
You
naive, but
can
this is how
you
I see him.
Fine, you can blame the United States. We're not going to have that argument. That's fine. Right now, Russia is talking and acts like they're trying to rebuild the empire. Putin has been talking like that forever. He got involved in Syria to expand his influence into Syria. That's not a post USSR country just trying to make it on their own. He took Crimea well before this past war with over the Donbass region. I mean, this either if you want to say that the United States could have done better after the Cold War, I mean, you're skipping pieces of history, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. Right now, Putin talks, unless he's totally lying. You keep thinking that he's lying and he's only saying this he has to. He talks like he's running an empire. He has visions of rebuilding an empire. He talks about Ukraine as being historically Russia and it never should have left Russia. He makes his influential moves around the world as if he is going to have this influence of not the USSR, of Tsarist Russia. Trump has completely demasculated this bear and turned it into stay in your own lane and do what you want inside your own lane. Now, if then he turns around and says, now I will, he'll be dead. But, the next guy says, now I want to join the League of Nations, that's very possible.
yeah, and it's not as if uh, his influence in these countries, is some relic of the Cold War. Cuba, sure. And interestingly, Cuba hasn't been directly undone. We don't have to because by doing Venezuela, Cuba will be undone. Um, but Venezuela, that was late '90s that Russia expanded and exported their communism there. Like Iran, that's been going on uh, since since shortly after the revolution. Uh, like these things are not new. I don't have to call you naive. I just think you're wrong. But at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. Like the fact is, we're disassembling all of their
Yeah.
influence basically everywhere in the world except right at their border. And Europe will probably do the job at their border.
It is Trump's way of dealing with things as opposed to the neocons. You murder and maim and do whatever you want to your own citizens. Just don't leave your border. I mean that he gave Golani a hug and said like go kill your people. Just stay inside your own country. Then they attacked the United States and he went on a bombing spree of ISIS. But if Russia does stay within their borders, it is Trump's, at least Trump's doctrine. Like we don't police the road. We just make sure you don't touch our sphere of influence.
Well, isn't that what they said? What he said when he went to some of those Arab countries? He says, America's not going to tell you how to run your country, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. But as soon as you do something that we don't like, we will tell you how to run your country. Golani is the best example. Golani said, "I want to run ISIS inside of Syria. I won't go outside my borders. I respect Israel. They can run a Jewish. I'm gonna be running a state that murders you if you don't follow my rules." And Trump said, "Okay, I'm cool with that."
I think Trump's position is on Syria is more so long as you can do it stable and not make a problem for the region, go for it.
In any case, I think that he's working on a bigger puzzle.
I mean, we're already seeing a fairly big puzzle.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a massive realignment that's happening, and it's happening basically without resistance from anyone else, or without meaningful resistance, I should say.
It's like the whole communist left world that hate the West, basically the anti-West part of the world, was cramping on the West like a cancer, and it was infesting every single region, every single country, the minds of people, and everything. So Trump is basically, yeah, fixing that shit.
But he's
He's
doing it
showing
with
that,
very small targeted strikes that are pretty
yeah,
low risk to America. Like if Venezuela fails, what did America lose? We spent 90 minutes, a couple of trainings and fuel, and showed the world that we can fly under Chinese radar. We have superior technology, can execute a mission flawlessly, and if you are an unelected leader, we have no respect for you. So if we do want to take you out next time, we might. Like it was all a win, no matter what happens next. That's Trump's. When he went to Fordo, he showed off American might. He flew across the planet with nobody detecting him and dropped the strongest bunker bombs that the world has ever seen. That's all the win. Like even if they still have uranium down there, he still showed power like never before. So that is Trump's doctrine. I will do small moves that'll be very little risk, and you can't end up like Iraq because we didn't spend $1 trillion. So you can't lose.
Did you
I
update
agree.
about Trump's latest message to the Iranian people?
What did he say?
Like Iranian patriots, like basically he said that he canceled, like he was discussing, like having discussions with the Iranians, like to do like some kind of an agreement or whatever. So he canceled it, and he said, it's basically he announced that he canceled the negotiation with Tehran, and he said continued, and then he spoke to the demonstrators, continue demonstrating, take control of your institutions, keep the names of the murderers, they will pay a heavy price. And then he said, hold on, and something, help is coming, help is on its way, MIGA, like make Iran great again.
Yeah. This is,
So
I
basically, help
mean,
is on its way. Like, go on. But
Trump,
I just want to just comment that I mean, he made this one promise in the past that if demonstrations will come, and now when he is actively calling them, basically in a way we can say risking their lives. Like he says, "Go, help is on its way." Now he's basically he has no other way but to attack. I don't see now that he also wrote this after what he promised already, I don't see any option that there will not be a military response from the United States to something in Tehran.
Did you see Vance's response? This is
no, what
No.
did
already
he
like
say?
4 days ago. I have to
4 days
find
ago.
I have to find the exact quote, but it was something retarded. Like Iran should start negotiating on their nuclear coalition. I was like,
Yeah, this is when they, that was very weird that they even were discussing negotiation, but now it's off the table. It's like, no, no negotiation. The killing must stop
why
first.
would you negotiate? They're like for what? Like you have them at the brinks. Like
I thought it was a smoke screen, so they will believe that
Exactly.
there's negotiation and they will attack meanwhile.
maybe
This is what I thought,
if
just
Exactly.
to
that's.
kind of numb
I
people.
I
I
hope that's
think the
true because or else
same.
we have a retarded VP.
that both are valid options.
Yeah, no,
I think that that
Vance is a loose cannon. That's what it comes down to. He's a loose cannon.
Yeah,
He,
a lot of
like
people are trying to kind of say things in order to be in the spotlight. Also in Israel, there are stupid people that are saying stupid things.
but I think like Trump is demonstrating that he really is the master in negotiation, you know, like he this guy impresses me. I don't know if he's so stupid that he is clueless about the things that he does and kind of like lucky that everything turns out well, or he's a genius because whenever he says, okay, we're going to negotiate, he knows already that he's going to attack them. But he's telling them, okay, yeah, we will have this meeting. And then because he's already foreseeing how they will act, it's like, no, I'm not meeting with you anymore. But there was never the intention,
He's
you know?
unexpected. I mean, Biden is expected. You know exactly how to influence him, or like, yeah, you know exactly how he will respond. Show him a
Yeah.
dead picture of a picture of a dead child. He will, like, we must do this. Trump is unexpected, and at the time that we have all those crazy people running the world, I don't think that Trump is a great president for like normal times, but these are not
No.
normal times. And in normal times, we don't need to have someone that is like very politically correct and, like, no, we need someone like that.
And he's unexpected, Daniel, but everyone else, all of these people are like caught by the exact same mold, you know, and you can actually predict how all these people are going to react. Like, IRGC is super predictable, Hamas is super predictable. The communists are super predictable. So you can barely. What he's doing is he's predicting the moves of these people while he is remaining unpredictable.
Well, he's also the stronger one, so
Yeah.
I guess it scares them more that he is unpredictable. And
But
they already were hit once that he was like planning and this, and Bibi's son had a wedding and yada yada yada, and everybody was dormant, and there was an attack when they didn't expect
I
it.
love when he says the most retarded things and it's so obvious and people fall for it. Like, I don't know, we might attack, we might not, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just annex Venezuela. Maybe, I don't decide
Oh, and I
yet.
need Greenland also, and remind me of Greenland tomorrow.
yes.
Remind
And,
me, and
and we'll probably just take all the oil. I mean, we use oil here,
and
right?
Cuba, you're next. Like maybe I don't know. Like, let's see.
First thing I
That's
next
up
time,
to
like, we need
Mexico
it.
as well.
We can handle oil, right? Colombia better watch their ass. I might go, I might not, probably not. Okay, I'm going to
I
play
mean,
golf.
remember in the
In
12-day
my
war
opinion,
that
it's
that
pretty
it.
much guaranteed that Greenland will be part of the U.S. come the end of the year.
100%.
I mean,
I
they're
have
not
no
using it
doubt.
anyway, so why not? But remember in the 12-year war that Trump said to the people of Tehran that they need to evacuate. That was a bit irresponsible
When, what?
when he
When?
said that. During the 12-day war, at some point he tweeted to the people of Tehran that they need to evacuate Tehran, and that was a bit
I don't remember
irresponsible because
that.
people were actually fleeing Tehran.
Oh, but I think that is more a message, you know, to the IRGC, like making
Yes,
them
but
think we're going full war. Yeah.
yes, but it's irresponsible to, like, because the people of Tehran are not the target, and they were never under any threat, and that was back then was a bit like off. Like I was like that was weird when he said that, and I knew that we were not going to attack people in Tehran, and it was just like it was very Trump, but it was very irresponsible. Like the impact that such a tweet has on millions of people that now like leave their homes and just go somewhere is a huge impact.
So I agree with you. He does irresponsible things, but if you look at the whole package, I'd rather someone that does irresponsible things with all the good than a square. So yeah, I mean, it would be
It
great if
kind
he
of
was
puts the
good.
target on the people, and I think it was a wrong message
No, I agree with you.
altogether.
I agree
Uh,
with you. I'm just saying that if you take the whole package of
yeah, you
someone that
always agree
says,
with me. It's not fun when you always agree with me. Like I want
I
to
do
fight
not
sometimes.
always,
It's
I
really,
do not always agree with you.
so say it. So say it,
I
Mayor.
don't
But
agree with you.
Daniel, I mean, if it were not for those stupid things he says, then he would be predictable. That is exactly what makes him very unpredictable. The fact
I,
that
I,
you
I
don't know whether
agree.
he's just being stupid or not.
I agree, but it wasn't about the IRGC. It was about the Iranian people, and they actually like imagine you are told like tonight you need to leave your house with your children. You have nowhere to go, and there were like millions in the highways, like in huge like traffic, because millions were
Well,
living like they
okay,
lived
so
in.
he caused a little bit of anxiety. Forgive him.
So I'm just saying it was irresponsible. But other than this, yes, like no, we can't criticize. It's okay.
All right, Buttercup. Does anything come to make you happy?
What are you
Let me
talking
find the
about?
one thing you can complain about. Daniel,
What thoughts?
I don't know. He said buttercup, but I didn't understand what he said
The
afterwards.
Buttercup's
I was
not in this room.
comparing Daniel to Buttercup.
Oh,
Oh,
never do this, Jeff. I never insulted you like this.
I love Daniel's the new PTR. So cute.
I did it.
You're a toilet paper, Daniel.
I'm a sheep.
No, I didn't realize what that was.
Yeah, it's a toilet paper. He made those.
I make it like this how my toilet paper is in my toilet. Like each one is a sheep that I created.
He's got a bunch of sheep watching, looking at him when he's pooping.
I brought 30 like this to Israel, but the toilet paper here is different than in Berlin, so I need to basically do it in a different size.
Oh, it has a different roll size? Like the
Yes,
center?
I was living in the United States, and I think one of the first things that I noticed when I came back to Israel is like, oh, the toilet paper is different.
I thought that was universal.
No, no, it has more girth here, which means less paper.
Dude, I love Trump. Like, I really like what he's doing with everything. And I think he's so fucking brilliant.
Does he make you horny?
Yeah, he does. I've always said that he's hot. And I think the same of Netanyahu and Putin as well. Whether
Well,
you love him or hate him, like Putin is also a very good strategist. Like these guys are smart, and I am so happy to live in this time of history. I think it's thrilling.
yeah, well,
I
unless
think
you're a Jew.
the problem with your foreign policy says you need to get laid.
The problem with what?
With your foreign policy is that you need to get laid.
By a
Yeah,
foreign leader.
probably.
I think you'd understand my point if you were sexually attracted to the leader of China.
No, 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 no. No,
I'm
Mm.
going to
but
send you
I
some
I
Chinese
truly.
premiere porn.
What about Yasser Arafat?
Uy,
Oh, he's
no.
Do you
dead.
find?
No, I
But
truly feel that these three guys are super attractive. Like I am I am sapiosexual, so where I see competence and determination and strategy in a man, it's just like wow. That's to me it's really hot. It doesn't matter what you look like you're just
so you like the Jews?
attractive. Huh? The what?
So you like the Jews?
Yeah, that's the reason why I always say that Mossad is super hot, and the IDF as well. Like it's that kind of like thinking and intelligence is amazing. I love it.
Yeah, but have you ever dated a Jewish guy before?
Yeah, but for a short time in Guatemala, I was probably in my um not early 20s. It was before coming to Europe. It was yeah, early 20s. I was probably like 24 or something like that. And it was just for a couple of months. It was more like a good friend of mine. But I didn't understand shit about Judaism. And honestly, I wasn't even aware of anything. I was just like a little zombie. I'm very much looking forward to see what happens. This is so fucking exciting. I don't know. I just hope that the Democrats really stay away from power for a couple of decades, so that all of these could be really cemented, in the minds of the people, and there's this kind of like free market, individual rights and stuff gets really cemented in the minds of people in the new generation, so that because if the next president is going to be a Democrat, all of this is going to go to shit again. There has to be some time where all of these kind of like settles before any other crazy people taking over.
Good luck with that.
Hmm?
So good luck with that. I think you're going to be disappointed.
I hope not. Oh my god, and Marco Rubio is also super hot. Like is one of the most impressive guys in this administration.
He really is doing an amazing job.
Yeah, he should be Secretary of State forever.
No, he should be president.
No, I think he's more useful as the Secretary of State.
No, he needs to be president. Fuck
I don't think he
Vance.
wants to be president. He actually is endorsing
He,
JD.
he's not. He
Yeah,
won't.
he did already endorse JD. He has
That's
been
fine. He
asked
did.
whether he's going to run, and he says that he's going to support JD's candidacy.
Yeah, that's fine. He said that, but he needs to run. He needs to be president, and JD Vance needs to be out of government
My God, why do you hate
Yeah, what
JD?
do you have with the JD Vance?
because he's a fucking retard and an anti-Semite.
How is he an anti-Semite?
I've already covered this with you. He said, "I'm really going to start calling you Dory."
Well, when
I
did you
don't think
cover this
he's
with me?
automatically an anti-Semite just because he
I
says that anti-Semitism is not a big problem.
Oh, because of that, dude, you throw out the anti-Semitism tag way too
Really?
lightly.
Who else in politics elected do I call an anti-Semite?
I
Don't
Mondavi?
gaslight me.
don't
Don't gaslight the room about me. There's literally no one else in an elected office I call an anti-Semite. Not one.
When I had my
know. Well,
volume off,
I
who
don't
did we
think that
call an
means that
anti-Semite?
sorry, what?
I had my volume off. Who did we call an anti-Semite?
JD
JD
Vance.
Vance.
So I'm not sure. I know why you would call him an anti-Semite. It definitely looks like it, but I think he's such a political weasel and just blows with the wind. I'm not sure if I could ever figure out what he really believes.
What religion is his wife? Is she a Hindu?
Hindu.
Yeah, she's a Hindu. And I'm fine with him hoping that she converts to Catholicism. I don't find that strange at all.
Well, he didn't he marry her before he converted,
Well, he was Christian. He was a Protestant, and
but he
he
wasn't so
converted to
religious.
Catholicism after he was married.
Fine, so he wasn't so religious. He was Protestant. He didn't really care, and then when he
And he
started
was a
caring, he
tap
then divorced his
dancer.
wife. Fine, but then he didn't divorce his wife after he started caring. That makes sense. That's not like
I don't know that he was irreligious as a Protestant though. He was just a Protestant. I think he was religious then.
well, he definitely
He
wasn't
was religious
religious enough
Yeah,
now.
to make
tap
sure that.
dancer, but being a Protestant is like, I don't know.
But he wasn't religious enough to care that his what religion his wife was.
Apparently,
I don't understand that as an attack on him at all.
end of the day, he's another woke right faggot, and just like all the other woke right faggots, they need to be pulled out of elected office. There's no role for them.
Here's my issue with him. He's afraid to
Does
push
using the
away,
word faggot make you a homophobe?
and if it does,
Yes.
here's the
But
problem.
I did offer to be bought for a blowjob earlier today, so probably not so much.
The problem with him is he's afraid to push away the groypers because he wants this quote unquote big tent, and more like he's putting his finger on the one and trying to see where the party goes. But he's pushing away all the people that joined, all the Latinos that joined, all the black people that joined. The Republican tent has gotten very large, and for these like in the basement people who actually propose voting for Kamala Harris because they're anarchists, he's giving up a much more important coalition. So call him what you want. He's not doing the Republican Party any favors by allowing the Civil War to fester.
Yeah, that's right. And he's an anti-Semite. And he's also disloyal to Trump at the end of the day.
Was
Not
anyone
loyal to
trying?
anyone.
Sorry.
No, we can move that off him. He's not loyal to anyone. He's a political weasel. He was a never Trumper until he became a MAGA, and then he'll switch again
But so was Marco Rubio.
in a very different way. Marco Rubio had principled disagreements with Trump, came around when the party switched, and he did it as I'm joining this coalition. Here's where I disagree. Here's where I do agree. And when he does his job, he does it within his own philosophy. And he took the job in the administration. That is the Republican Party. The Republican Party is a coalition party. You don't have to agree with everything your boss does. Vance did it as a VP, which is different. He never admitted what changed. He never said, "I really actually believe in this, but this is where the party is," which would be fine. He just floats around. If he was a Democrat, you'd be making fun of him in the exact same way I am.
I still like him. I think he would be a good president. I think he comes across as strong and determined, and I think that, well, I mean, the president is never the only one making the decisions. Like Trump, of course, has an amazing team around him. But if JD would be president, he would have the presence, and he would surround himself as well by a lot of people, potentially also Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is going to be in the government until he dies.
Listen,
He's
Can,
JD Vance is extremely
can,
intelligent. He's a very accomplished politician. He's going to go far. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's not a respectable person. Like I respect Bernie Sanders more than I respect him. The guy stuck on principle forever.
really
For sure, he had his idea. It was terrible to destroy America. He stuck with it. He didn't care when he was in total political isolation, independent from a state that nobody even remembered exists. He was the same guy when it became stronger. He ran up against Hillary Clinton and nearly won. Would have cheated because he stuck with his idea from beginning to end. He never changed. J.D. Vance takes a poll every morning, looks at where the party is, and that becomes his position. Right now, we're in a populist moment, so he's the hillbilly elegy. Guarantee you, as soon as if this country would say we like elitists, he'd be telling everyone that he's a Yale graduate. That's what he is. He's we've seen multiples of these politicians in the past.
He's a right wing leftist. He's really not different than Mamdani. A really great speaker, looks good in a suit, and will lie to your face, but do it in a very charismatic way. He's Republican Mamdani.
His entire speech at the convention, his opening speech, "Hear who I am," said, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help. The government failed my mom and I'm going to come help you." The only difference between Mamdani and JD Vance is Mamdani wants the government to help cat ladies and he wants the government to help working moms. That's it. They're both government interventionists, big government people.
Wow, I
Speaking
didn't know that you guys thought like this about JD.
speaking of Mandavi, I was the New York Post today said that he wants to install bidets at the Creasy Mansion.
That's a wine, David.
Mamdani.
But I understand why you got confused.
Why do you call him
Mamdani, not
Mandavi?
Mamdafi.
Yeah, he said he wants to install bidets at Gracie Mansion.
What?
Huh?
You know, bidets. It's
Why?
kind of like a toilet, but backwards.
Ah, I don't understand, but okay.
He wants to install bidets in Gracie Mansion.
Oh,
Correct.
and how? Okay,
I'm not,
all
I'm
right.
not sure this is actual news or if David's just trolling. And in either case, it really is irrelevant and doesn't add anything to the conversation.
So if Trump said that help is on its way, when do you think it will happen? Tonight?
Expected
Because
sometime.
yesterday the Pentagon presented him with options, and I can assume that he selected an option, and then he tweeted that help is on its way. And I'm just wondering, when will this happen?
Have they been mobilizing some, how do you say, these big ships that they have parked around Yemen and all these places?
Like not warship, what
Yeah,
do they call
I don't
it?
know.
Carrier.
Yeah, the
Armadas.
carriers. The
The Armadas. Yeah, where are those Armadas?
They are not close yet. And if they are moved, then it will be noticed. And also to move the bombers, it will be noticed. But they have like, it will either be like a targeted, like against the leaders of the regime, if they can, if they have like eyes on them, or I guess against some kind of a command center or like a besiege building or something like this. I don't think it would be like a major strike.
Didn't Iran try to sink the USS Cole by using like a small boat?
That was Al Qaeda.
Sorry, I couldn't participate. What did I miss?
And I know that in Israel they are preparing for that option of like an attack
Yeah, Israel
by
said
Iran.
that they were going in as well. They were supporting Trump.
Yeah, well, we are kind of keeping quiet. It's just more like preparing and being in sync with the Americans. But also, once they prepare to launch, we know that. So we will get like a head notice before the alarms that there's a preparation. You know that they fuel up the rocket or they put the launchers out or stuff like this. We see this in advance.
You
And
guys
also, it
are
takes time for them. Yeah.
you guys are like an angry cock, like the male chicken, like just waiting for somebody
Rooster,
to tell you, let's go for the fight. And you're like,
rooster
yeah.
is.
No, actually, cockies is fine. I'm fine with cocks.
How did
Who would
you
have
That's
say,
thought?
correct.
Andre?
I said it's a rooster, not a cock.
A rooster, yeah, thank you. But cock is
Dan-
also the chicken.
Daniel, you're half right about Trump's meeting. He did select an option, but now they have to wait for Netanyahu to approve it.
I doubt it.
I
I
So,
saw
thought
that.
Come on.
Netanyahu
so
told them
We
which.
all know the Jews run America.
I thought
I saw that
Netanyahu told
President Trump
Trump.
did an interview with the New York Times, and he said any anti-Semites are not allowed in the MAGA movement. He said, "Get out."
Wow, impressive.
Yeah, but you cannot then call anti-Semites every single person that disagrees.
No, but most of them are anti-Semites. Maybe they don't know it. Maybe they don't hate Jews. But when you are filled with anti-Jewish propaganda. I don't hate Jews. My friends are Jewish. I just think the Jews control the world, the
No,
media, and
and
are
that's
like
fine,
Nazis.
Daniel.
look,
But for
listen,
example,
Isa,
I
can I?
think that anybody has the right to hate whoever they want, but you don't have the right to act and prevent someone from their rights. So I don't care if someone
Oh,
is
I
an
have a right
anti-Semite and they
to.
hate you with all their heart, but they don't have the right to go and impede you to do your rights, and impeding your freedom and your right to live and private property and all of that. Then I have a problem with that. And when they're calling for violence for Jews, 100%, that should never be allowed.
Listen, guys, I'm so sorry, Isa. I'm truly sorry. I will just want to have to mention this. This is one sentence. Have you guys heard the new numbers of how many Iranians have been killed in the last 48 hours by the regime?
Yes,
No,
12,000,
no,
according to Iran
Minimum
International.
12,000.
Yeah,
Our internet
12,000.
is also down, Vegas. We all live in holes, and we certainly aren't talking about the most pressing matter the world has.
Exactly.
Listen,
This guy.
12,000. Minimum
Yes,
12,000.
yes, we already
eh,
heard.
yeah,
Where
we
the
all
fuck
read
are the
the article.
You're
pro-Palestine
not
lot?
breaking any news.
Where were
We
the
all read
guys who chanted pro-Palestine all these
we all
2 years?
We all read the article at Iran International. We're up to date, Vegas.
Why would they? The Free Palestine movement is about taking down the West, and Iran is helping them. So they will not. This is why they don't speak out against Iran, because Iran is part of their axis. It's not
So,
about human rights, it's not about people, children dying or whatever. It's not. It's none of this. It's about destabilizing the West and taking
so
down Israel.
one of the reasons why I think Iran is not going to work without boots on the ground is because they've been without any institution, democratic institutions, for way too long. The difference to me with Venezuela is that Venezuela still has a generation that has a memory of institutionalized democracy and working democratic institutions, and it's they still so they will have like
Andre,
a transitional.
the difference between revolutions is 10 years, and at the end of the day, you can think what you want to think. No one's putting 150,000 boots on the ground. Like
Well,
you
I,
can think this, but
listen,
it's not happening.
Jeff. If it's not happening, it's going to be a quagmire, and I would really prefer it not to be. And
Well, it's
you
going to be a
know,
quagmire.
it's yeah, and that's very unfortunate because you need at least one new generation that understands how those institutions work and is willing to uphold them. I mean, it's the same problem with Eastern Europe. You know, like when it when Soviet Union fell down, they needed to impose like a very strict type of institutionalized democratic process, and that's why Poland has, it had an internal memory also, and it had a like a basically a shadow government that was working along with Soviets. So their transition was much easier, and they have much better results than, let's say, like Czech Republic, for example.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, what I expect is the revolution hopefully will work, and if that works, I think you'll see some period of fragmentation of Iran, some level of like lack of stability, and in 10 years we may get back to a stable region there. But it's the price that has to be paid in order to get to progress and to get to stability in the region.
I mean, what I'm afraid of, Jeff, and that's obviously the worst case scenarios I'm looking at, is the power vacuum that is filled by Iran's neighbors, and then their regimes are installed, but because Iranians will be looked at as a second-rate citizens, is basically going to be like the good old 17th, 18th century colonization, or the internal, since there's no memory of the internal democratic institutions, like the new power, whoever it is going to come in and do the same kind of shit, just under a different flag as the theocracy of.
Yeah, I take issue with your basic foundational assumption that there's no memory. You're talking about revolutions that are literally, I just double checked,
20 years apart. Like, yeah, the folks who were free in Iran are in their 60s and 70s, but they're still there. They've still taught their children what Iran used to be. I mean, all you have to do is talk to any Iranian, not even in Iran. These people are brought up with like full, they know that history, all of them, like so much better than any of us do from wherever our parents came from. This assumption they don't know democratic institutions. Fine, guess what? They might not be a democracy, and that's okay. It's okay. They might not be a democracy. They might have some other form of government that works for them until they choose democracy. The important thing is to get rid of these evil animals. Then we can move forward from there.
Yeah, I'm just a bit, given the historical precedent, I'm a little bit pessimistic if the United States not or Israel not going to take over that region and install some sort of controlled environment.
I mean, they're not Arabs. That's the only thing I can say. They're not Arabs. They won't accept an installed leader. Like, you can't think of them like they're Arabs.
I got you. I mean, I'm not talking about installed leader per se. I'm talking about the infrastructure that is controlled by, somebody else who is kind of teaching the institution to the population. I mean, they do have, like, I absolutely grant you, they do have uh, intention, the motivation to transition, but they do not have a playbook.
That
How do you
that the
know?
United States and Israel will assist with. What
Because
America?
they never had democracy in the region, and
No,
democracy is
Uh,
is a contingent on the
they may not
institution.
want
So
democracy, Andre.
Yeah,
Why are
stop
we
being so
imposing
okay,
one?
fucking
and
Western.
and
if
then
they choose democracy, the United States and Israel will be there to help them institute it. What will not happen is 250,000 boots on the ground to direct traffic and force democracy down their throats. But if they're ready to build institutions and need help writing a constitution, the United States will be there. If they want to try to build waterworks so Tehran's not on the brink of a drought, and you have to talk about moving the capital, Israel will be there to help them desalinized. That help will be there. That's a very, very big difference in Iraq.
It's nothing like Iraq or Afghanistan or any other thing.
Yeah, because they're
I
not
do think
fucking
they will
Arabs.
choose democracy, but that's a guess. We'll see. I think it'll
I
be
think
a
so too.
close. I think it'll be like a constitutional democracy. I think it's going to have the institution of a king. They had that for thousands of years. They're not the
Yes.
United States, but I think there will be ultimately a level of democracy.
how
That's
many
what I was thinking. Some sort of like monarch, constitutional monarchy or something like that.
how many religious minorities do they have in Iran?
Half the country is minorities. There's only 50% of the country is Persian.
Okay, so they have ethnic division, they have
They
religious
don't have ethnic
division.
division. They
Well,
don't.
I mean, wait, hold on.
They
Some of the people, from what I understand, some of the people are Persian, some of the people are Arab who live in
Yeah,
Iran.
but there's Kurds, there's
Oh,
more
okay,
than just Arab.
so they
There's
have a
there's
lot of
there's
minorities.
Lars, there's Balochis,
Yeah,
there's
but you have to understand they have ethnic
Azeris.
diversity. There's Azeris, but there's ethnic diversity. But they were a country for a very, very long time. There's strong nationalism. The Kurds, the Persians, the Azeris, they consider themselves Iranian. So that's a big difference than saying ethnic strife like Serbia.
Wait,
I,
Persians are not Arabs?
Most of them are not Arabs. No,
They were the one area in the Middle East that refused to Arabize.
it's the thing that once again, what worries me because that whole region is very much tribalistic, and I wonder how much of that has been
Andre, you
shattered
really
by
have to stop
Corona.
thinking. You have to really stop thinking of them like they're Arabs, because everything is wrong you're saying because you think they're Arabs. They're not
No,
a tribal society. They are not a tribal society. They're not Arabs.
Jeff, what I'm saying is, if you have Arabs in the mix, they will be tribalistic. Don't you think so?
Arabs are 11% of the population. They're among the poorest. They live in the hinterlands. Like they're like you want to make it fit into a neat narrative. You know, well, you need to do some research, Andre.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see if who's going to be right at the end. But that's my prediction.
And in fairness, I have to say, I think it's the first time I've ever thought you were dead wrong on anything, like to this degree. So I'm sorry I'm being short with you because I actually do respect you on most things, like very much. But you're dead wrong on every part of how you're trying to understand this.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm frustrated with people that compare everything to Iraq, so I got a little short there also. But I do respect your opinion, and I think it's just miseducation of this particular part of the region. And I don't know this PTSD from Iraq that every single involvement has to be compared to Iraq, and is just getting to me to a level that
No, I
probably
totally,
should.
Mayor, I totally get it. And the thing is, I don't have PTSD from Iraq because I'm actually, uh, I thought it was a good thing. I just think it was handled poorly on the end uh, portion of it. But I think it was a necessary thing to do. I'm not isolationist. I'm interventionalist, for sure. And I don't think the United States should shy away from being a maritime empire. I mean, there's nothing bad about it.
What could go wrong?
Well, listen. I mean, I understand the Great Britain as an example, as a poor example of that type of approach. But I also think the United States have learned from British mistakes.
Yeah, I think I also have a visceral reaction to this Western idea that everything needs to immediately be a democracy. It's like not culturally sensitive at all. And there are a lot of things between a democracy and what the IRGC is that we can find acceptable, and that would be a hell of a lot better for the Iranian people. So this idea that we make it black and white, good and bad, like I think it's contrary to a solution for the problems of today. And I think it makes it harder for the people who actually want a revolution and want progress when we kind of paint it as, well, you can be a democracy or you can live with the people gunning you down in the streets. Uh,
What sometimes worries me is that also, just like with the Ukrainian example, right? The people uh, wanted on the surface to have a democracy, and there's like there's part of the population who understands what it looks like and what it's like because they have traveled abroad, they lived abroad, they even if it's for a short period of time. But in general, the paradigm, the internal paradigm, has not shifted or has not shifted yet. And so all the old problems are coming out to play, and this is why the process is extremely difficult, especially in the process of war. And so, like any kind of society that is going through that transition, it's always a difficult period. It's always sometimes even bloody period, and just minimizing it, I think, should be a goal.
I am very excited about the potential future of Iran, actually, and Venezuela. I don't know. I think that this is going to change the panorama so much around the world.
Yeah. Well, can you give me a brief of what's happening in Iran? I mean, I think that from my understanding is people are protesting and they want to, live with more democratically. Is that true?
Have you
Somewhat.
read the news, or are you expecting for us to do the job for you?
What I was expecting a brief on it. But no, it's okay if you don't want to give me. I'll read it. No.
Somewhere between 12,000 protesters have been gunned down in the streets over the last 4 days.
Yikes! Yeah, it's
But
very
then you should
difficult.
go read.
Yeah, I'll read it. Yeah, it's a difficult situation. Thanks.
Compared to 2022, like is your faith that something is going to change just based on the larger scale of casualties?
It's not only a larger scale, dude. Like 2022 was about the hijabs, and people were protesting because it was something internal and like, yeah, well, we don't want to be oppressed, whatever. This time, it's about change, regime change. The whole country is mobilizing. They're putting their lives on the table, and right now they know that that the US and Israel both have got their backs. I think that this time is serious. This is the closest that they will be in the near future to have an opportunity like this.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Hey guys. So I think it's to be fair, not everyone that is on the streets, and I'm saying this as a Persian, um, and necessarily went on the streets because they want regime change. It started with the protesters in the bazaar. The real is basically worthless at this point. People have no water. People have no money. And for a lot of them, it's basically about that. So it convoluted, and now it's obviously made popularized in on social media, and it became mainly about regime change. But initially, this is not why the people went on the streets. But obviously, this is what a lot of them are demanding right now. So it's really complex and complicated. I know that the hardcore monarchists say everyone on the street is calling Pahlavi's name and things like that. It's not black and white like that.
Yeah, I agree with you, but in the it's multi-layered, but in the end, like this is what they kind of like end up wanting. Like there might be different views, I think, on why people are doing it, but I think that all of them agree that they want to stop living like that.
Correct, yeah.
And it's exciting. I think it's I'm really I see them as heroes right now. Like all these people knowing how evil and thugs the IRGC are, and still wanting to put their lives at risk and going out, knowing that they can be killed, that there's a high possibility for them being killed, is massive. Is
Yeah, so
super courageous.
this is actually one of the main differences compared to other protests in the past. Not just the wide scale in terms of not the numbers, but the amount of cities that are now involved, especially Tehran. People in the outskirts of Iran would always kind of make fun of. Uh, Sorry, I got a phone call. Do you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So people in past protests used to make fun of Tehran's population because they would rarely join in, right? And now you see protests in major cities. Tehran, Mashhad. This is significant. Not that it doesn't matter when people in the outskirts go on the streets in smaller cities. Of course it matters, but the major cities matter, right? Tehran matters, Mashhad, and like the big cities, and that's what we're seeing now. And secondly, what you touched upon, Isa, is the fearlessness that we see in this round of protests more so than ever before, where people are like, we just don't care anymore. If we die, we die, and we didn't see that as much in the past.
It's very inspiring.
What was the Iraq argument that was like shut down before when someone was like, I hate hearing it compared to Iraq? Um, is that like the power vacuum extremist argument?
You should
Well,
go.
yes and no, because the thing with Iraq is like, yeah, well, they wanted to bring down Saddam, and the US helped them do that, but they never really, like, the whole thing got stuck. And also, I think that US had like a lot of boots on the ground, and so that is what I don't think it's gonna happen in Iran. I don't think that the US is going to take over the control of the government. I think they will kind of like, yeah, help them, but not necessarily intervene too much. But I don't know.
But
It's just my hunch.
but if you support a coup without providing like resources after the coup, like that's where like America did that in Iraq. It just and it ended up being like a never ending process, and
Yeah,
we were
that's
true.
the exact argument that got shut down. And
What did you say?
Pat was just restating what Andre said. The problem isn't taking out the dictator. The problem is not supporting the establishment of order afterwards. And it's all based on confusing Iranians as Arabs. They're not Arabs. They're going to figure out their solution. Like they don't need us to
No,
impose
yeah,
one
I think it's they also
that
have
would
like
only work backwards.
they also have like a far more functioning like government and military like I don't think that power vacuum will have like whoever is the next leader of Iran. It might not be democratically elected. It might be like someone who is picked at the end of the day. um like I think that they have a lot more hopes for success than whoever our handpicked puppets were in Iraq. Far less superior air force, army, etc. So I get the argument that it's a false equivalent, but
Yeah, I mean the real question has to be how do we best support a viable path to a stable Iran in the nearest future? And Iraq is not a model that should be taken as terribly informative in that conversation because there are incredible differences between the two societies.
I meant more of an infrastructure possibility because I'm assuming the borders between Iraq and Afghanistan that Iran shares with them. I'm assuming those are like heavily monitored, right?
I don't know about heavily.
I think you also have a lot of very well established Iranians in the West who, interestingly enough, are at an age where they can go spend 6 months or a year to go help. I mean, it's premature to talk about that, but I mean, most of my Iranian friends are just retired and they're bored of looking for things to do. That's interesting.
You know the old like kind of like hacky joke about like Persians and LA, they all drive like white Mercedes and they refuse to call themselves Iranian. Like, are most Persians are from what would be considered modern day Iran, right?
Uh, yeah,
And they've been a very successful community in America.
And the Persians like to drive BMW, not Mercedes.
Iranians. Yeah,
But they
if
are
you
white,
go
white BMWs, right, David?
last year when I was in Silicon Valley, I met a lot of Iranians actually there that are very involved in big tech and big um, venture capitalist funds. It's Iranians are amazing. Iranians are very educated. They're not the typical Arab, as Jeff was saying. They're not Arabs.
Yeah, wasn't it back in like the 70s or like 80s when like Iran had like women attending colleges and
they still have that.
Uh, in fact, do
It's
you
among the.
remember, Jeff, that I tell you that I work with a couple of Qatari companies? Well, the guys, the founders of these two startups, they're Iranian actually. They're not Qataris. They're not Arabs. They're Iranians.
There you go. Go figure. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, Pat. Iran has one of the most educated workforces in the world.
yeah, no, it's but it got like religiously oppressed like during like the 70s, right?
Yeah, but that didn't mean that they didn't invest in education. Women still go to college. They just have to go in burqas.
Yeah.
And this is, I think that Iran might have the larger amount or the larger colony, to call it like that, of ex-Muslims, right?
I think the last numbers that seemed actually reliable-ish were that only 20% of Iranians in Iran consider themselves to be Muslim.
Exactly. And it's a Muslim country, so everyone is against that because they're thinkers. And it's not because of hate or anything. They're born Muslim, but they educate themselves, they read, they understand, and they reject the religion.
I just remember one thing that stood out at the last World Cup was that the Iranian women who were in the audience were fucking beautiful. They were Latinas with like green eyes, and like I was like, what
Yeah,
is this
like
magic? Hold
Hava
like, oh, like, oh,
and Yael.
well,
Ah,
Dial's like a
I,
quarter, but yes.
yeah,
Hi,
the
how are you? Good to see you.
and unlike Latinas, you probably wouldn't have to worry about like an Iranian chick stabbing you in
Yes,
an
you would.
argument. Oh, you would?
Yes, you would.
All right,
Yes,
still worth it.
don't make me clarify.
Still worth it. Still worth it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
green-eyed
Iranian
Latina
women, Iranian women are the Puerto Ricans of the Middle East.
with green eyes.
Yeah,
Amazing.
yeah. I can't say anything more. I signed an NDA.
Yeah. Roya is Iranian as well, right?
Yep.
Who else is
I didn't say
Iranian
that.
here?
You did. Hope.
Hmm. Oh, Hope?
Hope is half. Yeah.
Oh, shit. I didn't know this.
Yes.
Yeah, there are many Iranians in the app. And actually,
Uh,
all of them are kind of
Rumar is Iranian. Half.
really.
Uh-huh.
Well, I didn't know that either. I thought he was Indian.
Half Indian, half Iranian.
Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of Iranians. There is this guy that I used to talk to very seldom times, but he was very interesting. His name is Camille. He used to come to your rooms as well. That
I don't
looks
remember
like Clark
Camille.
Kent. What? You remember Camille?
I'm not remembering that guy.
Well, he is Iranian as well. Very well educated and interesting. Very quiet, but very interesting when he would speak.
They're basically all very well educated.
Okay, crazy idea on
Yeah, look at
regime
Samson as
changes.
well. Samson is Iranian.
Crazy idea on some regime changes. Like, and at least I'm not like regurgitating. I heard 1,000 times. This is a completely unique thought. But like, imagine like Iran's regime is overthrown, and they're like, who's going to be next to guide us? Imagine the people who like immigrated from places like that, who like came to other societies, did well, and were successful in life, and they ran like we pitched. So like in America, I'm sure we have like 4 Iranian or Persian immigrants who were successful in America, and we could put those up for nomination. And England probably has a couple, and France, and like there's probably like successful Iranians who had to leave because of they were worried about being persecuted. And they can come home like the conquering heroes, and they can be elected. Like they have to go and pitch to the people, and like American, like and there's like I feel like that regime change would be beneficial to like the Western world and its allies.
I
And
mean, we need to start with virtually any replacement is going to be better than what they have.
yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. But then also like
So,
why not make it be beneficial? You know?
well, no, it hopefully. I mean, first of all, it will be beneficial. Um, importing a bunch of big fish from small ponds who haven't been in the country for 60 years. I mean, look, what you're doing is basically what the plan is. What you're suggesting. It's Reza Shah is, for all intents and purposes, been an American for most of his life. He still has an accent, but most likely that's because he chooses to keep it. Right? Like I think he was what 17 when he moved to America. So I mean that's essentially the transition plan is to bring back some of the previous folks to help with the transition.
Something that gives consistency to the people in Iran as well, something that they sort of know, and someone that they already know, and I don't know, I think it's necessary to feel a little bit of stability. That will help a lot, actually.
I
I
think
think.
ultimately they need to land on some federal system, some weak confederacy where you have a very weak federal government and a lot of independence for the various regions and ethnic groups. That they can all still be Iranian, but they can do it their way to a certain degree. That probably is the most powerful combination for these people, at least initially.
Yeah.
Is anyone here friends with Emrose and can ping her in?
And no, but I saw her before in this room,
Yeah,
and she
she.
stayed in
I
the
meet her
audience for
in.
a little bit.
I
And
meet her
I
in rooms when she gets like now. Yesterday was in Buttercup room and now in Illumi and Prince. So they do like a Palis versus Zionist, where when I speak literally, whenever I unmic and they say I will give you time a minute and a half. So after a minute and a half, one time I got, she gets like 5 minutes, and then when I come to reply, I get a minute and a half. After like 3 seconds, like three people jump on me, and then it removes me down because I continue speaking while they're speaking. So I invited her if she wants to have a fair debate, but I cannot invite her to a room, unfortunately.
okay, so I saw her yesterday in Buttercup's room, and I opened her profile, and I was not following her, but apparently my other profile is following her. So let me. She's friends with the other Isa. Let me see if I can get in here with my other
Hold on, maybe
account
I can find her.
so I can ping her in. Because my other account for sure is following her because I noticed that yesterday. Clubhouse. But I opened her profile and I read that she is an anti-Zionist Israeli, so she is from Israel.
Who are you talking about? The fuck's her name?
I don't know, but she and Buttercup like became close yesterday, good friends.
She's disgusting. She's notorious from X.
I don't know what's her name.
Just Emrose. That's what she goes
Oh,
by
Okay.
on X.
Emrose.
Does she live in Israel or does she live in the US?
Israel.
Huh.
She's the epitome of a self-hating Jew. She might as well be the spawn of Amos.
No, Amos's kids are normal and hate him.
And I don't think that Amos is necessarily, I mean, like anti-Zionist, but he is naive. Like he wants everybody to get along and whatever. I don't know.
He's none of those things. He's just a narcissist who wants his opinion to be the only valid opinion. If it was unpopular to be a far right Zionist, that's what he would be.
Yeah, but he's not very good at it. Like he doesn't come up with good arguments and like thought provoking and challenging. He just spews nonsense.
Yeah, he's the left version of Shooky.
Yeah, Shucky spews nonsense as well.
Is he still on this app?
No, thank God, he's been ethnically cleansed.
I like Shooky when it comes to Emrose. He can take her. Emrose made a big name for herself. You guys all remember Nelson on the app, right? Well, when Nelson moved over to X and he was doing huge, hundreds up to like thousands of people in his rooms, and he was giving Emrose a platform every single day. It's like Nelson went from he was really doing good and learning a lot and having a lot of smart people on his stage, like John Spencer's on his stage, and then Emrose, and it was so vile.
Ambrose uses her "I'm Israeli" the same way that Buttercup uses "I'm Jewish" in order to kind of legitimize her statement. But Ambrose will admit that the people that share her opinion in Israel could fit in a taxi cab together, all four of them. But it's a different voice, so they let it. And basically, yes, her being Israeli kind of gives them legitimacy that they are right. Same as Buttercup, she's using her Judaism as a shield to protect Nazis with her Judaism, with her Magen David, which is sick in my opinion.
Her Magen David is short of point.
Yeah, everything is short of the point. Her Magen David lose, yeah.
Okay, I just pinged
She's
her
so
in
mid.
with my other account.
She's so mid.
Oh
I think
my
she
God,
calls her Magen David
Madruta
Here.
is here. It's time to end the room.
hexagram.
What does it mean?
Oh,
I don't know him.
he's not that bad.
He's one of
If
those.
any,
I
I'm
don't
making
know.
more Jews today. I'm heading to the mikveh right now.
Mazel tov.
Yeah.
Would
Tomorrow there's a huge demonstration in Israel to
but
support the Iranian people.
oh
Excellent.
nice.
And I think there's one in New York City
I
for
was in
some
the
reason.
Matrix, but I was gonna say that I prefer Buttercup over Matt.
Oh, that's two
Did
What?
strikes
Buttercup
against me now, I guess.
did
I'm
What's
Buttercup
in
have
joking.
your
another name? Did
No,
Buttercup
Buttercup
have
is
another
the
name?
the
No, no, no.
What?
Antichrist?
Oh
She's
my god.
she's sort of new, Illumi. She came in August, so that's the only name she's had.
It's like her
but there's a
voice
girl that has the
sounds,
same voice.
but her voice
Yeah, because there's
sounds
a
Yeah, because she
familiar.
sounds like Elle.
there's a girl called like Bubbles.
Bubbles.
They have the
Yeah,
same
she was
voice.
Elle. Her name is Elle. Yeah, she was before Elle.
Or as Amos says, Boobless. Seriously, this is how he calls her.
She doesn't know
Not he
who I
doesn't even know what
am. Oh,
he doesn't even know what he's saying.
but I went into her room yesterday as I guess it was ending, and she apparently thought I was someone else, but she doesn't know me. And she looked at my profile, and I have nothing on my profile, yet she's still determined, oh, it's a pro Israel Alumi. And it's like, okay.
Well,
So,
I mean,
Yesterday at Buttercup,
you are shitting on Mamdani, so one can assume that you don't hate the Jews.
He used to have to pay for that
yesterday,
before he was married to get shit on his chest.
I mean, technically, I'm
yesterday
not shitting
Buttercup.
on
Okay,
him.
no.
I'm
No.
just highlighting his own, his own.
Accomplishments.
Yeah.
I
You're
think
pouring his
that
own shit on him.
my best Buttercup moment was um when she didn't really know me, but she hated me already. She came into our room and said, Isa, do you think that you're more Jewish than me? And I'm like, no, because I'm not Jewish. But she formed herself a whole puzzle in her head about me. And I thought that was hilarious.
But he said the answer is yes.
But probably yes. Yesterday, whenever like a Zionist came on stage, she introduced him as a radical and a bad faith actor. Everybody. She's really like a sick woman. Like seriously, like sick in the head. Not sick as in like sick. Like there's something wrong there.
I called it. I have a lot of history with sick women. I can see them from a mile away. I'm an amateur expert in sick women. Or sick people, I guess.
I said
There's a
Palestinianism, and Ambrose says, "Don't say Palestinianism." Then I said Israeli Arabs. Don't say Israeli Arabs. Like bitch. Like what do you want? It's
People.
a
We don't say
Zionist
people.
term.
last night I was listening to you for what seemed like hours, Daniel, in Amir's room.
Sometimes I feel like
You remind me of
years.
a young Norm.
Me yesterday, today
Last night in
in the
Amir's
morning.
room. Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
for
yeah.
Norm
yeah.
went
I guess
hours without talking.
well, I wasn't in the room. I was
Wow.
listening to John Kidover's feed.
Oh,
God.
Hours. There's about 10 hours of it on, and
No, I
one
didn't
thing
speak for
was
hours. I cannot speak hours in a mail's room. I'm
No,
not
he
allowed.
speaks for like 30 seconds.
well,
Yes, I don't
they
speak for
speak
hours.
over him, but you kept on. Then you got a few phone calls. Then you came back,
Yes, yeah.
and
This
one
morning
part
it
of
was
it
this morning.
I wanted to say, and I didn't want you to take this the wrong way. Something I've said before. I hate you because you're better than me, and I don't like that. You were
But
Oh.
I'm
really,
fighting for you.
huh?
Thank you. But I'm fighting for you too. I'm fighting
Well,
for both of. I'm on your team.
I accept that, and I agree, and I appreciate it enormously. But I like to
How
be the
big?
best. And then the other thing is, I actually could see that he was annoying you a little bit because there's part of you. This is such an interesting part of the Jewish people. You're actually trying to be reasonable against all
computer set
odds.
alarm for 12:10.
I
Isn't
asked them,
12:10 in the
what does
morning?
from the river to the sea,
Yeah,
Palestine will be free? How does it go in Arabic? And they
I
wouldn't
remember
say,
that.
it's not from the water and water. Okay, forget about it. How does it end? Palestina Arabia or not? They wouldn't answer it. I asked it
Yeah.
like 20 times. There were many Arab speakers. None of them told me because they knew that once they tell me, it will expose their real narrative, which is they are Arabs, not Palestinians, which is what Ambrose doesn't like. The reason that I call Israeli Arabs is because there were no Palestinians when they became Israeli Arabs. They
Exactly.
were Arabs. They were called Arabs of Palestine, and then they
My
became
grandmother was
Arabs
an
of
Arab.
Israel.
No, my
That
grandmother
Okay,
is
was
brilliant.
Palestinian. Sorry, yes, and
But
she was
That
wait,
is
Arab too.
brilliant.
do they
Yeah.
say that Palestinians are not Arab?
No, but they are
yes, they
intent
say that if we say Palestinians, we deny their identity.
their
If we say
humanity, their
Arabs, I'm sorry.
identity.
How
That's
dare
so
you deny their
stupid.
Yeah.
identity they made up in 1966?
Yeah,
And
Daniel is
then
like that.
and then she said
68, I
something
think, Matt.
amazing. This is the sentence that she said. I wrote it down. Palestinian. I'm not sure that
Who's
she
the
even
C?
understood what she's saying.
Buttercup?
Palestinians, yes, are the Jews of the Middle East. This is what she said.
What
That's
does it
very good.
mean?
I think Jews are Jews from the
Basically,
Middle
like
East.
exactly, but she missed that part. Okay, basically, like prosecuted, like yada yada yada, like they are the victims or the prosecuted group.
Well,
But the Jews of the Middle East are the Jews of the Middle East. Like, what are you talking
she
about?
No,
You forgot about
Daniel,
your
I,
nation?
she
Daniel, I think you misunderstood her point. I think she was saying to the extent that they are, in fact, are legitimately Palestinians, it's because their ancestors were Jews who converted. I think she was actually taking a very pro-Zionist move with that.
I don't know what she was thinking. I don't think she thinks. It's talking points. It's like a meal. Havara agreement. Who coined the term Mizrahi? Who said anti-Semitism? Who coined the term anti-Semitism? And he was married to a like it's the same talking points over and over and over and over, and it has nothing to do with what you say. I'm talking about something like about that
yeah,
the
he
Jews
wants
were
to
kicked out
derail
from
it.
Arab countries. Yeah, I said like a million Jews were kicked out from Arab countries. Yeah, but who coined the term Mizrahi? It's Israel that coined it. I'm like Mizrahi is a word that means from the east. Mizrach is east.
Yeah.
Mizrahi is an eastern. Someone came from the east. It's in Hebrew. Israel invented it because Israel is the only one speaking Hebrew, and it was about her own people. But it has nothing to do with the fact that a million Jews were ethnically cleansed during the so-called Nakba. We just didn't brand it as a
What is
Nakba and kept on
what is
being like
what is
miserable
the
for
term?
decades.
What point is he trying to make with Mizrahi?
He doesn't have a point. Talking points is not having a point. It's like, and then he's like, oh, it's Israel. Okay, so what's your point? Basically, I don't even know. Basically, he's trying to ask something, get a stupid answer, and then kind of, I'm right, you're wrong, you're stupid. Basically, this is what he says.
If I hear one
It,
more liberal white woman in America compare her struggle to fucking Iranians, I think I'm going to fucking go ballistic. I literally can't. These people, like, you let me know when there's body bags lined up in your fucking city, dipshit. Unfucking real.
Could you could you ping me, please, if that happens? Would you mind?
God damn. I mean, these people are, like, literally, you compared your struggle to Iranians? Are you shitting me? Ma'am, you'll be able to vote. You get that?
When
Dipshit.
someone
Sorry.
gets
I
on your wrong side and you start to tear them a new one, I feel like saying, "Oh, you don't want to do that" to the guy doing it. It's like, "Oh, that's a bad idea. Maybe you want to
these are
think about that."
women. These are women, Norm. These are women who are commenting. You know, people are sharing their heartfelt posts. Most of them are Iranian or have friends that are Iranian. They're sharing their heartfelt posts, and just you can feel the emotions. And you know, rightfully so, calling out the Western media, the UN. Like, where are you? Where are you? The silence is loud and clear. And what did these women do in the comment section? We're fighting our own struggle. We're fighting for our own freedom. Are you fucking kidding me? Like totally, totally. These are people who claim to be intelligent.
Divorced
It's
from
my
reality completely.
anywho. Oh, okay,
If
deeper.
it makes you feel any better, they're not actually intelligent.
Well, no shit. I'm like, are you literally comparing your struggle? Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, my welfare ended after 72 weeks. I'm just like an Iranian woman.
My Starbucks is closed. Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. They're saying, "Oh, we understand your pain because we're also living under a dictatorship with Trump. But at least you had a good man and whatever, whatever." Basically, they're saying that they're worse off in the U.S. than they are in
Unbelievable.
Venezuela or Iran. It's ridiculous.
How come I don't see any of this stuff? I think that's anti-Semitic.
Oh,
The fact that you don't see it.
Yes.
okay, so I'm living with a kid who is obsessed with the problems with ICE, and she is participating in marches. I
Uh
didn't
oh.
know it. She flew to New York, not this, not recently, but she went to march in New York, probably Detroit. She's marched in Bentonville, and I'm not in. I'm sorry, that's a problem. I am just flabbergasted that we want to say that you shouldn't have picked up Maduro. Okay, but this is not my
Is
main point.
is this your doctor, Shirley? Is this your
Yes,
doctor?
she is driving me crazy, Norm.
How's she
Shirley, the only
taking
thing I
time
can
off
tell
from
you
work?
is if she was born with a developmental disability and you raised a retarded daughter, you would still love her the best way you could. It just turns out that you found out she was retarded in her 40s, and you just need to love her the best way you can. Just accept it. You can't fix it. You can't change it.
Okay, but moving past that, we've heard this complaint from me many times.
Yes.
One of what, to my point, I have always just thought, when I first met Norm and Daniel, I thought, my God, why are you people arguing with these retarded people? And then I decided that you're right, because, and when I was young, all the
Later, they will get you
boys,
nowhere.
well, I thought that in the Christian faith, we have apologetics, and the boys all loved apologetics and loved being able to argue. It turns out it was a right thing. It was right for them to be able to understand their position and be able to argue their position. Because right now we have on Instagram and other social media places, we have Islamists on the internet trying to say that they are the same as Christians, that they love Jesus. It is the biggest, that is not true. Can you hear me?
It's called takia. They will say anything to advance their ideology, which is about basically making land Muslim land. And once the land is Muslim land, it's forever Muslim land, and whatever is not Muslim land is land
Yes.
of war.
Well, and our prophet is that we believe is actually God, and our children should need to understand that, and they should be able to argue it and know why we believe that. And you, to do that, you have to be in a church that actually teaches the Old Testament, and we're failing. I went to a church with my daughter where they got up and talked. The birth of Christ was not mentioned, and they were talking about the housing problem in Bentonville. Okay, Bentonville has turned into a very rich community. Okay, and if you can't afford to live in Bentonville, you have to live in the town next door. I'm sorry. But that was the conversation. That was the pastor's uh, talk on the day where we're supposed to be celebrating and teaching our children about the birth of Christ. Uh, uh, the Christians are illiterate, and they're not able to argue their position. So good on you, Norman, Daniel. Keep it up.
I'll make you a deal, Shirley.
Thank you.
After we successfully contain the Islamic threat, we'll come fix Christianity too.
Well, you see, there's this thing about Judaism. You actually
do learn scripture and you do learn to argue it. You can argue with one another. These people are not even being taught the scripture.
The
It's
funny the
appalling.
funny
Come
thing is
fix it,
we
Jeff.
really the funny thing is we really don't rely on scripture in the same ways as Christians or Muslims do. We really don't learn. We read it, and then at that point we discuss for understanding, not for Timothy 1:6 says blah 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 blah, and therefore I'm right. Like our approach to scripture actually is very different than Christians and Muslims.
Jeff, I see your point. And you can't just say Timothy 1. You have to have a comprehensive knowledge of the word. And uh, they're not getting a comprehensive word knowledge.
Yeah,
And
we're better at that. That's true.
you're better at that. And anyway, and when I went to church with her Christmas because I thought maybe I could go be a Methodist and then support Christian values this way. Oh hell no! I'm not sitting through what sounded like a city council meeting on Christmas Eve. No, I can't do it.
But didn't Jesus die for their 2 bedroom, 2 bath?
Okay. eh, Oh Jeff, don't be silly. You're trying to pull the Christian's chain. I'm not, you're not going to, we're not going to entertain this.
I'm actually not doing that. But wasn't the Sermon on the Mount all about having a minimal level of housing and universal health care?
Well, the leftists, which my daughter sent me an article that just said that good Christians should take care of the immigrant. Well, it does say that. And if we want to do that, we would change the laws and make immigration a fair logical process, which no one in our government wants to do that. Why? Because the real kings of the United States are people like Walmart, and they like it just the way it is. They want to be able to exploit people and keep wages down among the peon white people. Okay, so and there are some peon white people. Just saying.
I've never peed on a white person, for the record.
Peon, dear. The word is peon. You know what the word peon is. It's what they
I
have
do,
in
but
It's
Mexico.
a
I
pawn.
sometimes I hear what I want to hear.
It's like a pawn. Peon.
They really want it to be like in Mexico, where we work for $3 a day and we like it. And groceries cost just as much as in the United States. They want the the people that are in power would like it to be that way.
I think it would not be much of a stretch biblically to say that the discussion concerning immigrants um, also invokes a responsibility not to allow immigrants in that you cannot positively fulfill the commandment to care for the immigrant. Nowhere does it say that you should let unlimited immigrants in. It just says the immigrants in your midst you should take care of.
There you go, Jeff. And I have participated in the care of immigrants. It was part of my working career. So I got a solid understanding of that. It doesn't say let's let them in so we can prostitute them, and it says we should actually take care of them.
It doesn't say, because that's what's going on. 20,000 children that flew in 2 weeks after Biden got in, they were being prostituted. Okay, poor Norm had to leave on that. I'm sorry.
Did he leave? I still see him.
Yes, he's very sweet, but no, there you are, Norm. I'm from Dallas. We know all about prostitution in Dallas. We're one of the top prostitution cities in the country.
Winning. Norm, you there?
Yeah,
You see, Venezuela released an Israeli Argentinian guy,
70 what, 77 years old or something?
72.
70, unbelievable. That sounds like a long interment.
Who? Okay, say that again, Jeff. I missed your point. You missed that.
Uh, an old Israeli dude was arrested in Venezuela a little over a year ago, and they just released him today.
I'm looking at some of the footage from Iran, and it is not good.
No, I've
It's very
still done
it's
a fair job of avoiding the really gruesome shit, but I've seen some of it, and I don't like it.
it's brutal.
Looks like we're going to go after the Muslim Brotherhood too.
I see that. Thank you, Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio is
Um,
Perfect.
amazing.
he's very good.
I have to ask you guys, who was deleting Buttercup's comments today, earlier
It
today
was
from
not me, but
the
I found it
group?
very funny.
No, you guys should stop doing that. Was it you,
I didn't
Norm?
do it.
No, I wasn't there.
Yeah, I'm
Unfortunately, I
wondering
missed the
because
whole show.
I saw some of the comments that were left, and I'm trying to understand because people were saying like, and I'm not sure that she reacted correctly because a lot of things were deleted, but they were talking about the 12,000 people that were killed in Iran, and then she said it's unconfirmed, it's unverified, which is true. Yes, she's right. I'm just wondering about the 70 or 300 or 200 million, whatever Palestinians that died. I never heard her say like, okay, it's unverified, it's not confirmed. But with this, she was really ready to automatically like delegitimize it. Now, again, I don't know if it's true, if it's 12,000 or 2,000. I really don't know. The Gaza. Oh, hold on, I have a phone call. But that was my point. I have a phone.
I don't think she was making any kind of point this morning when that was happening.
No, it was in the chat apparently, but I didn't notice because I was not paying attention to the chat. I was doing something else.
It was very funny. She kept going, Issa, do something, do something.
No, that was Bibi saying he said do something.
No, she said it first.
Ah,
Someone deleted her whining, and then he mocked her and said and wrote it again.
okay. Because when I went to scroll up all the comments, I saw Bibi saying he said do something, but
I
I
just thought it
didn't
was
notice
funny.
while it was happening. So I was just
I mean,
wondering because, huh?
my money is my money it was BB doing it.
Yeah, me too. He loves the fuckery.
Yep. And it was just funny because she was reacting.
Yeah, but it's not cool because then Bibi wants other people to treat him well as well. Like even T-Robs, you know, he kicked him yesterday apparently out of the room. And Bibi was like, "Yeah, Isa, I was kicked out of the room and I was only in the audience." Well, I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. This is him. You know, I cannot control him and I was not in the room. But
Right.
then Bibi does this shit as well, so it's like, okay, don't complain because you also do that shit.
BB's got a
It's
little
just
mean
like
girl in
T-Robs.
him.
Then T-Robs texted me and he's like, "Hey, somebody's got me blocked in your room." And I'm like, "Well, it could be anyone. It's full of Jews and they're not your fans." You
Right.
know? And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Bibi was saying today that you kicked him out yesterday from the room and he was only in the audience. So I wouldn't be surprised if he is blocking you, for example." And then he said, "Oh well, it's a crybaby." Like, no, it's not about being a crybaby. You don't like either when you're kicked out of the room. So it's just human behavior, you know, human nature. If you are aggressive and a dick with people, people will not like you.
It's
What
not even just
what am
that
I
because
supposed to do about that? I'm not gonna
I'm
force people to like him.
I'm pretty aggressive and I'm mostly a dick and I don't get kicked out of rooms. So
Well, I think you don't visit that many rooms either.
no, that's true. They're just excited when I come. Like, oh, Mr. Jeff's here.
Yeah, but it's like, and this is why I say, like, for example, Bibi likes to do shit, but then when shit is done to him, he doesn't like it. Just
Yeah, he's
like
a woman.
T-Robs. T-Robs
He's a
likes to
woman.
do shit, yeah, and then things are done to him, he doesn't like it. Just like Butternutter, you know? So, I don't know.
Bunch of drama queens.
Yeah, it's like a daycare.
Hmm. Exactly.
And this is why I ask, okay, like, I want to treat everyone like adults, but don't delete comments and don't kick people out of rooms. Those are the only two things. Like, yeah, I get it. Sometimes there are people you don't like, whatever. Okay, then just leave the room, but just don't kick them.
That's what I do. Every now and then, every now and then there's someone I just don't want to be
Yeah, there are a
around and I
couple
just
of
leave.
people, and also people that are like completely random. You know, like anonym. I mean, like new people in the app or something like that. But I know, for example, you wouldn't kick T Robs or Diego or Randy, even if you don't like them. I know you don't like them.
Right. I don't
But
know that
you
I
respect
don't think
that
I've
because
any,
these are guys that are in our circle, whether we like them or not.
right. I'll kick someone who comes in and, starts playing weird Indian music, but that's about it in your room.
Yeah, that I don't care. I mean, like, I would kick them too. Like, who are they?
A lot of people they're on this app because they enjoy playing with the power. I'm going to kick them. I'm going to kick this, and then they want to whine because they don't have as much power as they think. Because it's all mutually assured destruction here.
Yeah, but this is what I say. Like, I mean, you don't need to like people. Just try to regulate your nervous system. You need to be able to deal with people that you don't like. In real life, it is like that.
Yeah,
You might not like your boss, but you have to put up with it every fucking day.
I hate my boss, but I'm self-employed.
Yeah, I would hate your boss too.
Oh, that's not
Yeah,
nice.
your voice is so noisy. Wow.
My voice?
No, his boss.
Ah.
Oh, my boss is noisy. Lots of background noise. Apparently,
Wow,
he's
it's like
accusing.
bam, ta. Like when will you
Apparently,
finish the renovation?
I'm literally sitting completely still at a table. To the extent that you hear background noise, it's not me right now.
You're gaslighting.
No, I'm not. I'm
Isa, don't
outside.
gaslight the whole room about me.
I mean, seriously, you have to understand. So when you reflexively, on the rare occasions that I point out someone's anti-Semitic, in my opinion, you reflexively saying you do that all the time. Like it is a trope, right? Like that is an anti-Semitic trope and narrative
Oh
that
my god.
Jews hide behind, calling everybody anti-Semites. And the fact is, I don't call everybody anti-Semites.
I call a handful of people on the app anti-Semites because they are, and I happen to call our vice president an anti-Semite. I think he's the only elected official I ever referred to like that.
I don't think he's an anti-Semite, and
I mean, that's fine. You're also not American or a Jew,
I'm not Jewish.
and you don't live someplace with freedom of speech. So shut the fuck up.
Oh, well, I sort of have freedom of speech. I mean, I don't think I need to say I ever say anything so horrible,
I'm just being
for them to take
unnecessarily
away.
aggressive now, just
Yeah,
for
no,
fun.
but the whole thing about the anti-Semitism, it's just that my ass twitches every time I hear the word anti-Semitism. Just the word, just like when I hear the word racist, the same shit. I just don't like it. I think it's a way
I
of
mean, but that's
throwing a
something
tag.
that
Hold on, no. I'm just saying that it's a way of throwing a tag on someone and shutting down the conversation. I get it. There are people that are truly anti Semites, that they really do not like the Jews, and they will blame anything on the Jews
right.
every opportunity they have. I get
Your
it.
ass should not twitch when anyone calls Tim an anti-Semite because you know he truly hates the Jews, right?
Who?
Even Tim,
Oh,
the Irish Nazi.
I know, but even so, I don't like it to be used as a part of an argument because it's not an argument. Okay, so
No, it
so
is.
he's an anti-Semite. Okay, so he's an anti-Semite. What now? How do we move forward in the conversation?
So your aversion to it being used legitimately in an argument stems from its propensity to be used illegitimately in an argument. So by saying no, Jews, you can't use that as your argument. You're effectively you're effectively pushing the narrative that it's not that anti-Semitism isn't
No, no, no,
real
no,
and
Jeff.
anti-Semites
Try
don't
to
exist.
understand my point. Try to understand my point. Call it anti-Semite, call it racist, call it whatever it is. I am not saying it's not true. Okay, Tim is an anti-Semite. So you called it. He's an anti-Semite. In my opinion, yeah, he has the right to hate whoever he wants. Like, you cannot do anything about it. What he feels in his heart is his, and that is his problem. Now, I do think that if he hurts someone physically or prevents someone physically or actually trumps someone's rights, I would be against that, but not just
Right.
because of anti-Semitism, but because that is illegal
Yeah,
in
but you're
every
having a
single situation.
conversation
But hold on, hold on,
that's
hold
not
on. But let me
that's not the
finish. Let me
conversation.
finish. Let me
Not
finish.
relevant to what
So,
we were talking about.
my point is, okay, he is an anti-Semite. We define that. So what?
Well,
How do we move
so what?
forward in the conversation?
So what is people to the extent that like people aren't running around calling everyone anti-Semites? People should learn from that. That in Jeff's opinion, Tim is an anti-Semite, and people should understand his commentary as coming from an anti-Semite.
Yeah, but okay, so he hates the Jews. What are we going to do about it?
It doesn't matter, and it's also
Can
not
we fix
relevant.
Just call
it?
it out. Just
No,
call it out that
Isa,
it's not coming from reason or logic
Isa,
or facts. It comes from
yeah,
hate.
yeah, you're what you're doing is avoiding accountability on the actual the conversation
No,
we're having.
Jeff, you don't understand me. What I say
No, no,
is, okay,
Isa,
listen to
you're
me.
avoiding the criticism, you're avoiding the feedback.
It's not avoiding the criticism.
Well,
You
then
can criticize.
let's talk
Listen,
about my
you can
feedback then
criticize him.
instead of this idea that is not
No,
meaningful. It's
Jeff,
not
you can
meaningful.
criticize him all you want. I
Daniel,
don't
help! You have
care.
magical powers over her.
No, listen, you can criticize him all you want. We all know each other here. We've been here for years. We all know he's an anti Semite. We know he hates the Jews. So, why do we need to call it every time, for example, that he is involved in a conversation? To me, it's
Because his reasoning, I mean, he says something, okay, about the Jews, and it's obviously like a blood libel or just hate. So we say, okay, so he's an anti-Semite. That is his. This is what he stands on. It's not about
I hate when I
being
when she
right
sneaks.
or moral or humane or logic or factual. None of it. He's saying something anti-Semitic. He's all about spreading hate against the Jews, and at the end, I mean, this hate is translated into action even without going and saying, go kill the Jews. That is the situation that we live. We have synagogues that are burned almost every day, Jews that are being attacked all over the world because it became legitimate to attack Jews. And we, the Jews, we don't think it's legitimate.
I get it. And I tell him all the time, like, I hate it
No,
every
but
single fucking time when
Issa,
we're
you're
talking
making
about
it about
anything and
Tim.
he brings the Jews. It's just annoying, but not because I
Is
care about what he feels or how he feels about people. It's just because I don't give a shit what he thinks about.
but
You know,
again,
so
you're making it about something specific, and that's not the nature of the feedback that I'm giving you. Like you're
okay.
making it about how do we deal with Tim, the anti-Semite, not
Because
the
you
fact
brought
that
him
you
up.
hold on. I brought him up as an example. My feedback was specifically when I called one elected official, as long as you've known me, an anti-Semite. Your response was you call everybody an anti-Semite.
No, 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 no. I
You're
wasn't
you
referring. I
you
wasn't referring to you. I wasn't referring
you
to
were
you
referring
in
to you
general.
Jews, and I'm giving you the feedback. What you
No,
did.
you guys.
Hold on,
But
Isa. Isa, hear me. What you did by taking my comment and turning it into you, whoever you were pointing to, literally it was the Jews by your own admission, call everything anti-Semitic, literally is an anti-Semitic trope. The fact that you went
well,
there
then
and
call me
thought that,
anti-Semite too. I mean, like
no,
that's the only
I'm,
step that it's left, you know? Well, call me an anti-Semite.
so now you're still avoiding the feedback, right? I'm not calling you an anti-Semite. I'm trying to help you to understand what you did inadvertently is anti-Semitic. Like,
Well, then
like
I
I
don't care
respect.
because
I'm trying to help you to understand that
I don't care
by
because that is exactly how I stand by my principles. And to me, throwing labels in a conversation or throwing labels to people just easily like that, it's just like it itches
no,
me.
no,
It
But
to
it's not
me
take it,
throwing
it causes,
labels.
oh my
Isa,
It's not
god, can I
throwing
Isa,
it.
say
Isa,
this is
take your own
this is
advice. Your own advice would have been that you respond to me saying Vance is an anti-Semite. I don't think he's an anti-Semite because of X, Y, and Z. Not to say effectively you Jews see anti-Semites
I didn't
everywhere.
say you Jews. But
That
anyway.
is what you
You
said. Because if
guys.
you weren't speaking to me, who were you speaking to? Because you said clearly you were not speaking
Listen,
directly to
Jeff.
me. Because I clearly don't do that.
Okay,
I'm
can
not
I
going to have.
interrupt?
Hold on, Shirley. I'm not going to have anyone controlling my speech just the same way that I don't control your speech.
Who's controlling you? I'm talking to you as a friend, respectfully, and trying to help you
I
understand.
was giving you my impression of
I
it,
wish
and
we could control you. We cannot.
I am
Yeah,
explaining
you're Latina. We
why
can't control you.
I am explaining why I don't like this type of argumentation. In the same
And
way
I'm explaining why I don't like
can
you.
I please finish my fucking point? In the
Maybe.
same way that it causes me like itchiness as well, the whole racist label. I don't like it. I don't like it when we're talking. I don't care if you're racist or you're not racist. But when somebody throws the racist label, it's like shutting down the conversation. I don't like it. And I am
Well,
moving my
I don't like
principle.
it when my valid and very infrequently used right to label someone who wants to see my children dead, an anti-Semite, is delegitimized based on
Okay,
the
so
behavior of other people because that's what you don't like in your ass itch. Get some
do
preparation,
you
H. Man up
And it's not
and
throwing
argue why
labels. It's
Vance isn't
labeling.
an anti-Semite.
It's
think JD
labeling.
Vance
It's not
wants your
throwing
children
labels.
dead?
Yes.
Yeah,
Do,
I think
do
he's
you think
aligned with
JD
people who want
Vance?
my children. Yes,
You think
I
JD
think
Vance
he's
wants your
absolutely
children dead?
Ah,
yes.
not Jetty Vibes. I don't
I
know
mean,
about
how many
Jetty
times
Vibes.
do I have to ask? How many times do you want to ask? I yes, absolutely. Someone
It's
who
basically
goes,
having it's basically having no
someone.
empathy for Jews. Okay, that is about anti-Semitism. It's having no empathy. It's basically dehumanizing them and legitimizing their targeting. So I don't think that he wants. But if they were dead, I'm not sure that he will go out protesting or like do too much. I don't know specifically about him. I'm
and
joking
I
about
and I,
generally
I and I agree with
anti-Semites.
you, honey. Like I have told you even. I have told you that to me, like I was even more allergic before to the word anti-Semite. But lately, after seeing everything that's been happening and how people are actually trying to hide behind certain terms and whatever, and that it's not about really having an ideological opposition, whatever, but it's just because it's Jews behind something, they are opposed to it. I can agree with you that
And
all
you
of
should
that
also
is
assume that
anti-Semitic.
we are more sensitive to recognizing it than maybe you. So if we call something
No, I can agree with you on all
anti-Semitic,
of that.
it's not hold on, it's not necessarily obvious to you. And then what I would suggest is instead of like shutting it down or throw it out the window, ask, for example, Jeff, like, why do you say it's anti-Semitic? And then he would probably be able to reason why he's saying it, because we are not throwing labels. We are
There,
labeling
I'll role
when we
play. I'll role
identify
play.
it.
Yeah, I'll role
Yeah,
play.
and that's exactly what
I
I did. And
find
now then I remember why Jeff was saying that JD Vance was an anti-Semite, and I don't think that that makes him an anti-Semite. But yeah, well, he
Someone who
feels that he's
denies
an
the
anti-Semite.
existence of anti-Semitism. What would you call that? Like who fundamentally denies what's plainly obvious that
Well, I
there
would
are
call him. I
anti-Semites.
would call him. I would call him a politician. I would call him trying to get people not riled up, to get some fucking balance because everybody's killing each other. So
I
that's what
mean,
I
are,
would
who,
call him. There might be
who
some other reasoning to
who
his
are the
claim.
Jews killing? Who are the Jews killing with their claims of anti-Semitism that,
When
according to
I
J.D.
mean people
Vance, are
killing each
fabricated?
other, it's not Jews killing others, but people are
Right,
killing people
exactly.
in the streets and they're fighting each
So
other.
we're carrying the
Yeah, but the
freight
temperature, Jeff,
because okay, I
the
guess
temperature is
you're
high.
the whole back and forth thing is you can't hear me, I guess,
The temperature
right?
is high, Jeff.
Okay, I want to
And
make a
sometimes,
point.
just one last thing, sometimes these things that of anti-Semitism or whatever, you think you're helping yourself, but what is creating is more resistance. And
Yeah,
it's actually
you know better.
potentially, it's
You
making
know
it
better.
harder for you guys.
I mean, you happen to know, like Daniel and I are not running around throwing around the term,
I know.
but and you respect us unless we actually, because of our convictions and how we see the world, which you respect, use the term anti-Semitism, and then you completely repudiate our agency to use that word.
I didn't
Like
repudiate shit or
you
your
literally
agency to say anything.
you literally said essentially you use that term all the time. Like you're going against your own principles with how you respond to me. So if you can't see it, I'm sorry. No one's perfect, but you are going against your own principles with how you responded to me saying JD. I think JD Vance is an anti-Semite.
Well, I think I think you're lowering the bar too much by calling JD
No,
Vance
you just
an
disagree with
anti-Semite.
me. You just disagree with me again by saying I'm lowering the bar. Right, what you're doing is you're invalidating my right
Okay,
to
do you
judge
want
for
me to
myself as a
validate your
Jew what a Jew
feelings?
is.
I can
No, I
validate
don't.
your feelings, but
I
I
want
will
you.
still
I want
disagree
you.
with you, and I will still tell
You
you that I
you
think you're
can
lowering the
disagree with
bar.
me. You can say I don't think he's an anti-Semite because of takara 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 takara. What you can't do is respond and say your standards for what an anti-Semitism are too low. You can say I
I
disagree,
think you're lowering the bar. I'm not invalidating your feelings. You might feel
and,
threatened by
and
him. You might feel that he wants to kill your children, and you have all your right to feel afraid about anyone. But I'm just saying that I believe that is lowering the bar, and when you lower the bar so much, then it becomes nothing.
yeah, and when you say me or Jews lower the bar to call someone an anti-Semite, what you're doing is invalidating every use of the term anti-Semite by every Jew. This is why
No,
this
I
is an
am talking
anti-Semitic
about this
canard.
specific situation. I'm telling you why.
But you're not. You're speaking of my criteria
Well, so
generally when
what?
you say
It's
you
my
lower the
fucking
bar too much.
opinion. This is the reason why I say that. Yeah, in the same way that I'm not gonna tell you how to feel about someone that you believe is gonna go and knock your door and kill your children. I'm not going to be either policed on what shall I think and what should my opinion be. I don't think JD Vance is an anti-Semite. I think I can understand the whole reasoning behind calling him an anti-Semite or what anti-Semitism means. In fact, I have come around to be more accepting of that because I have observed and I have seen what it actually is meaning in these days. But I think that as a politician, he needs to lower the temperature. And I disagree with you. I don't think he's an anti-Semite.
I mean, that's fine. I think it's completely valid to disagree the way you're going about disagree.
I've got
Uh,
several things I'd like to
problematic.
interject here.
Yeah, go ahead, Shirley.
Okay. This is a statement. I'm going to make another statement. From Issa's, uh, if I was going to understand what Issa is saying, it would be when you use the term anti Semite, and I'm not accusing you of this, Jeff, because I haven't seen you do it. But when I initially got on this app, anyone who wanted to shut me down called me a white supremacist. So if
Yeah,
you're
that's common.
okay, so if she's saying that's what's happening with the anti-Semitism statement, I get what she's saying. You want to
I
stop the
get what she's saying too.
okay, but now we're going to now want to shift. I do believe that there's an extreme right in the Republican Party, and I haven't seen observed it myself, and but they seem to like these really extreme right people seem to like JD Vance. So
That's right.
that is kind of scary. And he might talk in a way because he wants to continue to get their support. Now I'm going to give Issa the benefit of the doubt. Maybe this is what JD Vance is doing. Uh then I'm going to say another thing that's just completely off base and nobody can judge me too badly about it because it'll make me sound ugly. Indians are very racist people. It's in their religion. They categorize people, and I've had a lot of Indian friends, and they're they're racist people. And he's married to this woman. And so you're sitting there, so you have to sit back and go, you have to kind of question that. And I'm not saying that I don't like her. I like my uh, I like my friends that are Indian, but they're fucking anti-Semites and racist. And the only reason any of my Indian friends thought I was acceptable was because I was married to a dentist. That made me acceptable. I wasn't one of those just redneck white people. Okay, so I've had that experience. Okay, but now, Jeff, I want to ask you because I haven't observed it. I've heard that these people like him, so that makes me question him. And then it makes me question maybe he's doing what Issa is saying. He's trying to keep their support. I don't I don't want somebody that is truly anti-Semitic as president of the United States. So it's kind of to me a problem. But Jeff, what has he specifically said? If you could put your finger on it to make
Oh
me
yeah,
know for sure that
yeah,
he is actually an anti-Semite.
yeah. 2 weeks ago at the TPUSA rally, he said that 99% of Republicans are not anti-Semites. 97% of Democrats are not anti-Semites. There is no anti-Semitism problem in America. It's merely the American people reacting to what they see as unjust policy towards Israel. He completely erased the idea that anti-Semitism exists in America and converted it into anti-Israelism, which frankly is nothing but anti-Semitism
Well,
rebrand.
it's when you have people saying "river to the sea" in front of Jewish dormitories. It completely erases that as a reality.
Right.
I have been shocked. I didn't really realize because I'm from the South, and we've discussed this. We are taught as children that anti-Semitism is incorrect. I didn't really realize it, but when you see these children, these moronic children in front of those dorms behaving that way, you know that there is. When they want to complain about the fact that we give money to Israel, oh, by the way, they give it back to us to buy arms. It's uh, it's ridiculous.
Right. And so, with that statement, not only did he repudiate Trump's policies, but he also legitimized all of that anti-Semitic hate that happened in front of all those dormitories. He legitimized the expression in front of the synagogue last week in New York that even Mamdani repudiated for whatever reason, because he went out there and he said we have no problem of anti-Semitism. We almost don't even have any anti-Semites. At best, it's 3% of the population. Like, it's just simply not true. And he's not a dumb man. And his intention is, frankly, to keep the support of the anti Semites. But, if you're going to placate the anti Semites by denying anti Semitism, what does that make you?
Well, it's ridiculous. It does make you look at least ridiculous. And I'm not that is part of the reason I was so upset by I'm not Kirk. What's his name? Who is the
Charlie
kid that
Kirk?
just Charlie Kirk. That's part of the reason why it was so upsetting to me because he did stand with Israel and he was pushing back on the extreme right in our party. And so that's what made that so
And it shouldn't be,
abhorrent.
and Shirley, it shouldn't be lost on you. He made this speech from Charlie Kirk's podium at TPUSA.
Well, I'm not liking it because that does not stand for what Charlie Kirk thought at all.
Correct.
I mean, you're saying what does it make him? Well, it could make him a dishonest politician. It could make him an ignorant. It could make him, I don't know, a diplomat trying to lower the temperature. You have a lot of options of what that makes him. And I don't think that the only option that you can see is that he is an anti Semite. I don't think he hates the Jews. I don't think he has any problem with Israel. In fact, he stands all the time defending Israel. So that comment that might have been awful, that might have been a lie, that might have been dishonest, it might have been whatever you want, but I don't think that makes him an anti-Semite.
Well, I mean, that's fine. You don't have to
What
agree.
what he said was anti-Semitic. Maybe that is something that you would accept.
You could even say that. That would be a comment that I would agree more. He said something anti-Semitic. I don't think he's an anti-Semite.
Guys, I wrapped to a play, so I will catch you later.
Where are you?
I went to the theater, darling. I went to the theater. I'm watching the
Theater.
theater.
Enjoy,
What,
darling.
That
Darling.
sounds so gay.
Daniel,
I
what
know.
play? Okay, so
It's
what are
called
you seeing?
Is it a gay
a
play or a
Chabadnikim.
regular
It's
play?
called the what?
The Chabadniks. Chabad, you know Chabad, right? We spoke about it in every shithole, like Guatemala. There's a Chabad center, so the show is called the
Wait, are you
Chabadniks.
going off the deep end, Daniel?
I don't know what it means,
I'm
but I'm
gonna
willing to
look for
try.
it.
Uh,
I will send you a copy of the brochure later, so you can see. All right, talk
Mo-
to you later, guys.
Daniel, just remember to say Moshiach now.
Let's see it now. Okay. It should be funny. All right, ciao.
Anyway,
Okay, y'all. I have a problem with perfectionism and getting a little bit stressed over the beginning of the year because I want things to be perfect. So I have come up with a strategy. I'm going to try to be perfect 100 days this year, not the whole year. Do you think that'll help?
I'm not really sure. What did you say? What that would help about your perfectionism and your
Well,
stress?
say committing to doing something 100 times this year instead of thinking, I'm going to do it every year, every day.
Oh,
I think you should set your expectations lower and then overachieve. Just, you're a little
yeah.
under a third. I think you should be like a little, like 20%, and then you'll overachieve and you'll feel better about yourself.
I
You
like
have a
that.
problem of over promising and under delivering.
Yeah. So
Yes.
estimate and over deliver, and that's the recipe
Yeah.
for mental success.
This is what I'm aiming at.
Under promising and over delivering. I like that. That's good, Yoko.
It worked well for me.
Is it a strategy of yours?
Yeah, I learned it early. Hey, stop it. I learned it early on. I used to come home with hundreds in math tests, and my mom would say, "Ah, math test was too easy." I worked really hard studying and whatever. So then I would knock off a few points and come home with like a 96 or 97, 98, something like that. Wow, you really studied hard for it. That's amazing. So, you just leave a few
Oh,
points off, over deliver, it always looks better.
oh, Yaakov, that's amazing.
Yeah, but you did that to me. Like, yeah, that's like set me up for a whole life of angst.
Hey,
I think your mother was anti-Semitic.
I had listen, Yaakov. I am not as brilliant as you, but my father. If you made an A, why wasn't it an A plus? It kind
Yeah,
of in the same.
exactly. My mom would have been like, "Why wasn't higher?" I say, "Mama, there's nothing bigger than 100."
I think your brain is anti-Semitic, Jeff. Your
No, it's that
emotions are your no no. I think your emotions are anti-Semitic.
probably not.
Yeah, you know why? Because they make me hate you.
Oh,
I mean, you only hate me when I point out anti-Semites. Otherwise, you kind of are a big fan.
once we get the sexual tension resolved, you guys will go back to liking each other.
Mm.
Huh?
Are you saying there's more sexual tension when she's saying she hates me or when she isn't?
No, when she hates you, like it's a sign of sexual tension.
It gets pretty thick.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe she wants to be colonized, Yaakov.
Yeah, exactly that.
He wants to be occupied.
No, hey now. I figured that, I'd have to do dinner or something first. The colonization process is very important before you occupy.
Yeah, I want Jeff to call me anti-Semitic harder. Call me anti-Semite harder, Jeff.
That won't work. I don't actually think you are.
Yeah, because I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, I might say things that people don't agree with, but that doesn't mean I hate Jews, you know? I mean, I hate you a little bit.
When are you going back to the land of 47?
Yeah,
You
that's not
know,
because you're a Jew, but
now
just
that
because
you
you're
now
Jeff.
now that now that you said I hate you again, I agree with Yaakov. A lot of sexual tension.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it
Number one,
happens.
number one
It
sign. Number one sign.
Yeah,
Yaakov,
one
it's a
day,
bird.
Yaakov.
It's a burger you and I share.
Yeah.
I'm like just kicking them away. Ruth
Yeah,
understands.
I mean, it's like flies to shit sometimes, Yaakov. It's a lot of responsibility.
Uh-huh.
Who are you
Oh
calling
shit!
who is the fly and who is the shit?
He's
You're the fly out. I'm the shit.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We're the shit. You're the flies.
That's anti-Semitic as well.
Oh,
I mean, maybe.
it's like moth and flame. Who do you think is the moth and who do you think is the flame?
Yeah. Anyway, I
Issa,
mean,
take some medicine. You sound terrible all of a sudden.
I know, yeah, I already took a tablet right now. I think that my fever is back, but I'm not going to feel like shit anymore. Like my mindset is good. Like I am strong, I am healthy, I'm recovered.
I am woman.
I am woman. I was
She's
just
gonna
googling
manifest her
this.
health.
I was just googling this thing that Daniel is going to watch, and I think it has like a vibe like the Book of Mormon. It says a popular musical comedy in Israel titled The Chabadnikim, also known as The Hasidic Couple, premiered in 2022. The show is about two 23-year-old twin brothers from Kfar Chabad who must find brides When one brother cannot find a match, they both venture into the secular world of Tel Aviv, leading to a comedic clash of cultures. Sounds very similar to the Book of Mormon. Oh, yeah, it says here. It says musical comedy often compared to a Jewish Book of Mormon
Wait, is
due
this
to
a
its
play?
light-hearted satire of religious life. What?
Is this a play or a movie?
No, a play, a
Oh
musical.
wow, a gay musical or just a musical?
Musical. It says tackle serious social issues, including homosexuality within Hasidic communities, immigrant workers, and the shidduch, the matchmaking system,
Shut up.
all with a humorous and light touch. Oh, they should bring this thing also to the West.
All right, so not that this is a reputable source, but I am reading that Trump is set to give a speech on Iran from Detroit, which would be an interesting place to give it.
What is he doing in Detroit?
I mean, he's the president of Detroit, also.
I think
But
he
very
should go to
interesting.
what's that
Go ahead, Jeff.
town like right next door of it's like fully Arabic. He should go there and do it.
Dearborn.
Dearborn. There we go. Dearborn. Yeah.
At what time does it say?
Take care, everybody. What is MIGA? MIGA.
Make Iran gay again.
Okay, again. Yeah. I'm sure there are gays in Iran as much as Ahmadinejad wants to protest it. Have a good day, guys.
You're leaving? Oh, he left. Also, they're doing European dates, a tour. Oh, I would love to watch this one, but I'm sure it's in Hebrew. Oh, it says for Israeli productions. Oh no, comedy theater. Anyway, Jeff, at what time is he going to speak?
I don't have that information. But if what I'm reading is correct, it seems as though all the decisions are being decided today. There's also been some leaks that indicate that I mean, if this is accurate, which this source is not typically that accurate, but that part of the issue is Russia was able to deliver them some S-400 units, which make F-35s a little bit less safe to operate in the air from Russia. And there's also a claim that Iran nuclear capability is 60 days off.
Yeah, I also don't think that I mean, we will ever know when they are going to strike. He always likes the element of surprise.
Yeah, that's right. Interesting. The Egyptian government welcomed the designation of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt as terrorists.
Can you repeat?
The Egyptian government supports the U.S. designating the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood as global terrorists.
Oh, that's good. But it's what I was telling you before, that I think that Trump is aligning everyone behind his puzzle, and yeah, they already committed to all of this shit. This is why
Yeah, yeah.
Qatar has also been silent, about Iran and everything. Somebody was asked, I think it was Meyer asking the other day in another room, like whether Qatar, I mean, like that it's surprising how Qatar has been silent. And I'm like, I don't think it's surprising at all. Like, Qatar is right now playing quote unquote Switzerland, like just staying quiet because they must have agreed some things with Trump before they signed the guarantees agreement.
Well, I
And
mean,
now, yeah.
Qatar is thrilled that the U.S. potentially will get involved with Iran, right? Like Arabs and the Arabs have no uh, no love, no uh, affection for Iran at all.
But do you think it is true, or it is just like conveniently in the strategic view, of their alliances, economic alliances in the world? Because they're still Islam and they still support each other.
So you have to remember that the Sunni don't see Shias as really being Muslim, like,
Yeah.
or at best they see them the same way you see Protestants, right? Like, so if you had an extreme Protestant country that was abusing its citizens, blah 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 blah, somewhere in South America, and America decided they needed to pursue regime, like let's say Venezuela was actually run by fundamentalist Protestants, would your country like be like, as Catholics we oppose this, we share a profit? No, they don't give a shit.
Well,
And they also, I mean, also geopolitically, Iran
That's
is
bullshit.
hostile. Iran
but
Iran
also
is
Jeff,
hostile to like a threat to Arab countries.
yeah, but also Jeff,
So
remember
why do we
that
have
Islam doesn't just hold on one second, my Faisal. Islam sees the religion in a different way that we Christians do. And for them, it is more important to have Muslims and have them doing the right thing the right way. But ultimately, Islam is over any other interest. Like, they're not going to go and, well, yeah, actually, they kill each other. Sorry. Go ahead, Faisal.
why do we have almost 2 million Saudi Shias in Saudi Arabia? That's more than the population of Shias in Lebanon, Kuwait, Bahrain, and another country combined. If that's the
I mean,
case,
I don't know what that's responsive to.
so you're taking a minimalizing perspective on the disagreement, essentially between Sunnis and extreme Alawites who think that Ali is God, essentially, who had, yeah, like literally had become as bad of Muslims in interpreting Islam as the Nation of Islam's people in America who think God is seven black men or so. Yeah, other than that, people who just have more reverence, Shias, who have more reverence to the family of the Prophet, the Sunnis see them as other Muslims, but they differ in some methodological perspective
So
on Islam.
maybe it would help to understand what I was responding to. So the question was, or the statement was, it's surprising Qatar isn't, uh, advocating more for Iran because they share Islam. And my point was, yes, they share Islam, but they don't share the same Islam, and therefore they're not likely to advocate to support Iran because they don't care that much about Shia, or a Shia country that they see as being kind of an apostate version of Islam. So that's what I was responding to. Does that make more sense to you now, Faisal?
It discounts what our foreign affairs minister will speak out every time.
an American attack happens on Iran, like Saudi Arabia does the same, they speak out against it. Like they don't just like Iran and therefore the geographical area around them just to be messed up by the West.
Okay, I'm not really sure that what that's responding to, but sure, they write a note after the fact. That's true. Hello, Seth.
Hello, Jeff.
How are you, Seth?
I'll be better after this coffee.
I bet.
Man, fuck Iran, bro. Fuck
And
Iran.
and yeah, like most of the Gulf countries have a sizable Shia population, and it's not like it doesn't make sense that these countries just see themselves as Sunni countries and they wouldn't speak out for the Shias. That's not the case.
No, I mean I'm not suggesting that they, are ethnically cleansing Shia in Sunni countries, but they definitely see themselves as Sunni countries, with the exception of why do I always forget the name of that little island? I want to say Baghdad, but that's not right. What's the little island I'm thinking of?
So perhaps Saudi Arabia was at a certain point, to a huge extent, but not fully. They still, like for example, uh, allowed.
Anyways,
What was that?
he saw someone in real life and had to say "Salam alaikum."
Alaikum salam.
I greeted a family member. Anyways, they allowed Shias to continue to practice their faith under the table, essentially through the Wahhabist time. But nowadays, as you know, things have progressed in Saudi Arabia, and the same ministry that overlooks the opening of mosques is the same one that does it for the Husseiniya, the place where Shias essentially pray for the
Faisal, I'm not
family of the
suggesting there's
Prophet.
widespread. I'm not suggesting there's widespread oppression of Shias throughout the Sunni world. Like I'm simply saying that that religious difference is enough that most Arab countries are not going to bend over, are not going to kill themselves to try to protect Iran. Plus, Iran is a regional threat that has no problem attacking Sunni countries and occupying them. So, like,
I'd
think
suggest
you think
that
you
the
you might be being a
latter
little,
takes
huh?
precedence before the former.
Well, that I mean that's
It's
fair.
that.
That's true. Um, I mean that's an accurate statement. But both things are in fact true. I mean,
To
the only place
whatever
you
extent.
really see hostility between Sunni and Shia inside of a country to any magnitude. I mean, I guess in Iraq you still have it, and also Lebanon. But besides that, well, I guess also Syria. But besides that, everybody seems okay largely. What is that? Why I don't know why I can never remember the name of this fucking little country.
I keep saying that the majority of Muslim people are no different than the average Christians. Like they practice their religion every once in a while. Perhaps they go to the mosque, perhaps they don't, or so on. But their everyday life is not all that much different, like for other sects of Islam. So that's where the tolerance come from.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think in the ways that that's true, it's very true. I think there's also some ways that Muslims are different, but it is what it is. I think most people at the end of the day are like fairly moderate in their approach in things. But
certainly, there's a difference in ideology. So, to be a moderate Christian just means you don't go to church very much. To be a moderate Muslim also means you don't go to mosque very much. But, at the end of the day, the ideal of Christianity and the ideal of Islam are very, very different ideals. So, being a moderate Muslim probably means you don't support terror, or at least not that much, or maybe you don't support it that often.
Or more like you understand where it comes from, but you don't think it should go to that extreme.
I mean, yeah, if you're informed, but I mean, the ideals of the theology, unfortunately, do promote it. So, yeah, in practice, people are pretty much the same mostly, but the ultimate goals of the worldview of Christianity and Islam are very different. So, I do appreciate moderate Muslims for not being. Uh, Less moderate, because less moderate Muslims are very dangerous. Less moderate Christians just don't dance.
There you go.
I
Well,
mean,
I don't know.
the Christians occasionally bomb an abortion clinic. I mean, there is that, but
Well, I don't know if they're theologically that different at their core. You know what I mean? I
well,
don't
that's because you're a
necessarily.
dumb cunt disease.
No, I just think it's not. I mean, at the end of the day, look. At the end of the day, they all.
When did Jesus lead an army and massacre the inhabitants of another country?
Well, I mean, it manifested itself as the Crusades. That's not exactly wholesome.
Oh, okay, but was that Jesus?
Well, the Islamic expansion, 80% of the Islamic expansion of the religion was post the death of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. More than 90,
80%, is that is
90.
that is that a
Yeah,
real number, or did you make that up?
no,
Because
that's
I
a
think if you
fact.
consult the
You can search
Quran,
it up. Let me ask
based on what? Based
ChatGPT.
on population forced to convert, based on
Based
land
on land.
mass.
Well, you can't forcibly convert in Islam, so you actually can't actually
Yeah,
do that.
despite that, it happens. It's really interesting.
Right, exactly. So that's like
Azizi,
saying
I'm
it's
going
like
to inter,
saying
hun, I'm
death.
going to interrupt you. I'm not letting it go. The Crusades, I'm getting tired of that
Hmm.
CRAP because the Muslims came first into Europe and they were trying to convert Europe. They went into Spain.
Hmm.
It was a reaction to that. So just let that argument go.
But is it a forced conversion? That's the question. I mean, you're allowed to
Yes, there
attempt to.
were
No,
forced
well, you can't.
conversions in Andalusia. Yes,
Right. Well,
100%.
then what you need to think about is the fact, like, say for example, you have a friend, right, and he tells you he's
I don't need to think
vegetarian.
about it.
Aziz,
You
it
do.
But
It's
but
your
was
Jeff,
fucked up
forced
religion and
hear
history.
me
conversion.
out. Hear me out. Hear
It
me
was
out.
forced conversion.
Right. So
Okay,
Andre, it was forced.
for two
I'm
for two
conceding. I'm
reasons.
conceding. I'm conceding,
Number
Andre. It
one,
was
it was
forced. Andre, I'm
under
conceding.
stress,
Andre,
population under stress, and secondly,
I'm
it
conceding.
was okay.
I'm conceding it was forced, but you're not listening to my point. Imagine you have a friend and he tells you he's vegetarian, and then he keeps going to a steakhouse, right? And and then he happens to just go on a killing spree one day. You wouldn't say, "Oh, I just don't like vegetarians." You know what I mean? It's
Well,
kind of like,
it
you know
really
what I mean?
depends.
It's a very
If my
You
far-fetched
wouldn't
friend
say,
was,
"I don't
if
like
analogy.
my fr-
vegetarian." He doesn't act like a
I've got this.
vegetarian. You know what I
Aziz,
mean?
if my friend was reading a book and finding wisdom and knowledge in this book written by a vegetarian
Mhm.
who had a hit, and in this book it talked about how his this vegetarian actually led a killing spree of eaters all over South America,
Yeah,
ultimately taking power over 80% of South America, where they banned the eating of meat
yeah,
unless you paid a special tax. Then yeah, I would make that comparison,
yeah.
because
But you know,
he's idealizing a very violent man
yeah,
who has ideals that promote more violence.
yeah.
Yes, I would
But
make that conclusion in that
right,
case.
right. So, but he's obviously cleared.
You have that book in your pocket.
Right, and he's obviously clearly misunderstood where it says you cannot forcibly convert. There is no compulsion. You cannot murder innocents. You cannot. If you're not following the rules, then I think you need to. It's like, we can't be mad at. We're not mad at the Beatles for being inspired by Helter Skelter when Charles Manson went on a killing spree.
Mm,
Right, we're not mad at the Beatles. We're not. We're not mad at.
no, we're
Trump.
not mad. We're not mad at the Beatles,
Right,
but
right, for the death of Sharon Tate.
again, yeah. I mean, you're not. I mean, the great sign that I've made a good point is when you try to change the subject. or try to push the goalpost.
No, I mean
Like
it's very
the fact of the matter is, your example with the vegan is really good. If he was a follower of a violent vegan expansionist like Muhammad was.
right. The reason the only reason I'm making that point is because you're making a distinction between the religions, and I'm simply
I'm
saying that.
making
Well,
a distinction between the prophets. I don't have any problem with Islam as being a valid framework of a religion. I think the example of a violent warlord who led expansionist raids, to be compared to Jesus, if I was Christian, I'd be quite offensive. I'd be quite offended because Jesus, while was problematic in some ways for the authorities and certainly for the Jews of the time, like wasn't like he is an excellent example of like that. I think Christians should be proud to try to emulate. While
I agree. I agree.
whereas Muslims, like who many of which are fine people, in spite of the fact that they're taught to emulate their perfect prophet, who committed mass atrocities on three continents.
Well, Jesus was a pacifist, and the Prophet peace be upon him, Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him, he was a leader in a time of war. It's a little different, you know what I mean? It's very different. You're
I mean,
talking
he
about,
was. I mean,
yeah.
he initiated all those wars.
He was
Oh,
on
I mean, have
not
you read
Criminal
your
necessarily.
Minds.
Quran, Aziz? Like, this is what kills me about Muslims. Like, you're kufar. You're going to mischaracterize the Quran just to protect the image that you think the Westerners need to hear about Islam. Be proud. He was a very
No,
successful
I'm
warlord.
very proud of the battles that he won. I'm very proud.
Right.
I'm very proud of the
Don't do
battles that
takia. Do be truthful.
No, I'm very
Okay,
proud of.
Aziz, Aziz, allow
First of
me.
all, let me just educate you. Takia is only you can only do takia if you're affair of your life and somebody asks you what religion you are. That's the only instance you can use takia. By the way, it has to be at knife point.
Yeah,
Are you a Muslim? That's it.
it's true.
You
Yeah, just
cannot
like
just
you said.
lie. This
Yeah,
isn't.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
so
We
It's
don't
true.
have
you
But
took
like
the
then again,
bait.
Muslims
You took the
misunderstand
bait,
forced
Aziz.
conversions too.
we don't
Are
have
you
You
like
doing
took
a.
the bait,
takia about
Aziz.
takia? Is this takia
Eh,
gadola? Like what is going on here?
I
Yeah,
much prefer talking to
educate
you,
yourself.
Faisal.
Go
He's an
Google
idiot.
takia.
But you
Google
know
it.
what's
Don't
another
ask me what
interesting
it
thing,
is.
Jeff, is that this is actually a very good point. So Aziz is very proud of all the brutalities and conquests that Muhammad. Most of the Christians they actually shy away from the Crusades. They don't think that's the best representation of their religion. They don't want to be associated with any atrocities that were committed during that period, or in the name of their God. And this is a completely different paradigm. That makes
Oh,
tons of sense.
all right, all right. So if you know the year that the prophet was born in, we call it in Arabic. Do you know what it's called? What is it called, Jeff? Am al Fil. Have you heard?
What year he was born?
It's termed regardless of what is the number of it. Like it's termed
I forget the term. You're
I know
talking
the
about.
hijra 622, but I don't
uh,
know 570 in Islam.
when he was born. It's called
Nah, I don't know that word.
Am al Fil. That translates to the year of the elephant. And why was it called that? Because it was told that by that by that year, on the very same year before the prophet was born, a general, an Abyssinian general, came into Mecca, like to the region with an army led by him on an elephant, and he was trying to take over. So to say that the prophet or the people of the prophet initiated wars, they didn't feel threatened by multiple expanding kingdoms. Well, you have the Romans, you have the Persians, and even the Abyssinians, even the Africans didn't leave them. Yeah, it's a bit silly, like to take the context of that. In any day, you would have, that you would have been annexed essentially and been eaten by other growing powers. So I think it's really only a happenstance of history that Jesus died a bit too early, than to for him to grow the numbers of his followers and for him to be a leader, and then act on like for the defense of his followers and people. Like I think it's only a matter of happenstance. Like you can't just say, oh, oh, that perfect child didn't kill anyone. He died when he was 3 years old. Like obviously, if things didn't play out on an equal
footing for you to compare two people, then you can't just say, oh, that person A didn't do this and that, when he didn't live long enough to prove that he actually would never to resort to these expansionist motives. But yeah,
Bearing in mind, the prophet was part of a tribe called the Quraysh, who were a noble tribe, right? They were considered like wealthy in the region, and he rejected his nobility to for the common man. He said, "We are the same." That's why we walk around the Kaaba. You know, when we walk around the Kaaba, that was the destruction of the idols. There was actually idols within the Kaaba, the black box that we walk around. This is a representation of the end of um, polytheism and the idea of the oneness of God,
Yeah,
right? So this is like a mischaracterization and a great point, Faisal, you made about the timing and happenstance. There was a lot of
yeah. He's
descendants.
he's way smarter than you, Aziz.
He
It's
is way
okay.
smarter than me. He is way smarter than me.
So
He is way smarter.
Faisal, I mean, your argument that if Jesus lived longer, he might have invaded other places is like kind of a silly argument, but okay,
as a
fine.
motive
I
Um,
mean,
to defend his people, like
yeah,
no,
secure
yeah, yeah,
land.
yeah, yeah. I
his
mean,
whole
it
idea. His sorry, Jeff. Really quickly, the whole idea was to be a pacifist for Jesus. The very reason why he was mostly rejected, whether rightfully or not rightfully, that's a completely different discussion, by the Jewish community, is that he did not represent the type of Messiah that they expected. They expected a warrior. He was he was different, and so that argument just falls flat on its face.
yeah, and also Abraha al Ashram.
Does it? Hold on.
Um,
Like wasn't Jesus quoted like in the Bible? Take up your swords and do this and this and that. Like in multiple instances, he was rallying his people for
no, no.
self defense at least.
I think you're reading your Quran and what it tells about Jesus, and thinking that that's actually what the Bible says about Jesus. Like, yeah, no, he
Uh,
didn't
uh,
say. He said, give to
I'll
Caesar what is
ping.
Caesar's.
I'll ping like Christians here on Clubhouse that tell you that Jesus
I mean,
wasn't just
I think we have
lying
Christians
on the
here.
floor and taking it.
I think we have Christians in the room. But also,
Yeah,
you
who
know,
wouldn't practice the taqiyya.
Uh, Abraha was the leader of Yemen at the time, and the only source that says that he invaded Mecca is actually Surah Al Fil 105. There is no historical data to suggest that actually happened.
What like what about the historical data that shows that the kingdom of Abyssinia did um like expand to southern Arabia? Like
No,
why
I
would
mean,
that
yes, they controlled what's now Yemen,
why would
but
that be static?
there's no evidence that they marched on Mecca specifically, which is your claim. Which
It's
is, I'm
it's
sorry, not
it's
your
it's
claim. That's the Quran's
it's
claim.
it's been quoted. It's I don't think it came from the Quran first. It came from
No, I mean
like
it came from the
the
Quran
folk
first.
the
It's the only place
the
it comes from.
folklore. No, it's the folklore of the Quraysh tribe
I
that
mean,
preceded the birth of the prophet.
it's history from a period where history is preserved, and there's no other reference to this other than from the Quran. I mean,
Yeah,
you
like
can
you could
argue
say
that
that the
there
Quran,
are other references.
because who would have documented it beyond the
Uh,
local people?
I mean, there were historians documenting things in the year 100. The time of Jesus, there were secular historians that wrote of the times of Jesus. The idea that a war would have been waged on Mecca and no one documented it in the year 600 is kind of laughable historically speaking. Um, so it is
I
what it
haven't
is.
checked the historicity of that
No,
instance.
I just did while you guys were speaking. Like there's no other record of it. Like, now he was a real guy. He was the general controlling Abyssinian Yemen at the time. Like that's true.
Abraha
Um,
is a different guy. Absolutely. Or hold on,
What do you mean it's a different guy? It's
Abraha
well,
al-Habashi.
Abraha is the one that is mentioned in Surah Al-Fil, which is what you talked about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I mean, a much better argument than Aziz is capable of making. So I appreciate you, Faisal.
Yeah,
I agree.
because
I agree.
even if you discount that, well, like you know that different empires were present and the
Yeah,
threat of
yeah. No,
the
I mean, I think it. I mean, I think aspects of what you're suggesting, have a place in the conversation, and like, and at the very least, they get us speaking in a way that like we can learn. Uh, and to the extent that maybe you're relying on something that's not
Alhamdulillah.
entirely historical, like that's fine. That can happen between friends. Like we're all not perfect, and we don't research everything. I mean, I research everything, but I'm not that
But I just feel there's a gross
Good of you.
mischaracterization of Islam. Obviously, there were many successors to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, all the way down to the
You're
Ottomans.
probably right. Can we split the difference? Can we say I mischaracterize Islam a little, but I'm completely accurate about what a fucking retard you are, Aziz? Can we agree on
I'm
that?
willing to concede that. I'm willing to concede that for the sake
Okay.
of
Well,
the
then
greater
I'll
argument.
say I may at times slightly mischaracterize Islam, but as long as we can agree that you're a fucking
Yeah,
retard and not a good representative of Islam,
100%.
then I think we
100%.
won. I think we're winning here.
I mean, the truth is victory. So, I
I,
think as long
I,
as
I
we
mean,
all.
I feel good about this result.
Mhm. And that's what I want you to feel. I want you to feel good. I want you to feel great, in fact. How about that? How about that,
I mean,
Jeff?
Aziz, Alhamdulillah, you give me a gift.
Come on, man.
Uh,
You know what I mean? I just want to be a light onto the world, as they
no,
say.
that's my job. That's my job.
Well, I'm multi-talented. So.
Hmm.
But yeah, the idea. Look, again, there's a characterization of the expansion of Islam, most of which happened after the death of the Prophet. But bearing in mind, by the way, he was when you look at the Prophet in his life. Okay, I mentioned he was part of nobility and he rejected it. He could have profited from it. He had very little material possessions. This idea that he was essentially just power hungry is gross mischaracterization. He was descended on. Typically, the regions that he controlled, he was descended on. A lot of the big battles were responses when as a response to being descended on. And then the latter stages of Islam, I'm willing to concede maybe the Ottomans and stuff are significantly more brutal in their practice, and they weren't following the tenets of Islam when it comes to places of worship and innocent women and children and burning down trees and stuff. I'm willing to concede that maybe people who inherited the empires were significantly more brutal, but yeah. So in its core, I believe it was an attempt at unification, and it was altruistic in nature. I don't believe that it was for
Yeah, but
personal gain.
so whether it happened after his death, here's the issue, and the difference between Christianity and Islam. Like Islamic law, like the Rashiduns, who increased the size and scope of the Islamic Empire by 500% after his death, right? Like they were emulating the Prophet by doing this, right? Because the Prophet himself, went from Medina and then, brought all of Arabia under Islam. Like, so they were just a continuation of what he taught, what he did, how he lived. Uh, so that does make it different than Christianity, even if you want to point to atrocities that Christians did long after Jesus died. It's very hard to look at the Bible and say they did it in line with the theology or the behavior or the example of Jesus. It's a fundamental difference if you're comparing the two. You're far better off comparing yourself to the Jews because we actually had some war in our times, and in the times of Moses,
Well,
right? Like there were wars.
well, I think it goes back to the.
Jesus, not so much.
I agree, but it goes back to the point. First of all, Jesus is a prophet for the Muslims, so I have completely concede that Jesus was non-violent and a pacifist. I'm willing to concede that. But it goes back to the point Faisal made. At the end of the day,
it was a happenstance that the region was relatively pacified during that time. Relatively speaking, obviously it wasn't, of course, and we know that. But he came in at a time where there wasn't much traction. Whereas the Prophet, peace be upon him, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he gathered a lot of traction within that time. And as I said, a lot of the battles he was involved in, he was descended upon. And then again, when we go to Christianity, I'm willing to concede that the successors of the Prophet, especially the latter stages, were not necessarily following the tenets of Islam. And the same is applicable in Christianity. I think a lot of atrocities have been committed in the name of Christianity and Judaism alike. And I just think it's a little disingenuous, especially in the modern context, to say that it's Islam that is not compatible with the West. I just think that we have a lot of people willing
No,
to
it's not
compromise.
Islam. It's Muhammad that's not compatible with the West.
Well, I could argue, the Old Testament is not compatible. I could argue the New Testament is not compatible. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
no, but
different.
you couldn't do it while still being honest or smart.
Well, have you read the Old Testament?
Of course, I have. Have
It's
you?
very brutal. It's very brutal, and
Have you read it?
I have,
Have you read it, Aziz?
I have read it.
You have not. You're
Well,
lying.
not the whole thing. I understand every chapter and every like little nuance. Obviously, I didn't.
How many books are in the Torah, Aziz?
I have, I have no idea.
Exactly. You know nothing. You're a know
No, but
nothing.
you can.
You just
No, but you can
it,
discuss a
it
specific story, and I'm aware of it. You know what I mean? I don't
no
know it word
no
verbatim.
no. You haven't read it. You don't know what it is. You don't even know how many books are in the Torah, which is a very basic thing. Issa's Christian. I'm sure if I ask her how many books are in the Torah, she'll know
5.
the answer. There you go. Like you're an ignorant person claiming to have the capacity to compare two things and come to a false conclusion based on knowledge you don't actually have. This is why no one respects you, and this is why you agree that you're a very stupid person and not a good example of Islam, and should probably stay silent. And I agree that I may mischaracterize slightly Islam, and I think I think that's a fair assessment that and you're exemplifying it again.
Well, I just think you need to read the Old Testament again.
No,
You know.
no, I don't. I've read it. I read it literally every week. Like I'm a practicing Jew. Like I know my
hmm
book very well.
hmm And you think, well, so you've read the Old Testament. You think that the God of the Old Testament, when you read it, you think he's not violent, brutal, jealous, all of these things. You don't feel like that.
I think there is a the early writings of the Old Testament do include kind of if you're going to personify God, a God that had a propensity to punish and be violent. The
hmm
later books, not so much. Let me
hmm
ask you, Aziz. You're familiar with the books of the Torah. What do you think about how the Torah talks about Jesus? You said you're familiar with the stories. Do you think the Torah fairly discusses Jesus?
Well, I don't know if it's even referring to Jesus. But
No, I mean when it tells the story of Jesus, you don't know that you don't think, or you're not familiar with that part of the Torah,
no, I just think
or you
you
think
know,
it mischaracterizes Jesus. Do we get
yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
wrong
yeah.
in the Torah itself?
I do, yeah, I
Okay,
do.
yeah,
I think it's
you're a
miscarriage.
fucking retard. Jesus isn't mentioned in the Torah.
It's not mentioned. That's what I said. I didn't. I didn't.
No, that's not what you said.
I said it at the start. You just try to force like
Does
you
it,
know.
does it hurt being this stupid? Like, and I just want to say, it's not because you're Muslim, right? Like, Faisal is very intelligent. I have no problem discussing anything with Faisal. He's a smart guy. He's not going to lie in order to try to prove a point. You are a stupid person, an ignorant person that has no problem lying to try to prove a point, and seemingly no shame when you get caught.
No, there is a reference to Jesus. I've heard somebody mention it before, where they, a false Messiah, and that's the reference to Jesus. No, not explicitly mentioning him. That's what I was referring to. Obviously, Jesus is in the New
Okay,
Testament,
so
That's
not in the
no
Old.
someone
reference to
just you.
Jesus as a false Messiah in the Torah.
Yeah,
What the
yeah.
fuck
There's
are
a
you
reference
talking
of a
about?
false Messiah. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
reference
but
of a.
that's not Jesus, dude.
But that's what
Yeah,
that's
and
what
it's
a lot
all
of Jews believe. A lot
That's
of Jews believe
ridiculous.
Aziz.
it. That's what they believe.
Aziz, go back to the AI.
Is that
Go
not
back to the
true?
AI.
Oh,
Go
no,
back
it's
to the
not.
AI.
You know why? Also because we as Christians took the Torah 100% as it was. We took it and completely integrated it into our religion. If there
Right.
was any mentioning of like saying that Jesus was a false prophet, do you think we would have taken it?
Yeah, but
No.
your Christ
Yeah.
is their antichrist. That's the idea of the
Hold,
false
hold,
Messiah.
hold,
It's
hold,
baked in.
hold, hold on,
It's
hold
baked
on,
in. You know
Aziz.
what I mean?
Just do me a favor.
Is
Go
it
back
not?
to your AI response. You just typed in to get this answer that you
I'm
just
not.
got,
I'm not.
having
I'm,
not
I'm not.
actually
I'm
read
not
the Torah.
using. I'm not using AI.
What book of the Torah is the reference to a false prophet in?
No, there's what is it called, man? I don't have it to hand, but obviously
Yeah,
you're
it's not.
you
I'll give you a
believe
hint.
you
It's
believe
not
a
in the
man.
Torah. It's not in the Torah.
Yeah,
It's in
you
the book
believe.
of
Yeah,
it's in
whichever.
prophets.
I don't. You know what I mean? Let's not. It's not
Whichever,
about.
I don't
It's
know,
not
but you know,
semantics.
I know, but I don't know because I haven't. I say I read it, but I haven't
You
read
know,
it,
I'm
and I
not a
don't really
Jew.
know it.
I'm not a Jew, Jeff.
No, I know
So
I'm not
you
a
know, if you
Muslim, and
tell me
I'm not a
a
Muslim.
chapter,
I've
I
read the
just wanna.
Quran.
Yeah, but
I read many hadith. Like not being a Jew is not a good excuse when
right.
you're trying to mischaracterize Judaism. It's just not a valid
No,
excuse.
but what I'm saying is there is like at the end of the day, the stories are tied together. You know, there's this idea of a false Messiah. It's not explicitly Jesus, but the Christians believe that to be the Messiah, Jesus. But then they have the idea of the false
We
Messiah.
have a
I mean,
we have a
yeah. So
concept
that's
that comes
Jesus. That
from
was
other
Jesus.
writings. Not okay, fine. We have a concept of false messiahs. We have
Right.
experience of false messiahs as well,
But not in the
Right.
Torah.
but not in the Torah. It's not referenced, and where it is referenced, it's not referring to Jesus specifically. It's
Well,
referring to the future comings of folks people will think are messiahs, despite the fact that they have not actually fulfilled the prophecies. And we have many examples of them through time where Jews got excited about some dude, thought he was the Messiah, and then hilarity ensued.
right. But the reality is, look, there's this idea, this fusion of like this Judeo-Christian value thing where they fuse the context of
No,
the
that's a
the
Christian
old.
thing.
This is
Jews didn't
not.
invent Judeo-Christian values.
I
We
know.
don't
I know.
need to.
I,
We
I,
are the We are the foundational set of beliefs,
but you're
writings, and principles
contradictory.
of the
But you're
West.
contradictory. That's the problem.
We're not contradictory. What are we contradicting?
No, no,
Well, you
no,
are. 'Cause
Aziz.
do you know
You're
that?
contradictory.
Do you know? Do you know? Like, do you know
Why
the
are you?
story?
No, you're gay.
What do the
You're gay.
Christians
Why
believe
are
happened?
you so.
What are the Christians? What?
Yeah. Where does the word Armageddon come from? Like,
Where
what
does
is?
it come from,
wh-
Aziz?
Where
Now
does
that
it
you're
come from?
completely changing the topic,
No, because there's a story. There's a story to this. The Christians believe, in a Messiah, and that there will be those that reject, and that is the mirror reflection of what the Jews believe in the other
no,
direction.
no,
That's
no,
what.
no, no, no.
That's
The
what.
Christian belief in Messiah and the Jewish belief in Messiah are virtually identical. They simply think the Messiah already came, and we're still waiting.
Right, right, exactly. And so what that means is that they have a false Messiah, and that is what has been alluded to in some of your scriptures. And so
Look,
and in reverse,
yes, Aziz, from a
right,
Jewish perspective, Jesus was not the Messiah.
right,
Correct.
and that to the Christians is blasphemy and is unacceptable, and that is rejection
It
of
depends on the Christian.
well, if you believe in the original tenets
I
of
don't
the.
really care if the Christians or the Muslims find my beliefs to be
Well, it's
blasphemous.
not about
My beliefs
caring. It's just objectively. It's
my
not about me
beliefs
caring.
precede their beliefs, Aziz. Like
Right,
like
but
I
they
mean,
believe it to be right.
if we want to take such a judgmental tone, all non-Jews that claim the God of Abraham are blasphemous. But at the end of the day, we don't actually believe that
Well,
because
that's if you.
we understand that there are 70 paths to God, and what is right for the Jews may not be the revelation that is right for all the rest of the people, and because that is coming from our books that like we are not universalistic. That's not our understanding of what God wants, that we should all be exactly the same.
Hmm. But that's the again.
So,
that the
So,
Jews are part of the Muslim story. The Jews are, Jesus is part of the Muslim story, and you are not the oldest story in our anthology. You are one of many. You're not as old as Noah and Adam and Eve. There's many that predate you,
well,
and there's
what book does that come
We
from?
need a
Is
laugh track
what
in
is,
this
but what I'm
sound.
saying is when I'm
Clubhouse, can we
referencing
get a laugh track?
this is
that
fine.
would be really helpful. Do we not have? I mean, we can clap, I guess. I don't know. That might be interpreted as support. I
Well,
mean,
what,
Aziz,
We need a
at
laugh
the end of
track.
the day, like you guys plagiarized our book, and it's okay. We don't mind.
yeah, but again, there's a story of the duality of the Jews. It's in your book, not mine. It's in mine as well, but this is a common thread of the duality.
What is
This
the
is
story of the duality of the Jews? I
the
love it when
duality of the
Muslims
Jew.
want to.
This
Hold
is
on, hold on. Let me just say this. Hold on, because I'm going to predict because I'm a prophet. I love it when
mm.
Muslims want to tell us about our book based on reading their book. Go ahead,
No,
tell
this
us
is
about
your
the
book. This
duality
is
of the
in your
Jews.
book. This is in your book.
Is it okay?
Yeah,
Where?
when Moses returned from
To tell
Mount
us about it.
Sinai,
They
when
read our
Moses
book
when, when
better than us,
when
Jeff.
Moses returned from Mount Sinai, right,
Uh-huh.
and you reject and there was a rejection of God. How did God respond in your text?
There was a rejection of God. That's
What?
Yeah,
not
with
what happened.
the worshipping of the
Yeah,
calf. Like,
yeah, well,
how
that's
did
not a
God?
rejection of God.
Well, what it is, well, it's
They were worshiping
well,
the golden calf.
yeah,
Okay,
worshipping another other than God is not a
right.
rejection. To
I mean,
worship somebody
only if you're
else,
very petty.
right? So it's a tale of pettiness. Is that what you're saying?
Is what?
What does Israel? What does Israel mean? Like, what is it to wrestle with God? Right? It's the duality. It's your story. This is not. I don't make the rules here. This
I
is
mean, yes,
this
Israel
is
means
part
to
of your
wrestle with
scripture.
God.
Israel literally means to wrestle with God. Right?
Okay, so I mean, help me understand because I don't understand what the word duality means with this. You're correct. Israel means to wrestle with God. That's a nice factoid. And you're correct. When Moses came down, the people were worshiping a golden calf. Now,
Mhm.
what's your question and what's your point regarding them worshiping the golden calf?
Right, right. So when it comes to Islam, like I said, you are an extent. You are one of the many stories in our anthology. We accept you as the
I don't
people of the
care.
book, but there is a group of the Jews that, and you accept this as well, and God even instructed you to slaughter them, and and He gave you grace ultimately. But the
I'm not
reality
accepting
is,
anything out of your tongue, but
I'm
continue.
not. This is not my words.
He's got a forked tongue.
These are written in your scripture. These are not my words.
I mean, you haven't actually completed one point
One
yet.
Well,
You're now babbling.
I'm
You're
not
mixing a
allowed to,
bunch
am
of
I?
Are
things
you
together.
I'm not
drunk?
allowed to, am I?
We're not interrupting you. You're just moving on. You moved from the golden calf, and now you're talking about the. I'm assuming the period when we were in the land and we were supposed to slaughter the Canaanites.
No, no, no. When Moses returned from the Mount Sinai, God felt so betrayed by the worship of the calf that He instructed the slaughter, the killing of those that rejected Him. This is I don't make the rules here. And again, this is this tale of the duality of the Jews. It was the Jews that were holy and followed the book and the rules, and there were those that rejected God. And this is the duality in your book, not mine. And God Himself instructed the death of those Jews, and not in my book, in your book. And this is the tale of the duality of the Jews, is what I'm referring to. This is what I'm talking about. I didn't make this up.
I mean, you're ascribing by your own
Yo, this dude talks like a reread.
words. You're ascribing the apparent order of God to the Jews.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He
So I mean,
created.
what you're describing would be better constituted characterized as a duality of God,
Well,
and
no,
that might
well,
may
no.
be valid because um, we see in the Torah an evolution from God the tyrant to God the guy who loves his people, and that happened after he committed to have the Jews as his people. So essentially, after the moment you just brought up, interestingly, we see a parallel with Muhammad when Muhammad was in Medina, or Medina, and he didn't have a lot of followers. He was all about love and peace and tolerance. And when he conquered Mecca, That's when he instituted the jizya, and that's when he became the tyrant. Ironically, his evolution happened the opposite way of our book. He went from the light towards the dark, whereas the God of the Hebrew scripture went from the dark to the light, which is why ultimately Muhammad is incompatible with the West, because the Western mindset is looking for peace and light, not darkness and murder.
Well, isn't the West built on proud military campaigns? Is it not? Isn't that
Uh,
the core tenet of the West? Is that not what it is? Are we not proud of World War Two? Are we not proud of World War One? Are we not proud of
well,
Pearl Harbor? Are we not proud?
we're proud of, yes, we're proud of opposing forces that were aligned with Muslims.
So a
Yes,
means
we're
to an
proud of
end.
defeating
It's a
Nazi
means to an
Germany.
end.
We're proud of defeating Nazi Germany, who liked to murder all sorts of people and was in goose step with the Mufti of Jerusalem, right? Because their moral compass was okay with murdering civilians, just like the Nazis.
Right. So that's an
Yes,
adequate framing.
we're proud of opposing evil.
Yeah,
Correct.
so that's an adequate framing. I'm willing to concede that, but I just think that you're doing a gross misrepresentation once again. I don't think that it was for the sake of expansion itself that it happened to expand. It was, again, they were typically descended upon the tribe. Um,
I think you're mischaracterizing the Quran. Like you're suggesting that Muhammad did not march into
no, he
Mecca
did.
with
He did.
10,000
He
men.
did. He did. He did.
Yeah.
He did.
So like that wasn't a war of defense.
Well,
That's not what the Quran reports.
well, that's yes. It
I don't
became.
know why Muslims have to mischaracterize
Well,
Islam. I'm
well, well.
offended as a Muslim, honestly.
Well, it's important that you said, the story of the Prophet, peace be upon him, was, one of pacifism initially, and then he rose to become a general, and that is again him as a
No, the difference was when he had
him
the power
responding,
to impose himself on people, he gladly marched on Mecca with 10,000 men.
right, right, and
It was an issue of having the power to impose his ideas on people. Once he
right.
had it, he embraced the darkness, and you people have been stuck in darkness ever since.
Right. Well, he introduced an idea of ridding the world of classism and concepts like that, which questioned the power structures, even the ones that he was actually belonged to, the Quraysh, the tribe, the noble tribe he belonged to. He seeks to destroy the power structures that would make him the beneficiary of those systems in place, and as a result, he was shunned, and so he had to flee his original hometown, and he returned in seek of with the objective of
Isn't that so
liberating.
funny, considering how modern Muslims throughout the world put descendants of Muhammad on a different level?
Well, that's the
I guess
Shias. That's
Muslims
the
didn't learn
Shias.
the lesson, huh?
Well, that's the Shias, Jeff.
It's
I'm a
not just the
Sunni.
Shias.
Well, it
It's
is.
not
It
just the
is. It
Shias.
is. We don't.
It's not just the Shias.
No, this is the Shias. The Shias have a bloodline. They consider them. They're the 12th Imam. They follow the lineage of the Imams all the way
It's
from the
not
Prophet.
just the Shias.
Well, we don't venerate or idolize any specific man. This is it's a Shia concept. You can search it up. We don't idolize the bloodline of the Prophet. That's typically the divide. Actually, funny enough, that's actually where it started. Um,
Yeah.
the right hand man of the prophet was the
It's
successor.
really remarkable how many Sunnis are named Saeed or Sharif.
Yeah, yeah, no, I mean it's a common name. If you're still part of the lineage, doesn't mean that you're any better than, and that's a concept that the Sunnis reject. So
Hmm.
yeah,
I
that's just
mean,
what it is.
not really, but okay.
Well,
It's okay. We've already agreed you're a very ignorant person.
I am ignorant. I'm willing to
Hmm.
concede. This is why I seek to educate
Aziz,
people.
you're a very naughty boy.
Jeff, don't say that.
Aziz,
You're getting me going, Jeff.
are you into BDSM?
A little bit, yeah, but just don't leave any
Yeah, I
marks on
can
me.
tell.
Yeah, just don't leave marks on
How
me.
did you know that so quickly, Isa? I'm impressed. Wow.
Yeah, I know, I can
How
tell.
could you tell?
But
You school me.
I mean, you know what it is. When you feel
so powerful in your everyday life. Sometimes you need to give your power up a little. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I mean
When do
that's
you
what.
feel when do you feel the most powerful in your life?
When he's
when
being
I
petty.
when I give my
For
power
the
away,
one you serve. What?
when I give my power away, that's when I feel the most powerful.
Oh God.
Well, I have to say, for good or for bad, I enjoyed you more in this conversation than I think I ever have, Aziz, despite you still being a dumb cunt.
I appreciate that, Jeff. The feelings are mutual.
Hmm.
You know,
And he will come back for more tomorrow.
I know he's like the new Soren, only well, no, they're like almost identical, really. Soren wasn't very bright either. I think Soren was brighter though.
I miss Soren. I miss that.
Mm,
What do you think Soren is thinking right now about Iran?
I think he's dead. I think the Mossad
Do
got
you
him.
really think Soren passed or something? Like he just disappeared all of a
Guys,
sudden.
don't you just miss like El Normo and Soren just screaming for an hour straight? Like, don't you just?
I don't enjoy Norm screaming. I mean,
Yeah, me
maybe I'm
neither.
strange. I really don't. And a lot of you pro Pelly guys assume like, and I like Norm as a person.
It was
Don't get me wrong,
sarcasm. It
but
was
like,
sarcasm, Jeff. It was
oh,
sarcasm.
so bad.
Yeah, I don't think anyone enjoys
I
that.
do rather enjoy Daniel screaming because it's a different thing. But but
Oh my
Norm,
God, I
yeah, his
don't
approach
enjoy
doesn't work for
Daniel
me.
No,
screaming. He drives me
I don't
crazy.
enjoy that either. Can't say I
Yeah,
enjoy it.
Daniel's been screaming a little more than he used to lately.
That's not me
He
being
needs to get.
anti-Semitic, by the way. I'm just saying, you
What,
know.
I'm sorry. Did I miss you being anti-Semitic? What did you
No, I'm
say?
just in case, you know. I've got PTSD, you know.
Well,
Just
what did you say though? I want to make sure now I want to know whether it was anti-Semitic. What did you say?
no, I just say I don't like Daniel screaming.
No, I don't think that's anti-Semitic.
Well, just checking, you know. You never know these
Yeah, no
days.
problem.
You're right in clarifying, because Jeff calls everything anti-Semitic.
There you go.
I mean,
You're cut.
I wouldn't even call Aziz anti-Semitic because he's just stupid.
No, but do you think
I
I'm
don't think he's.
genuine question? Though, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? Genuine question. Genuine
Yes, you
question.
are anti-Semitic,
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you're an
100%.
absolutely.
anti-Semite.
It's not
So,
think. We know. We know.
so,
I,
so,
I don't think you're smart enough to actually like have a basis for your anti-Semitism, but your Islam is probably enough for
I,
that.
I'm willing to
So
concede that some of the things I say may be said by people that hate Jews. That much I'm willing to concede, but I don't hate Jews. Like this is just, I just don't hate Jews. You know, if
Hey,
I don't have to lie
hey,
at
I
this
have a
point,
question for you. Disease. Is there a genocide going on in Iran right now?
is there a genocide? Yeah, well, I mean, we need to get the official numbers out. We need to find out what's going on. But I imagine, you know,
Look
right now it's a
at the
Listen,
military.
article pinned
listen.
above. It's
Disease.
about 12,000
We
Disease.
need to,
Is there
people in 4 days.
yeah, we need to get the numbers
disease?
up. But we need to see what, you know, get an
Disease,
understanding. Let's
disease.
get some
Does it
journalists.
matter? Okay, so let's do that. Let's do the number thing. So 12,000 people in 4 days, 70,000 people in 2 years.
Yeah.
What do you think the number is going to be in 2 years if this continues on?
I don't think it will go on for 2 years. You know,
No,
this is,
okay. But
yeah,
no. So
because
disease. Do you think there's a genocide going on? Yes or no?
again, we need to get the numbers. We need some journalists on the ground. You know what I
So
mean?
does it matter? Okay, so was there journalists? So you believe there was a genocide going on in Gaza, but yet you just said we need to get some journalists on the ground, but yet you were also advocating
Right?
why aren't Israel allowing journalists inside
Yeah,
Gaza?
exactly.
So
That's
hold
the
on. So
point.
there was
Whoa.
Like
no
if
journalists
they're not gonna,
inside Gaza, but there was a
Jesus Christ,
genocide.
speaking of
baby.
screaming,
you're not
speaking of
getting my
screaming,
point. You're
There
not
was
getting
no
my
Did you
point.
just
journalists.
have coffee?
There
You're
was
not
no.
getting my
I don't
point,
drink coffee. I don't drink
baby.
coffee.
Whoa.
You're
So
not getting my point.
well, hold on. Disease. There was no journalist inside
Did you
Yeah,
Gaza
say
allowed,
exactly,
disease?
but
exactly.
yet you
yes, he's calling him
call
disease.
it a genocide.
Right, exactly. Because
And then now you're saying
but
that
BB,
there needs to be journalists on the ground in Iran in order for it to be called a
yeah,
genocide. But
BB, let me,
yet you blindly called it a genocide in Gaza.
but yeah, can I explain
You're,
what I mean by
you're
that? Like,
fucking retarded.
try and stick with
Oh,
me.
thank God. I was not getting your point, BB, but now I got it.
Try and stick with me. Try
Thanks,
and
bro.
stick with me. If Iran doesn't let journalists in, right? Well, that's not going to make me think it's not a genocide. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, do you know what I'm trying to say?
So
So
so better
that's what I'm
better
trying to say
question.
there. That's what I'm trying to
Better
say.
question, Aziz.
When Israel ultimately attacks the IRGC to free the Iranian people, are you going to support it?
Oh yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't give a. I mean, at the end of the day, they need the oil. And yeah, fuck them. At the end of the day, I don't really care about that shit. At the end of the day, like this is all just a bit of soft colonialism. It's all right. It's just what happens, isn't it? But I just think we shouldn't be kidnapping presidents. That I have an issue with.
Why
But
not?
yeah,
Why not?
again,
Why not? That's what bothers me too. So the Venezuelan people, the people that
yeah,
actually live there, are
hmm
celebrating.
yeah,
But a motherfucker like you with your thumb up your ass has a problem with it.
yeah. But it doesn't matter.
Who's
You
got
know, people say,
no ties to the region, doesn't live there, know nothing, but you're upset about it. But the people that actually live there and are affected by it are celebrating their freedom. But a
yeah,
guy like you who thinks he knows it all, is a raging anti-Semite, has a
Mm.
problem with it.
yeah. The people
Make
celebrate
that make
Stalin
sense.
He's
coming
got a
to
thumb
power.
up his
You
ass.
know
He
what I
likes
mean?
BDSM. What can I
The
tell
people
you? I mean,
celebrating Stalin coming
it's
into
I got a
power.
plug
Like
up.
people celebrating is not the yardstick for a successful future for a nation. You know, people celebrated the Nazis. They celebrate Stalin. They celebrate a lot of weird things. You know what I mean? Celebration is not the be all and end all. Like some people don't even know why they're celebrating. Some people are told to celebrate. Some people have not had
You are
have had nothing.
smoking such hashish. You need to sit the fuck down and have some fucking detox.
Celebrate the night. Come on.
But at the end of
Da-na-na,
the day,
na,
I
na,
think the
na,
US have done a
na.
great job with Iran. You know, they destabilized them, and you know, I think they've done their job. So, all in all, great military campaign, I would say. And the people are none the wiser. You know, they're celebrating, so you can't. You know, it's a win-win. You know what I mean? Libya
I love this.
2.0. You did it.
People have no
I
idea
think
why
they've
they're
done well.
celebrating in Venezuela. Dude, you're such smoking cock. Shut the
Well,
fuck up.
well, well. You know, Venezuela is a poor
It's a
suffering
fucking
economy
tool.
because of sanctions.
What a
You know,
fucking idiot.
it's
What the
suffering because of sanctions. You know that, right? So this is what people
This
forget. Like,
guy's so
20
dumb,
bucks
it's
in
unbelievable,
about
bro.
it's
6
not a
months
bad
we will never
economy.
hear from this man again. He will be
No,
It's
dead.
no. To be fair, earlier in the conversation, maybe before you got here, he did acknowledge that he's a very stupid, ignorant man, and that he is not a good example to be trying to advocate for the things that he does. He did agree with that statement. So I have a little bit a little bit of newfound respect for Aziz because he knows what he is.
That's awesome. I actually, yeah, no, when now that you said that, that makes sense.
right, and this is why, you
Yeah.
know, as an idiot, you know, I seek the truth. You know, that's all I can do. You know, you guys have the answers.
No, 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 no,
That's
no.
why
That
I
you
ask the
don't do that.
questions.
You don't do that.
No, I do. That's why I ask the
No, you
questions.
mischaracterize your own knowledge. That's the definition of avoiding the truth.
Mm, well, it's
Oh,
debatable.
I
You know.
know the
Here we
Torah. I
go.
don't know
Let
how
me
many
go with
books are
my
in the Torah.
question, please, Jeff. Please,
Yeah,
beloved.
go ahead, Seth.
Aziz, what did you get in history class?
I actually done pretty well in history, to be fair.
Don't
It's
In
not
lie.
what
my
country did you
Don't
take
lie.
history?
in England. They taught us about the
Okay.
Holocaust and only the Holocaust, which was pretty interesting. Really, we learned a little bit about World War One. We learned about Marxism. We learned a little bit about the Soviet Union, but mainly just World War World War Two,
So
which is interesting.
you see how they lie without like helping themselves? They taught us
No,
about the Holocaust. Hold on, and only the Holocaust, right? The only part, and then he adds, and then a little bit about this and a little bit. Like you guys just can't help yourself with
no, I'm
lying.
being
It's like
honest.
no,
This
it's
is
like you
what we
guys have
learned.
liabilities, bro. And
No, no,
Liabilities.
genuinely,
yeah,
Oh
genuinely.
my
like
God, BB, that's two in one conversation. Two new words I
like
hadn't thought up.
they do. They
Liabilities.
have
I love it.
stage 2 liabilities, bro. These fuckers need injections. They can't help
So
No,
themselves.
but I'm not lying. Like,
disease has liabilities. I love it.
Yeah, liabilities, and he has a liability issue that he lies too much.
well, I'm not lying. You know, this is the truth. We did. That
Yeah,
was
they
the
taught
main
us the
focus.
Holocaust and only the Holocaust, and
Yeah,
then they
we
taught us
didn't.
this too.
As in, we
Yeah,
didn't learn
I'm not
about any
sure if
other.
you understand the word "only," what
They
"only"
didn't.
means.
They didn't tell us Stalin
Like
was a
if you
bad.
only
We,
got
you know.
punched out and then
No, this.
somebody stabbed you, that means you didn't only get punched out. It means you got
So,
punched out and stabbed.
what other atrocity did we study? Can you tell me? Do you want to tell me which one we
I
studied?
wasn't in your retard class, bro. How
Right,
can you
I
tell you
was.
what you studied? But you said we only got. Am I the only one that realized what? Like I'm critically listening to this liar.
BB, I think he took the short
You
bus
know,
to
I
school.
think this is the problem. You know,
He took
Yeah,
the
stupid
school
I
bus
semantics. I
to
think you
probably.
know
school.
what I meant.
He took the
No, I
really
know.
small
And
bus.
what I am upset that your mother did
Yeah.
not get sued for allowing you to play hockey without a helmet. As a result, we have to deal with people like you on the internet that fucking lie and are filled full of misinformation and pretend that they know everything that's going on. But we know that you're drooling. You
Hmm.
take that little bus around to work every day. It can pick you up, drops you off, and as a result, there's a problem, brain trauma.
Have a good day, Aziz.
Guys, there's no need to be upset.
Mine.
At least if you're gonna be lore accurate, say cricket, not hockey.
Yeah, there's no need to be upset. I think again,
Not upset,
I
just
was
calling
asking.
out the inconsistencies that you do every day on a regular on this app, and how you like don't even realize that you're lying. So that's why I say you have diabetes.
So,
You have
BB,
a
BB,
condition.
serious question. You think I hate Jews? Like, you think I just
I
hate
know.
Jews?
I don't think it. That's something I know without a doubt. I know
So
you
you
hate
think
Jews.
like when I turn off
No,
the app,
I
I'm
already
like,
told you. I don't think. I know.
right. So you know that when I turn off the app, I'm like, them fucking Jews, may I fucking had enough of
Absolutely. You're like
them.
these fucking Jews. I
You think
had
that's
fun
what?
today. I actually think you're so deluded that you think you fuck our lives. But the one thing what I know is it's the sick bastards like you, Amir, and Illumi, like all these fuckers. We live rent free in your head. You're obsessed with Jews. Every fucking day, you come on this app and say, "Hey, how the fuck am I going to talk about a bunch of Jews today?"
No, but you guys are like preparing for like Islamic expansion in your own heads
We're
as well. You know
not
what I
preparing
mean?
for
So it's
shit. We're
like,
defending. That's
yeah,
the
right,
difference.
exactly. But that's
That's
like
the difference. Where
rent-free
you guys
defense,
premeditate, we defend.
right?
There's a
Defense is
difference.
like is like a
Is your
constant
cuck
passive
full
thing
of
that's
tequila
happening.
right now? Because your mouth feels like you're sucking tequila,
You need to study
which means you're
Takia.
talking
Study
shit.
Takia.
Everything
I
that comes
love
out
this
of your
guy.
mouth is
Do you want
bullshit.
to actually make a point, or you
Take
just
the
gonna do
cock
like
out of your
insults?
ass and just
I
shut
think
the
he made a
fuck
very valid
up.
point, actually. But
I
yeah,
think he has
Lie.
absolutely nothing
Continuing
to
to
add.
lie, you cuck.
Yeah, you've added nothing to this conversation, but fair enough.
he's actually
Well,
added a
You
lot.
are adding nothing
he's
to this
pointing out your
conversation except
shortcomings, Aziz.
Have
lie.
you heard of an input score? Have you heard of
You
an
have to
input
be
score? Do you know what
honest
that
about your
is?
shortcomings, Aziz, or you'll never grow. He's being
Right. I
honest
don't
with
want
you.
to. I don't want to
You
discuss
should
this
thank
man's
him.
shortcomings.
So
I just want
No,
to.
no, your
I will
shortcomings. Nobody's
I
discussing
will
this
quick
here.
I will quickly mention that I did review the English curriculum for history around 2002, which I figure is about the year you probably were in high school, and it's actually pretty comprehensive. It does cover the rise of Hitler and the Holocaust, but it also covers ancient civilizations.
Uh,
It also covered the colonial period. It covered, I mean, you name it. It covered a lot actually. So.
no, we did. We didn't do that. We did the Soviet Union, mainly World War Two, and then we did a bit of Marxism, and that was generally it.
What did you get?
I mean,
What'd you
you
get?
also covered
In what
Norman and
year?
medieval England, the tutors and the students, the growth of parliament
Yeah, that
society,
was in like
crime and crime and
elementary
punishment
school.
through time, migration and empire in Britain,
Yeah,
medicine through time,
we
conflict
learned
and
about Henry
tension,
VIII. We learned a bit about
He
Henry VIII.
forgot
To be
about that
fair.
part.
uh,
That's where
the
he
Romans,
failed.
the
He
Anglo
wasn't paying
Saxons,
attention. He's not very
the
bright.
Romans,
Yeah,
the Anglo Saxons, and the Vikings, the Norman
yeah.
conquest of their medieval kings and queens,
I'm just saying
slavery and
they didn't
empire.
tell us that Stalin was. Yeah, they kind of made him out a little bit better than he was. You know what I mean? It's a little shady, that one. He's a shady
Well,
guy.
I mean that makes sense considering you
He's
know.
an ally, quote unquote. You know what I mean? So
I
a
mean,
bit of
not
shady
when
stuff going
not
on.
then. No, not really.
Well,
My book said Stalin was a really bad guy. So
well, the first time. Well, it's funny. Iran's the topic of discussion. The first time Britain took over the oil, it was with the help of the Russians. So that was like interesting period in history because he went on to kill
What a
12 million
random
people.
comment. What a
Well, it's
random
just
comment.
it's relevant.
How is it relevant? I'd love to know what you're thinking there.
Well, we're talking about the British
I know what
curriculum
we're
as it
talking
pertains
about.
to.
How is it relevant though?
Well, I'm answering your question. Where we're discussing the British history curriculum as it pertains to the official narrative and how that relates to the
I
Soviet
know what
Union
we're
and Russia.
discussing.
And then we were discussing Iran, so I've just wrapped them up, in a pretty little bow for you, normie. How
So
about
how
that?
is it relevant? You don't really know. Maybe you don't know what relevant
Well, how is
means.
it irrelevant?
ZZ.
Aziz was telling us a moment ago that he gets turned on when you yell, Norm.
Oh,
Hmm.
really?
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
surprised.
Yeah.
But women
It's
though,
that
it's
weird
women.
Pakistani cuck thing that they
It has
do.
to be women
They
though.
like to be abused. It's a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
sick.
Yeah,
No,
Yeah, that's
she,
when
must.
I told him that. I asked him if he was into BDSM, and he said he
Yeah,
was.
He was.
yeah,
He
I'm not
loves it.
surprised.
He loves it.
Uh,
Give him a
I
ball
love it.
gag right now.
When Issa
Probably has to
throws me
do
to
with the
the
parenting.
yeah, when Issa throws me to the gulag, I get a little semi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
yeah,
know, I
yeah.
know.
Your parents were pretty abusive, Aziz.
But it's
No, they
not
Pretty
weren't.
only
tough
You
on
you.
know,
I
you.
think it's a Muslim thing, like
Yeah.
the fact that you guys
I think
don't. I mean,
women
like
love that though a little
don't
bit.
like women and stuff like that. I think that it's like a kink you have
But I think
because
women
the
enjoy that a little
worst
bit. You know what I
there
mean?
are
They want to
Muslims
role
that
play.
the worse I treat them, the more they follow me,
Keep
and
it,
it's
treat
like
them
I
mean,
really
keep them
don't
keen.
understand that.
Treat them mean, keep them keen. You know what I mean?
No, it's a
They
Muslim
they
thing.
they have a weird fear of sex too, which really surprises
No,
me. Have you noticed that?
I'm definitely not afraid of it, Norm. You know what I
You
mean?
seem to be.
Oh,
So you've never had it, right? Are we correct on this?
I mean, I'm excited to have it for the first time.
So
You
so
know?
you've never had it, so clearly you're afraid of
Whoa.
it.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I'm
What did I
Okay.
miss? What did I miss?
yeah. No, I'm saving myself, Norm. You know what I mean?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It resets at
For that
midnight,
one
Norm.
true
You know what I
man
mean?
It
that you'll
means that you're
love.
afraid of it,
The
right?
body count resets at midnight, Norm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. So you're afraid of sex, right?
Hey, Seth, can you do me a favor and check your flight stat thing to see if there are planes in Jordanian airspace?
Sure.
Is that Flight Radar 24?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up. But yeah, I just want to say disclaimer: I don't hate Jews. You know what I mean? I don't leave and
Well,
then.
you say you don't, but you act like you
Well,
do. The weird
well,
thing is,
You're a
all of these
liar.
well, fair
Muslim
enough.
nations are falling like dominoes. Don't you think there's a reason for that? It's not a coincidence, is it?
Well,
One
I
after
think,
the other.
but this is the beauty of Islam. We are not
You
we are not defined by nation states. We are an ummah that
you see a
you know what I
pattern?
mean. So
Well,
this is the
regardless
beauty.
of what you're defined by, you're falling one by one.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
a
The
good
nation
thing.
states. I think that's actually a
Yeah,
beautiful thing.
that's what I said. Muslim countries,
Right, but
You
nothing
think?
they're falling one
exemplifies.
by
Do you
one.
Nothing
think it is
right.
because Allah loves the Jews more
Yeah, it's
than
a
Well, I don't
Muslims?
know.
possibility.
I don't know.
It's a
I mean, I
possibility. I
don't
mean,
want to
we're a
get
little
into.
nation.
I don't want to
Fair to
get
say
into
we
the
punch
treatment
above
of.
our weight.
I don't want to get into that. You know what I
Maybe
mean?
the world is just sick of all the primitive savagery and intolerance and the atavistic mistreatment of women and the bizarre legal system. Maybe people are just sick of it.
Well, New
You
York
know,
City isn't tired of it.
New York City doesn't have
We're just getting
Sharia
started
law.
over there, and then
New York
Europe as
City
well.
doesn't have
We've
Sharia
got a lot
law.
of politicians in it, in
New York, he
England.
wants to spend all this money on transgender youth. You kind of got it backwards. This guy's a progressive.
No, that's
You don't,
fine.
but
I
you
mean,
don't. What do you mean
no,
that's fine?
that's
It's
fine.
the
I'll tell you what.
opposite of Sharia. It's
Let
the
me
opposite of Sharia law, isn't it?
let me tell you how politics works, Norm. Politics is
No,
like
wait, but
being
I'm
a
told you just mentioned New York.
yeah,
This guy
right,
is very progressive. That's
right,
not very
yeah.
Muslim,
That's
right?
fine. That's fine. But you
No,
know how
it's not that it's fine. It's the opposite of what you just said.
But let me explain how politics works, Norm. Right?
No,
Politics.
you don't have to explain how politics work.
Let me
How is
explain.
New
Let me
York
explain.
spending?
Just
As New York becomes more progressive, isn't that less Muslim?
well, stick with me, Norm. Let me tell you how it works.
I'm not going
When
to
you
stick
wait,
with you, but I will try to listen to you if you
Norm.
can stay on topic.
I'm going to stay exactly on topic. When
Yeah,
you're a
okay.
politician,
So New York is
let
becoming
me,
less
Norm,
Muslim, right?
Norm. Let me explain. When
So
you're a
isn't wait,
Yeah,
are
Jeff.
Muslims into gay stuff?
Norm,
Because I thought they were against it.
Norm.
Yeah.
Seth,
Stick with me,
also check your Iraqi airspace.
Norm. Stick with me. You see,
No,
when
I'm
it comes
not
to
going to stick with you.
well,
You
you
have
don't
too
want to
much
hear the
meta
truth.
stuff.
You
Just
don't
try
want
to
to hear.
stay on topic.
You don't
So,
want to hear the truth. So
well, you don't have any truth, but I'm interested in
you're
your
treating me like a
scrambled
goy right
thoughts.
now. Come on, you're treating me like a goy.
No,
Come
I'm
on,
treating you
respect
like a
me.
schmuck,
You're treating me like a
which is
shiksa or
what you
something,
are.
like a shiksa or a goy. Come
No,
on,
I'm treating you like a
come on, Norm.
schmuck. You'd like to be treated like a
We're people
shiksa.
of the book. You don't agree. You don't feel that way. I do.
But what
You
does
know what
that
I
have
mean?
to do
We're
with
cousins. We're
New
cousins.
York spending $65 million on transgender youth?
Well, I wasn't getting to that. Do you want me to explain
You
my
were
thoughts
you
on
were
that?
getting to that
Do you want to explain? Do you want me to hear my thoughts on that?
on transgender youth?
Yeah, I'll
What are your
explain it.
thoughts on
So,
the? So we're going in the opposite direction, away
so
from Sharia law in New
right. So
York.
let me explain how politics works. This is just a quick
No, I don't want
analogy.
you to explain how
Just hear me
politics
out.
works. I
Hear me
want you
out.
to explain your thoughts on New York
I'm
becoming
gonna
more
do that,
progressive.
but you
Okay.
have to. Do you
Yeah,
listen with
I
your
have to
mouth,
what?
Norm?
Getting your
Oh,
Do you
I
body
beg
listen
your
with your
work,
pardon?
mouth?
Jeff.
What's that?
You're
I listen
buzzing.
with my mind.
Do you listen with your mouth, Norm?
I listen with my mind.
Well, use it.
I've been trying, but you're trying to degrade its quality with your
Right.
brainless babbling about
Well, hear me
nothing.
out. You know,
I'm unlikely to do
come
that.
on, test yourself a little.
Either address the topic or move on.
Test yourself. Ships aren't meant for the harbor, Normie. Come on, test
I
yourself.
don't know what that
Hair,
means.
let that sink in a little. You
No,
know what I
I'm
mean?
not interested in anything you say sinking
Well,
in.
test your
So
narrative
New
a
York
little.
is
There's
becoming
Test
four
less
around
Muslim,
Iran,
right?
Jeff. Four
What's
big
that?
ones.
By the way, he also wants to let let criminals go free. I thought that's the opposite of Sharia
what
law.
criminals?
New York criminals.
So, Norm, if you allow me
Hmm.
to explain, maybe you don't want
Well,
to hear the
you've
truth.
had your chance. All you do is ask for the opportunity, and then you just babble incoherently.
Well, you're
Like
afraid of the truth. You always have
He's
been.
trying to keep
no,
up with the Soren tradition, Oil Norm.
oh,
You
is
know when
that?
you
Well,
cut
no,
off.
he's different though. He's
Yeah, but
different.
he
He's like a
normally
low rent
loves
Soren.
Soren, so
Is he a low rent Soren? No,
he's
he's
trying
not
to
Yeah, low
weird or
rent
resurrect
Soren.
anything. Like
his
Soren had some weird kind of psychological insight. Aziz is always on the defensive.
Also had a big fetish with your prostate too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot
No,
of gay stuff in Islam. I don't understand all the gay
Aziz,
stuff. Like,
I've noticed that
I don't
too,
want to get
actually.
into gay stuff in religion. You know what I mean?
okay. I mean, I'm just
Debatable.
wondering why you
I
guys
just don't
do
want
it. That's
to. I
all.
just don't want to go there. You know what I mean? Just don't want to go
I do. That's why we're going there. You're afraid of
there.
the truth,
No,
right?
it's just a little.
Right, Aziz? You're afraid of the truth,
No, you shouldn't throw
right?
stones at a glass house. You know what I mean? I'm just.
You both
Let's just
know
not
the
Well,
go there.
truth.
I'm just talking
I
about
think.
homosexuality in
I think
Islam.
we
You
can
guys
meet
bring
in
it
the
up a
middle
lot.
here and just.
Like I'll give you an example. This
You
guy
don't. You don't need
Mamdani
to.
this guy Mamdani is going big into gay rights and
Right.
transgender rights, and it's very weird, right? It's kind of the
Right.
opposite of Islam, right?
Right. Well, let me
Right.
explain. Do I get to?
What do you?
Do I
What
get
you? I
to
don't think you
rebuttal?
can explain. But
Do I
what's your
get to
thought?
rebuttal? Do I get to rebuttal?
There's no rebuttal.
Or do I
What's
get
your
to
thought?
respond or whatever you want to call it? Call it whatever you
What's your
want.
Let's
thought?
hear just a little
Do you
bit.
have
I
a
want to
thought?
give
I know
my
you.
thoughts.
You
I want.
like to ask a
Can
lot
I
first,
give my Can I
and
give
then
my
what
thoughts?
happens after you ask is it turns out you have nothing to say. Like now,
Well,
you don't
let's
have
find
anything to
out. Let's
say.
find out. Let's find out.
You just want the attention.
Well, let's
Isn't that
find out
right?
what I have to say.
Well, you could have said it instead
Well,
of saying let's find out what I
oh,
have to say. But
if
it's
you
really clear you have nothing to
well,
say.
you have this ability to listen with your mouth. That
What?
no one else
No, I
has.
don't listen with my
You know what
mouth.
I
You're
mean?
confused about anatomy as well. You really should not have dropped out of school.
I'm just
Guy's a
saying,
moron,
I,
though. This guy straight up. Now,
I'm just
liability
saying,
and comprehension. Listen with your mouth,
yeah,
students.
that's what he does.
Fucking dumb. You
That's
listen
one.
with your ears, which is controlled by your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen any second. Thank you, Aziz. That was really illuminating.
What's illuminating? Where is Aziz?
I think
Why
he's
did
in the
you
audience.
move him down, dude?
Because he gets tedious. He needs a
Well,
little
come
break.
on, Norm.
He needs to collect his thoughts.
Norm, don't be like that. Come on,
Well, be like what? You
like
want me to
that.
be
You don't need to
more,
move Aziz
more
down.
patient?
Am I screaming
Uh,
over you, Norm?
When he wastes
Am
time.
I being disrespectful, Norm?
Aziz made it back from Jehannam.
Well,
Wow. It's a miracle.
well,
Milagro.
do I get to say my bit on the Mamdani thing? Do I? What are we gonna?
Yeah, let's give him just a moment.
Yeah, like I said, I think when it comes to politics, when you're a politician, you're not an interior designer. You walk in the room and you say, I don't like the curtains, but you know what? I like everything else. That's how you do politics. You know what I mean?
Is
What does that even mean?
Well,
Nothing.
it means you
Completely
don't walk in.
meaningless.
You don't walk
Like
in and
Iran is
change.
everything that
done.
comes out of his mouth is
I think
completely
I think
meaningless.
Can
I
I?
think he
Can
just
I?
guys.
wants attention
I
or
think
something.
Iran is done. Iran is done, man. Iran is done.
Yeah, they've been done for like 60 years, bro. Come on, we know about that. Like, we know where this is going. Taiwan's next. We come on, Venezuela. It's all on the cards. I can tell you
What the hell is he talking
I can
No,
about?
tell you how this goes down.
Taiwan's already free, Aziz. We don't have to free it.
Well,
I think Iran is finished now. Iran regime is over.
there's
Well,
more.
I mean, there's a lot of pain and bloodshed between now and that goal that you just mentioned, and I'm worried about it, frankly.
Wouldn't it be great if all those mullahs flew out on January 17th?
But
Well,
Yeah,
he still didn't answer. Is there a genocide going on in Iran right now?
I don't know. I have to,
looks
like I
like it.
said, we need to get some journalists on the ground so we can get a
Looks
better
like it.
understanding of what's going on.
Well, they're
You know?
keeping the journalists out.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Well, what do you mean
Well,
exactly?
that's exactly it.
So we're getting feeds from people who are on the ground, and it looks pretty
Exact. There
bad.
you go. So we're getting
What do you
something.
mean
No, no,
exactly
Norm,
where?
don't fall for his shit. So let's
Oh
just do what
shit!
he does. No, no, I know
Norm
exactly what
is
you were
more
trying
than
to do to Norm
capable.
right there.
He's
No,
more
no,
than
you were just
capable.
trying to do that.
What's he
And
No,
trying to
believe
he
me, he's
do?
he
more
knows
than
what he's
capable.
doing. He knows
He
what
He's
he's
more
what?
doing.
than capable. But Norm, so his whole theory is in Gaza,
Yeah.
there was a genocide going on, and yet he was
Right.
screaming they wouldn't allow journalists inside to investigate.
But there were
Now
many
he's saying,
journalists inside.
no, 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 I understand, but he's saying, but Gaza, there's a genocide, 100%. But
Okay.
Iran, there's no journalists allowed inside, so he can't make that decision if there's a genocide going on.
Oh. Well, I just saw reports from the Iranian journalists who are inside that there's 12,000 dead, and that's in the course of 2 weeks. That's a lot.
It's actually most of that is in the course of 4 days.
That's a lot of
Oh my
surveying.
God! And
Let's
I
be
see the
accurate.
body bags. It's horrible. I
Mhm.
mean, I don't know if you. Yeah, we talked about this. It's
You know
awful.
what the
Yeah,
sad part is? The body bags
and
in Iran aren't moving.
Unlike
uh,
the ones in Gaza.
Yes.
they're not moving. That's funny. That's funny.
That's
BB, there's a side happening every time you unmute. You're eating while you're speaking, and it is a genocide on my ears.
So,
Yeah, I always
so
tell
Uh,
him, and he doesn't get
uh,
it. It's very
are,
annoying.
are you 5 or 600 pounds? Because man, you are eating 24 hours a day on this app.
I thought that was
This is
Iricide,
exactly what
Jeff.
Randy told him the other day.
serious question though. Do you guys actually care about Iran? Like serious question. Like,
What do you
like.
think? What do you
We
think,
care
Aziz?
deeply
No, I don't
about
think you. I
Iran.
don't think you guys care. I don't think
You
you
don't
guys
think
care.
we care? So you
Yeah, I
can't
don't
read
think you
people
guys care.
either. Why don't you think we care?
I don't know. I just think, I mean, the stars are
Of course
aligning.
we
You know what I mean?
care.
It just makes
So
sense.
you just heard us say how awful it was to see the dead bodies, but that didn't penetrate for you, right? You didn't get
No,
that far.
my thoughts go out to them. You know what I mean?
No,
I'm
no,
just
but what
saying, do
you
you
so
care?
what makes you think we don't care after we just discussed that? Was that conversation lost on you?
No, I'm asking, like, do you really care? Like, what
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that?
you
Is that
just
your?
heard what
Is
we
that a
said.
pri?
So having heard what we just said, what conclusion can you draw?
Asking, like, has that been a priority of yours for a long time? The
Has it been
liberation
a
of
what?
Iran.
Yes,
Has that been a?
yes. We really, really, really care. We have lots of Iranian friends. We have an ancient friendship between the Jewish and Iranian Persian people. Like, yes, yes, we heard of really, really care. But like you, we don't.
I think Yakov is trying to speak, but we keep losing him.
Thank you for keeping
Yeah,
us appraised
look,
of what's going on in the room,
Yeah.
Aziz.
No, you know.
care about is Kashmir, just like you.
No, I'm just saying,
Oops.
I'm just wondering, do you, like,
You
Maybe if
said
you
that. You
cared
said
about
that already,
Kashmir
Aziz.
more, we would also.
no, I do care about
It's a,
Kashmir.
it's a, it's a very curious thing that, like, we're following your example that, the conflict in Kashmir is really unimportant. So
Yeah, no,
maybe one day you'll do better and we'll do better because of your example.
but is this truly about like altruism and morality? Is this what it's
Uh,
about? Is this what's going on
it's
here?
It's
about
about
altruism,
geopolitics,
Is that
Aziz.
what
morality,
you guys truly
and
believe?
and
It's about
and it
geopolitics.
also happens to be that the oppressors of the Iranian people, who we like and respect, also happen to want us dead. So, and in spite of that, most of the Iranian people kind of like us. So it's a very weird
So the stars
juxtaposition
are
when
aligning.
people when people are good people with a good culture. It turns out that they're not predisposed to hate the Jews the way you people are. I wonder if it has to do with your character as people and your culture, or if it has more to do with your book.
So, so
I
you know,
guess
like
it's not
Kish,
the book though. They have the
so,
same book. They have the same book, so it's not the book. You guys are just shitty
so,
people. That's what it comes down to.
so I
Maybe that's
understand
why.
that.
Maybe that's why you're brown.
Well, I'm asking you, look, I understand, you share a history and like, I don't know, you hate same people and stuff, but it's kind of like, what I'm asking is, do you truly believe that this, the active your pursuit of regime change is for moral and altruistic reasons? Is that what you believe?
Yes,
Is
a hundred
truly
Isn't that
going
percent.
on here?
obvious?
We do not
Is
like
that what you
people who
believe?
kill
Do you,
their own people.
Isn't
you
that
Like
obvious?
truly
Aziz.
believe that's what's going on
Yes,
here?
yes,
So
yes,
you've
yes.
asked it. Now you've
They're
answered.
killing their own people. We do not like that.
but
Don't you
loads of
care about
people are
that, Aziz, or
killing.
are you just numb to this killing of
No,
their own
but
people?
loads of people are
What about
killing their
you?
own people.
No,
Like
what about you? Well, let's talk about Iran for a second because it's in the
loads of
news.
people are killing their
But
own
don't
people.
you care about Iran killing their
Oh,
own
I do
people,
care. I
Aziz?
do care.
Okay, so then we care and you care. So what's
Right.
really your
But
question?
what I'm asking is,
You just
you.
asked already.
What I'm
You
asking
asked
because
that
it's not.
already.
You're not like passively assisting Iran. You're actively assisting Iran. And what I'm asking is
Yeah,
obviously
Yeah,
yeah.
the
yeah.
RO.
You
There's
mean
a
the
We
good
do
R.
United
care.
States?
There's
Yes, our
there's
country
yeah.
is
There's an
assisting
ROI.
Iran.
There's an
What's
ROI
that?
on this. There's an
There's a
ROI.
what? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
So that's
but Aziz,
Aziz, why
that
are you
doesn't mean
there's an
that
concerned?
ROI.
Hold on, Jeff. Why are you fucking concerned?
he's
I'm
not concerned.
Iranian.
But
We want Israel. We want Israel to help us. We're begging
yeah.
Israel and US to help us.
Yeah.
Why are you even like why are you complaining about this?
No,
I
I've
don't get
just
it.
pattern recognition. You
Like the
know,
voice
Well,
of an
that's a
angel.
non-answer.
pattern
The voice of an
No,
recognition
angel.
That's a
you know what
is
I
non-answer.
think it is? I think you just hate Jewish people and you don't care that IRGC is killing its people.
wow.
Oh, Sarah, come on.
Okay.
There's no anti-Semitism on Clubhouse. There's no
No, I
anti-Semites
think
on
that's
Clubhouse.
exactly what it is, Jeff. That's why the rat ate all these people's chunks.
97% of people on Clubhouse are not anti-Semites.
I don't know if my mom is alive or dead, Aziz. I don't know if my sister is alive or dead. Not because they don't have internet. Their cell phone towers are down, homelands are down, electricity's been out for 3, 4 days, and you motherfuckers, you're not even Persian. Like, why don't you guys just shut the fuck up? We don't even want to hear you guys like talking about, oh, is it real? Is it real? Is this real? Like,
I'm not
I'm
talking
just
about Israel right
preparing
now.
for the moment when
I
they're
don't know
gonna
why we're
call me and
talking
tell
about
me which
Jews.
one of my family members were killed this time.
But
They
why are we
killed
talking about Jews?
4,000
Like I never
people in
mentioned the
2 days.
Jews. I never
You should.
mentioned the Jews. Like I don't get like
No,
why
she
we're
said, "Is
talking
it
about.
real?" She didn't say Israel. You misheard.
Is it
It
real?
just
What does that
shows he's
mean,
always got
Aziz?
Israel on the mind. He's
Well,
Aziz,
deranged.
yes.
A little
Aziz,
obsessed.
Forgive
people
me for
don't have
making that.
electricity.
Must be hard to
Yeah,
sleep
yeah.
at
They've
night when
been
he's
sanctioned,
constantly
darling,
thinking about
darling,
me.
darling. They've been sanctioned.
Aziz,
They've been
Aziz,
sanctioned for a very long
it's not
time.
Israel sharing the video of the death people. It's Iran. It's IRGC. The government is sharing these videos to intimidate people. They're sharing the videos of them
Yeah.
acting as they're in a fucking war zone shooting at people. I'm
Hmm.
gonna go bring. I'm gonna let me go bring you a link. It's in Farsi. You have to go and have an AI translate it for you. But they are on the state TV. People who are in charge. They're saying we're gonna kill every single one of you guys. They are saying it. You think this is a
Yeah, that's
joke?
terrible. What do you?
This is their TV. This has nothing to do with internet. It's not AI. They are sharing this stuff on the
Do you think this is?
state
Do you think this is
TV.
your first regime change? What are we doing here?
What does that have to do with it?
What does that mean?
I mean, it has
It is
everything to
first
do with
regime
it. I mean,
change. This
that's
is
Well,
the
what
what does
it
it
first
is.
have
time
to
we
do
had
with
a
it?
this
That's
is the
the
first
it.
time we had an Islamic regime,
That
and
is
yes,
the
it
it.
was fucked up. It's gonna be changed. Yes,
What
What
it's
does this
never
have
Mossad?
gonna
to
come
do
back.
with it?
So what did Mossadegh believe in? Do you know Mossadegh? What did he believe in? Who is he? Do you know? Do you know who that man
Well,
is?
that's going back half a century and more.
Right. That's not long. That's not a long time in the grand
It's
scheme
a
of
very
things.
long time. So what?
Well,
So
you were
what is
alive,
this?
Normie, so it
No, I
can't have been
wasn't
that long.
alive, Azizi.
Can't have been that
And
long
and,
ago.
and I have doubts about whether you're alive even right now.
Well, I'm just about, just about
You're just
surviving. You know
about
what I
what?
mean?
Yeah,
My, you know.
yeah. So what does the regime change
Norm,
have to do
I've
with
got
it?
to push back. I've got to
Yeah.
push back. I think you definitely were alive while he was in power.
Yeah, he
No,
was.
I don't think so.
He were.
I don't think so.
It's not about what you
Oh,
think.
hold on a second. Let me see when he was actually deposed. You were alive while he was alive. I assumed he was in power until he was
Well,
Listen, regardless, it's a
deposed. Okay,
couple of years.
yeah,
Listen,
yeah. You missed him by a little bit, I think.
that's
yeah.
what I said. More than a little bit.
Well,
But Aziz, I don't expect him to be able to do math any more than I expect him to be able to think or speak English.
Well,
He's at a big
like I'm saying,
disadvantage.
I'm just saying, I just don't see. I don't think
Yeah.
Iran's going to prosper. Let's just put it that way at this point.
Why not? Why not?
It's not part of the play. It's not part of the
Why?
game
No.
plan
Why isn't Iran going to prosper? They're a rich
because it's not
nation.
about the prosperity of Iran.
Well,
It
that's
never
not the
was
answer to the what it's about. Why won't it prosper?
because it's not
He
about
was
that.
the
What does that
Deposed in
have? I don't get
'53.
it.
I
So you
don't
have
think
no
Norm's quite that
reason.
old.
Yeah,
You
it's
have,
about the
doesn't it
destabilization.
bother you that you don't really have any thoughts, Aziz?
No, I'm telling you, it's about the destabilization, not the
Well, wait.
stabilization
Why
of
won't it
Iran,
prosper?
because it's not supposed to.
Says who? Who
You
says it's
know,
not supposed to prosper? Who said
I'm going
that?
to say
There's
something
the people
wild.
destabilizing it.
Who
Can we
said that?
maybe can we maybe table this idiot and let Sarah tell us about
That's
what's
what I
going on with
tried
her
before.
family?
Yeah, let's talk to somebody who actually has thoughts.
Yeah,
You know,
let's talk to
it's not
Sarah.
going to
Sarah,
prosper. It's destables.
what's going on? What are you hearing?
Jeff, I don't know. I'm not joking with you. No one is talking to anyone. No one knows what's going on. I had one I have a family member that he lives in Turkey, like he lives between Tehran and Turkey, and he I know he's in Turkey because he was posting stories and stuff, right? So I messaged him yesterday, asked him if he has heard. It's like a family, like a distant family, but we grew up all together. We were like very close friends. So I messaged him. I said, "Have you heard of anyone? Like, have you talked to anyone?" I don't know a single person, Jeff. I do not know a single person who has talked to anybody. And so he told me his daughter was able to call him last night for like a minute or something, and she told him that people are still out, nothing has happened. Nothing has happened, meaning people haven't taken over the city or anything, and it's really bad. That's the only thing she was able to tell him, and then they lost connection. For some,
Yeah, I heard from one friend whose family is in Iran, and they were able to get her, I think, last night briefly.
for like an
So
hour, some people had in their phone would their cell phone they could call from Iran to outside directly, for just like 30 minutes or hour.
yeah,
Some
yeah.
people had
So
that. There was a group.
some people are getting brief calls out occasionally.
I'm sorry,
Well,
Professor. I'm just
I
sorry.
with God's help, your family will be safe, and Iran will also be free soon.
Yeah, we
Inshallah.
we don't know what's going on, but they've killed a lot of people, so it's going to be really, really, everyone's going to know someone who died. That's They killed more people than they in 2 days. This is just for the 10 January 10 and 11. On January 10 and 11, they have killed more people than Iran lost in a whole first year of Iran-Iraq war. This is and there are reports. There are, like, Iran International says minimum 12,000. There's like BBC saying 20, 25,000. Like, I mean, the videos, there are some videos, they're like shooting everyone. They're shooting everyone. Aziz, if you scroll up,
Yeah.
you'll see the link I put in the chat. The guy says, "Oh, we're gonna come after every single one of you guys." And they say the rioters, but you're not allowed to protest in Iran. If you're protesting right now, at any time, if you're protesting, they call it riot. And they have scheduled to kill a guy today. They're gonna hang a guy for protesting, not rioting, nothing. They don't have guns. People don't have anything. They're shooting people straight up in their face. It's so bad. It's very bad. The majority of the people that they've killed are younger than 30.
I heard they're also going into the hospitals and shooting people too.
They have so I saw a video. This was so sad. She's broken her head, her skull is broken, and she can't go to hospital because they're telling people not to go to hospital. But the only good thing is that I don't know how, but people are helping each other. When I say I don't know how, is because their phones are not working. They cannot even call each other. I've heard some days people had access for internal calls like few hours a day or something, but they purposely disconnect all of that and electricity so people cannot help each other. Like, and then no one's screaming genocide, and this is insane. And then there was a news article on Facebook, and all they said was that the Iran International news source says minimum 12,000 people been killed.
and then somebody's like, "Oh, Israel propaganda." Someone else is like, "When it's 60,000, let us know." And then these are the Palestinians. So it's like, if there is a propaganda, Aziz, it's the propaganda that these Islamist countries they play. And the only reason they say that is because the people of Iran, it's okay for them to die because the government is defending Islam. Even those who claim they're not terrorists, they shut their mouth to support Islamic terrorist, actions. Otherwise, where are these people? 53 Muslim countries, everybody has shut their mouth. Nobody has said anything. Nobody.
Well, they're Shia, so it's like the Pope doesn't speak for the Protestants. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
Is this RL guy in the chat? He's a troll, right?
I think he's a fake, personally.
Yeah, he's a fake. Yeah, he must be someone else.
52,
And
52
pretending
friends.
to
You
be
new
a
here,
Jew.
friend? You new here, big guy? You just been in here, really, with 53 friends? My guess is you're at least somebody we know, and you're definitely a troll.
It's not an
Yeah.
unusual take. I've heard people have that opinion.
53
You know.
friends. He's not
No, but
fucking
it's not because
yeah.
of that. It's because the whole vibe, the whole where he
The
speaks
fake
and whatever.
PTR picture, all the whole fucking shit.
Yeah, it's clearly. Is this people that try to be like Jews so they can pretend to be Jews so they can say anything, but they actually are trying to mock it.
Yeah, it's like Jews for suicide. God forbid.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to take your name because he's a cunt.
My cousin. I'm getting very impatient about Trump doing something, dude.
Yes,
I know.
it's
Too
time.
long.
I see lots of planes in the
But
area.
what kind of planes are they? Because the airspace for commercial
I
planes is
see
closed,
some
right?
military airplanes around the area near Iran, like really close.
You see
About
a lot of
six of them.
militaries,
Six military,
military planes, huh? Yeah, I
according
don't,
to
I
this
don't,
thing.
I don't even think this is. Oh wait, okay, no, but there is a lot less traffic in the air today, right now. But
Oh yeah, yeah, but there's still military aircraft.
you know what? I don't think any of. No, no, no. I don't know about the military. No, there is a flight going from Shu to Tehran right now.
I just got off the phone with my cousin right now in Greece, Athens. There's a huge protest going on. He's there
Where they were able to call
in
you?
In
Oh,
Greece, in
Greece,
Athens.
Greece. Pro-Iran protest.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, the protest outside Iran has been huge. I've never seen anything like this. It's been huge. It's done though. They're gonna be gone.
There was 50,000 people marching in Toronto
50,000 in LA yesterday.
3 days ago. Yeah, but where's the Greta Thunbergs? Where's the Susan Sarandons? Where's the Mark Ruffalo's? Where's everybody? Where's the outcry?
How
Where's
is
the
every
where for the
protest?
genocide?
The
Where's the
They're
DNC
sucking
protest?
didn't give
Iran's
the
cock in
marching
the
orders,
background.
BB, yet. They didn't get any marching orders.
Yeah,
They're
they're
told not to
waiting.
care yet,
They're
you know?
waiting.
I hashtag
recently.
where is Greta? I want to know where is she?
Where's what's his face too? That new one that joined in. There. Oh
Only some oppressed women matter, okay? Come on.
God.
Well, just to oppress, that's one thing. But look, people have no electricity. They say there's
They
no
don't care.
food.
They
We
literally
don't we
don't
don't know
fucking
what is
care.
happening. It's insane. No, those videos are not AI. Those are real videos. They are
Who's saying
sharing
they're
in.
AI? This fucking shit.
No, but I just
Oh
want
yeah.
people to know the government is showing these videos on their TV to intimidate people. Like that's from Iran TV.
When was the 12-day war? Do you remember the date?
June. Oh, the exact
Yeah, it
date?
was in June, middle June.
June? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm gonna stay positive though, and I'm gonna tell you guys why. I really do believe IRGC is gonna be gone. And this is something we'll have to thank Israel for. I understand. The talk is that U.S. is gonna attack, but this is Israel's war. This is what Israel has been doing. I think the 12-day war, I saw, he said, I think the 12-day war did not, like, the Iranians, they're not anti-Israel, majority of them. They're not anti-Israel, but a lot of them are also not pro-Israel. Does that make sense? Like, when you grow up in a system where since you're like 6, 7 years old, they constantly show you videos and they're like, oh look, they're killing, oh look, children, oh my God, look at this. Whether you like it or not, that's gonna sit in your subconscious. Like, I have a lot of friends that they're like, why are you pro-Israel? I'm like, why are you not? They're like, I'm not pro-Palestine, but I can't be pro-Israel. And I know it's because they've been brainwashed. And but when I say that is because I think because of that, Iranian didn't support, a lot of Iranian did support that 12-day war, but not, as much as Iranian are begging Trump to come save us. So I do believe this is all Israel, doing this. God bless Israel helping us. Like, this is, we have to thank Israel for this event. I do believe this is all planned, and it's, yes, US is going to be involved, but um, people need to remember this. Iranians need to remember this. They need to go back and figure out why they can't be pro-Israel. You know what I mean?
When I hear people commenting, they're like, this is Israel involved. I'm like, good. I fucking hope so. I hope they fucking send you all fucking pagers. But really, what I'm thinking is, why would they not? I mean, this is the source of terrorism.
Oh,
Hell fucking yeah.
Do
They're
you know, do you know the reason they were able to kill 12,000, 20,000, whatever this number is, we don't really know. Like, whatever the number is, I do believe the 12,000 because people are out in every city, in every state, people are out. 12,000 people is nothing. It's not that they killed 12,000 in Tehran, they killed 12,000 everywhere. So that number is probably a lot higher, but the only way they were able to do it is because they brought in, this is not like Iranian military. First of all, the military is not even involved. So the military hasn't joined people nor is attacking people. This is not the military. This is Sipah, which is the IRGC, and some besiege, but the majority of them, they are Islamic groups, came from Iraq, Hamas. These are the same people they funded to come do all those terror attacks in Israel and everywhere else. Roberto's putting the laugh. You're fucking retard, dude. This is so crazy that he puts a laugh there. IRGC TV shows that they're coming to help us against the terrorists. They're calling Iranians terrorists. Iran state TV, for people who think this is a joke. They are saying the protesters are not Iranian. These are terrorists. They are denying. They're not saying these are Iranians that are rebels. They're not saying these. They're calling them terrorists.
Well,
They're doing it
everybody's a
first.
terrorist to somebody sometimes.
They're executing a guy today. Maybe they've already done it. I don't know, but they're executing a protester today. Have you guys seen that? I'm
Retards
sure
are
you
good with
have.
that. Retards love that. That retard down there. I think he should probably get whatever it is he's
Like
laughing at. I
if
think he
I
should get
don't
that pencil
understand,
for
L. Like if you
him and
don't want to, if you
him
don't
and
want to
his
believe
family should
something,
experience buying a body back. Yes, I think this is great. I hope this for you.
listen, the videos with the body bags, do you know which one I'm talking about? Everybody has seen that video. That video is fake. But let me tell you guys something. That video was taped by IRGC. They are the one that show that video. You know why that video is fake? Do you think they give people their kids' body like this? Do you guys really think they're gonna put people in bags clean and nice like that? Let me go bring you guys a video. They have killed people and dropped them on top of each other. Even that video they posted themselves because they want to intimidate people. They're not going to call people and say, "Hey, your daughter died today. Come get the body." People, if they
Oh, I believe they'd fucking make him pay for a body.
not
Hell
just
yeah.
paying L,
Add insult to injury.
they won't even give 90 if they would every time they've killed people. Do you know like there's like
Well,
tens
and
of
with all due
thousands of
respect, the
people.
people saying they've had to pay for to get the body back are Iran.
That's one thing, but then there's
That's
tens
what
of
I'm talking
thousands
about.
of go missing in every
Well,
protest because
yes, yes.
they just like put them all in the same grave. Like the way that was so clean and people walking around so nicely and so that was the dumbest thing ever. Like I know that was a fake video. Let me bring you guys a video. I don't know if you guys want to see this. I probably shouldn't though. This is such a
All my
if it's
social justice warrior friends are just oddly silent. That's all I got to say. We had Ukrainian flags in our bios. We had Palestinian flags in our bios. Some
They're full
still
of
have Ukrainian flags.
shit.
They're totally silent. Totally fucking silent.
It conflicts with their narrative that they're the moral police of the world. When the Iranian people and the Venezuelan people are saying, "Please please liberate us," while they just want to shit on the
Jeff,
West
they're
and say
fighting their
everything we
own
do, we're the great
oppression.
Satans.
They're fighting their own oppression, Jeff.
It,
Don't you
it, it turns
know?
out from time to time we get it right and we support the right side. Right now is one of those times.
They're fighting their oppressor, Trump. Don't you know? They got their own problems. Fucking
I mean,
idiot.
yeah, I mean, leftist Linda in Memphis, she's also fighting for a revolution against a dictator.
Fucking idiot.
Watch it, Aziz. Watch the video. Watch it twice. I won't be watching it because I care for my soul and I already get it.
don't watch it, Jeff. I don't think
Hmm.
I will ever be the same person again. I can't
I
watch
can't
that.
watch.
It's
But I
it's just
think those that need to watch should.
It's a
but they did it
surprise, Aziz. You're
fake.
going to love it.
Where's that guy, Roberto? Someone down there they put it laugh because I said they brought Islamist foreigners. This is not their first time. They always do that. They even say it themselves. Everybody knows it's not like, oh, we think they brought the Islamist Iraqis and Hezbollah in Iran. No, it's all over the news.
Oh, shit. They brought Hezbollah to Venezuela. So, like, why would anyone not believe that they would bring them to Iran? I mean, that's Iran's their boss. Aziz, we're gonna fucking take Greenland. You're gonna love it. We're gonna make Greenland gay again.
I'm actually fully supportive of purchasing Greenland because I personally don't think that we should tolerate the Chinese and the Russians in Greenland. Go fuck themselves. Sorry, stay in your hemisphere. Fuck off.
We're not gonna end up taking Greenland, but we're gonna end up doing a deal. This is one of Trump's
That's what
distractions
I
that he's
mean.
so good at. He's so good at these wild distractions that like keeps people thinking he's crazy.
I didn't understand which part is the distraction, Jeff.
Green.
It gets them saying bombastic shit, and then everybody's up in arms, and then he does a deal. Fucking idiots! Like he's playing chess. He's playing chess. These morons. Okay, over Greenland, but we'll let the Russians. Fucking moron.
Actually, the funny thing is he's actually playing checkers, but in the middle of the game he's screaming about like, "Oh my God, there's a bird!" And the people keep looking at the bird while he's rearranging the fucking the board.
They literally can't keep up. It's always moving. I never had an issue with the Gulf of America thing because it seems a bit more accurate. These are the Americas.
There's no talk about when US might hit, right? Or what the plan is. We have no idea, right? Or does anybody
I
have
mean,
any?
there's talk. Who knows how much of it's accurate? The chatter I'm hearing from the dumb cunts is pretty heavy right now.
Who's dumb cunt?
Me?
Uh,
Uh,
no,
Oh,
no, I've got a network of dumb cunts
Stupid
who
chat
say all
group
sorts of
that
things.
Raffi has founded. I'm just kidding. This is part of the tale. And he's the chairman and founder now. Raffi is the chairman and founder of the Dumb Cunt.
At least he admits that it might not be accurate, but he's reporting anyway.
Well, it all came because he used to report it as if it was real. And like after like 12 or
The
15
whole
times of me going,
time.
"That's not real," like he finally was like, "Well, I don't fucking know. Let me get you into the group so you can like judge." And like I have to admit, it's kind of funny at times. Like let me see the last claim that was amusing. Oh, there's more. Let's see. B-2 stealth bombers disappeared from Diego Garcia. Uh, Apparently, Channel 14 in Israel is saying foreign elements are arming the protesters in Iran with firearms, and that's why IRGC's had significant losses. They actually said there were, I think, 500 dead IRGCs. No, I think several thousand. But again, this is the dumb cunt network. I don't believe most of what
people
they do.
are people. Well, Jeff, I think first of all, some parts of Iran, they have guns. Kurds, Baluch, they never surrendered their guns when the revolution happened. So we do have parts in Iran that people have guns. And one of the cities they say it's in people's um, one of the western cities. It's a small city. I don't even know the name of it. They say people already took over that city. That's one of the heavy gun ownership cities. People already took over it. But
Can we just
they
airdrop some guns then? Like shit. Let's do this.
I honestly think, Al, I honestly think there might be, some groups helping people on the ground. We'll have to just wait and see what unfolds. There is no way, there is no way that people are still out
organically. They don't care, L. Like they will kill everyone if the people had nothing. You know what I mean? But and
Sarah.
people are being really, really brave. I watch these
Oh, this
videos
is
and I
so brave. It is amazingly.
I can't believe the
They are
stuff
very
that's
brave, yeah.
happening.
Yes. I had
Yep.
Imagine
neighbors when I was little. So in the 70s, had neighbors that were Iranian that, you know, fled. And it just left such an impact on me ever since then. And I was listening to Andre talk earlier, Jeff, and I'm like, he's talking like, and I like him, but these people don't know what it's like to be free. They don't, that leaves a vacuum. No, they fucking do. These people are still alive. They remember.
Well, I mean, the funny part about Andre's argument was he was trying to differentiate Venezuela and Iran, and honestly, they're the same.
yeah,
Right.
there
Like,
are a lot of parallels between the two, yeah.
they both had terrible governments come to
They
power,
even
like one in
they
one in
even
'79,
share an
one in
oppressor.
'99. Right, like it's all part of the same. Like it's they're very similar. They both like were very free, very educated people before their revolutions. Like
Both have
he
petrol,
just
both have everything.
for whatever reason he conflates Iran with Libya. I don't understand. I
That
didn't
is
understand this
not
approach
even
at all.
remotely in the same realm, not even close.
Yeah, imagine, and this goes also for Venezuela because again, another parallel. Imagine the desperation that you have to feel that you don't care anymore about getting dead, getting killed. You just want it to be over. Like there's a high probability that you will not survive if you go out to protest, but you do it anyway. That is fucking loving your country. And I hope that if this leads to a free Iran, I really hope that the next generations can value, and appreciate the sacrifice that these people made. I cannot imagine myself in that situation.
Right?
Listen, there has to be talks. There has to be education. There has to be it's funny, Jeff, what I was saying today where one of our friends got I got removed from a room. People, for some weird reason, they thought I want to say anti-Israel stuff, or it was my opinion. No, it wasn't. Majority of Iranians are not pro-Israel. Majority of Iranians, they are not pro-Israel, not pro-Palestine. You see where I'm going? But Israel is Iran's friend. Israelis are our friends. Once this government is gone, there has to be education on this, and there has to be undoing of that brainwashing of repetitive, what they put in people's head.
You want me to be honest, Sarah? The only people that I have seen posting with full-throated support and heart are my Jewish friends.
No, I'm
That's who
telling
I
you.
have
Well,
seen.
of course, but
The rest of them fucking have no clue or they don't give a shit because they weren't told to give a shit.
A lot of people they did fall for the propaganda of
They failed
IRGC, where
history
it's like
class.
killing the children. And now, once this war is over, once the revolution happened, this is gonna be a big time for the talk. Instead of lying and saying no, all Iranians they love Israel. Don't. This is not my data. These are the polls data. Right now, U.S. is in the front, not Israel. This is not U.S.
Do you
operation.
really think you can trust a poll out of there?
No, you can. Yes, even
Mm.
this. Look, this is Israel. Didn't they do that war, the 12-day war? What was the messages? Didn't Netanyahu tell Iranians that we are in your government? We're gonna help free you guys. He already said all of that, but people were not. People, there was mixed emotions about it. But with
Sarah, his name is Netanyahu Zadeh. I'm sorry.
Netanyahu, No, I'm like, we got to give Trump a casino in Tehran and one to Bibi. But my point is, though, there has to be this discussion. There has to be. There has to, like, there, like, Iranians are going to wake up. A lot of people are going to wake up once this is over.
Well, they still could be even afraid to voice what they really think. I was watching a reel from a woman, an Iranian woman, living in the diaspora, and she was talking about her Iranian friends that live even in Australia that are very hesitant over any kind of messaging to talk ill of the regime because they firmly believe that they're being monitored. And I am it'll be interesting to see, God willing, that the regime falls and we get to see
Oh yeah,
what
no, no.
really is the
Look,
case.
there's 70. These are the polls even from inside Iran. 70% or higher of Iranians, they did not want Iran government to interfere with Palestine, like supporting them. And over 70% of Iranians, this is forever. They did not want to chant death to Israel. So it's not that I'm not saying they're anti-Israel, No, they're not anti-Israel, but majority of Iranians are also not pro-Israel. They're just more like, I'll just sit this one out. Where Israel, this the propaganda of IRGC, they don't see the whole propaganda. They only see the half part of it where IRGC is helping Hamas and Hezbollah. They don't see the other part of it where this is all fake news or whatever it is. But I've noticed that. I'm telling you, I think after this revolution, if it happens, Iran and Israel, they're going to be the biggest allies, and it should never people should never forget this kind of crap should never happen again.
I think it is time for all of you guys to take out your lion selves again.
Oh yeah.
Your AI photos.
No, you want us to all become lions.
Yeah, we all became lions for the 12-day war. That's the reason why I
Oh,
was asking what date it was so I could retrieve my photo.
let me see if I have a photo. I don't during the remember 12-day being a war, lion. they called Iranians who were like cheering Israel enemies. They were like, you guys are traitors, you know what I mean? And then but but now IRGC is like, it has brought Iraqi and other other foreigners to like fight the people. This is crazy. Like, not fight people, excuse me, to kill people. I don't know what Roberto means. Most cities that are protesting are minority cities. What does that mean? I'm guessing he means smaller cities that are like from the non-Persian center. You mean non-Muslims? Because I think he was
That's what I think
referring.
he means. He means less Muslims, like minority, like the minority of the people in there are less. Oh man, I just butchered that whole thing up. But yeah,
I didn't understand that, but majority of Iranians don't identify as Muslim anymore, Roberto. Even though they're born in Islam, majority these are all polls
Apparently, only
taken.
30% was Jeff saying before. Only 30% are considered really Muslims.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I was saying before. That I think it's the country uh, with Muslims, with the Muslim country with more, with the most ex-Muslims in the world.
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and this
think
is
we're gonna
because
see mass
and this is
um,
because you guys are smart and
conversion.
educated. Because as soon as you start actually making sense of Islam, it doesn't make sense.
I
Could you imagine they
honestly
all start
think
converting to Judaism once they take
no, no,
down the
no.
fucking?
There's gonna be a
Could you
mass
imagine?
conversion to Christianity. I think. No,
Woo
God
woo
change
woo.
it.
What about a return even to, their old way?
The Zoroastrian.
Yes.
That's I
Yeah. I I mean,
think
I it's I also think that that's going to be very common
U.S. support
because
and
yeah,
a
a lot
lot
of
of
advocacy
Zoroastrians,
for.
although that
a
is
lot of
like a
people maintain that.
what?
A lot of Iranians still, secretly practice a lot of the things from Zoroastrianism.
Yeah, yeah, but Christianity is very, very attractive. We have a cool guy,
I mean, he's better than the other guy.
100%. He's better than anyone.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
he
know
is
about that.
Jewish.
He, yeah, but he's the guy.
I mean, some would argue with that. Not the Jewish part.
Although
So
some
Jesus was
seem to forget
circumcised.
that part, don't they? How do you hate Jews and claim to love a Jew? I
It's a good
don't
question.
understand.
My question is better though. How can you believe Jews murdered God and then still oppose Jews?
Right.
Do you think Jesus was circumcised?
100%. Better question is where did they put the holy foreskin?
Good question. This is why I always ask them just to trigger them. When Jesus comes back, what do you think he will visit first? A synagogue or a church? I mean, like, he never knew a church.
Well, he hung out in synagogues and he said he came for the
Exactly.
Jews first and then to the Gentiles. So I'm gonna guess he's gonna go to synagogue. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Yeah, me too.
Could somebody explain that to me? So he died, then he resurrected. Did he die again?
No, no, no. But he ascended to the heavens.
Pardon?
No, he resurrected and then he ascended to the heavens. He's still
So
alive.
like the way we think of people who die now, like when we're a kid, like they die and they go to heaven.
No, but he physically went to heaven.
You seen it?
Like
Yeah, he
Muhammad.
ascended. A lot of people saw him.
Just like Muhammad Isa.
Bibi, shut up and believe it, okay?
Oh no, I
That's what
believe
they
it.
tell us.
I believe you, sister. Hallelujah.
That
Praise
was
the
perfect.
No,
Lord.
BB, just like the Rebbe.
Yeah, yeah.
Listen, it's a cool story. Stop messing with it.
Hey, listen, I don't have a problem with anybody believing anything as long as it makes them better humans.
Like that part. Wake it up.
Jesus is watching you right now, baby.
I hope so.
That felt
Yeah.
that felt creepy.
And he's taking into consideration every time you make us go through your chewing.
Oh, that is the thing. Like I always think of Issa. I think, ooh, if I hear somebody eating in your room, I'm like, ooh, any second now.
What's that called? What's it called? L? Isn't it called Misamona?
Yes,
Misa,
my
Misimonia? What's it called?
I don't know what it's called, but my daughter has it too. And I swear to God, she eats the loudest. And she's like, yeah, but I can't hear myself. I'm like, oh my God.
That's the best.
Hilarious.
I'm not joking. This morning, so when I was on with you guys, I drove by a car accident. The engine was on the highway. Like the engine
Oh,
fell out of the car. How the
ooh,
fuck? And
that,
it's been like 9 hours since then, and
that
the
sounds
highway
dangerous.
still stops. I think the person died.
Wow.
That sounds,
It's fucked up.
yeah.
One less Canadian.
Ugh.
Well, Mary, but yeah, maybe it was a visitor. Can I turn hand raising off so I can remove people like that? Like lower them? Fuck. Hold on.
I was gonna remove the guy. That's funny.
I know, but sometimes you're so like you're on point, and then you mod them by accident. I did that in just from the other day by accident.
Oh,
I'm like,
shoot.
fuck, I'm gonna remove this guy, and I mod, and I heard the guy talking a lot. He's like, I'm on, end the room, end the room, and he
Oh,
fucking ended
God.
the room,
I heard this.
That's funny.
bro. So choked, man. And I told
Well,
everybody, I'm like, that was me by accident. Fuck.
that happened to me too, BB. I did that once in Jeff's room. I'm like, oh, shoot. And it was somebody he definitely wouldn't have want modded. And I'm like, oh, dang.
Fuck.
I've
Yeah.
tried to mod people and send them to audience.
Oh. Yeah, those buttons are too close together.
What do you guys think? Do you guys think this is the end of IRGC, or
Oh yeah, I do.
what about you, Jeff?
Uh, I think we're all fucked
Why?
Yeah, actually, I
if
stick
it's
with
not
the
the
Oh,
end.
Jeff
if it's
answer,
not. Oh, if it's it has to be. I mean, if
Yeah.
it's not the end of it, let me tell you, no, there is no way that everything stays as is. I don't believe that. I mean, unless there is like a world
bro. If
war
it's not,
three,
could you imagine what they're gonna do? Jeff's right.
they
Everybody's fucked.
they're gonna just kill everyone. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
not gonna. That's not. That's why
Well,
people
yeah,
are so
it's
brave
not.
right now.
If it's not, it's not just an Iranian problem because they're going to have nukes like
Yeah,
in the
there's gonna
very
be
near
everywhere's
future.
problem. Yeah, what
So,
was I saying? It is still possible. I hope not. I hope it's the whole regime completely, gone. But it is still a possibility where they take Khamenei out and just modify, like kind of reform it more than a reform. But that's a possibility because I feel like the way they've been acting, there have a lot of insider people. We don't know who those insiders are, but they're
So
big
I,
people in the government.
professor, I know for a fact right now, Reza Pahlavi, he's gathering people together and they're giving them lie detector tests because they're worried about exactly that problem right now. That they're gonna get infiltrators. So
No,
they're
no. I get
screening.
that part. I get that part. But see, if they're doing that, then it's going to be some sort of a reform, it's like a weird coup, like not a real coup because there is like foreign interference and there is a change in the government, but some people in the government stay. So that's not, we're us Iranians, if they're going to like do that, we're not considering that the end of IRGC, but I I hope that's not what's
No,
gonna
I think
happen.
we're
But
good. Reza Pahlavi met with Trump the other day, and they have a plan. Watch, watch.
but they
Everybody's gonna
I've
be
heard from
surprised. Not surprised.
before.
Everybody's
Listen,
gonna be happy.
from a couple years ago, I heard the reformers, they're gonna come on power, but there's gonna be big changes where Pahlavi is gonna come, Khamenei is gonna be gone. So I that's what I'm saying. Like I hope reformers don't stay in power, but if that's the only way to get rid of them, it is the only way, like I just want them gone. People need to be able to breathe.
Middle East needs to be able to breed. Oh my God, there's gonna be so good if they leave.
Also, can we talk about the number of people that don't get that a good part of Iranians are not Arabs? Can we talk about it? Because you cannot believe. I feel like I'm like online, people talking about this. It's gonna be Iraq, it's gonna be Afghanistan, it's gonna be, and it's just maddening.
Well, Iraqis are killing our people right now. So
Right.
no, it's not. Like no, like it is not. It's different.
So if the dumb cunt network's to be believed, part of the target package that's been approved includes targets in Iraq for that reason.
I'm even worried about Trump's safety right now. This is this is a big move, guys. This is not just oh IRGC is going to be gone. There's going to be a power shift
Well, you're
change
right,
in
Sarah.
Middle
It gets
East.
more dangerous right before the topple. It's actually, this is the most dangerous.
I think this is very yeah. No, I'm worried about Trump more than anyone right now. I'm not kidding you. Like I'm like because this
Oh
is
God. May God protect him because we don't need Vance running the place.
yeah. He's asking him. He's not going to win the election. I'll tell you that because he already said negotiate with them. Idiot. Unless they come at the end and say that was their game.
I think Trump and JD are not of one accord on this issue,
I think they're not of one accord on most issues over the last 3 weeks.
except this one.
No, I'm saying I think they've. I think Vance is on the outs, like
Oh,
big
yeah,
time,
yeah, yeah.
and he's kind of acting out like a petulant child. I think ever since he made those comments at whatever that's called.
I think Rubio is the one that's going to run after him. I don't know.
I hope so. Rubio's fantastic.
Probably too early to talk about it, but I don't see Vance.
The comments, what, Jeff? I want to learn. What?
Uh, at TPUSA, ever since he made his comments at TPUSA,
Oh, they
I
were
think he's been on the
abhorrent.
outs.
They were terrible and so not accurate, but it was shocking.
And he managed the holy trifecta of denying anti-Semitism, denying anti-Semites, and shitting on Trump's Middle East policy, all in 2 lines.
Did you guys see the night that IRGC had cut the internet off? Did you guys see that their TV was showing Tucker Carlson?
Yes.
That was the worst publicity he's ever got in his lifetime. I promise you guys.
No, no. I mean, his fans probably are okay with it. I haven't actually checked in on the woke right to see how they're dealing with Iran. I would imagine some of them are against against it as well.
I think they're just all quiet, Jeff. We don't hear anything. Everybody's quiet. They're not even saying U.S. shouldn't attack. They're just quiet. They're probably gonna like regain their voice after an attack happens or something. Because right now, if they say anything, they know they people are gonna call them out.
No, no, they're. I'm sure they're already saying, this is only a problem because Israel wants, has a problem with Iran. We shouldn't be doing Israel's bidding.
Never mind that Iranians are dying in the street for this. But right,
They don't care about that. They're
they
not
will
that kind of good
they
Christians.
will drag the Jews in no matter what, even if they're not involved. They're going to find a way to involve you.
Well,
The
I mean,
mis-
the reality is Israel is somewhat involved,
Well, of
but
course, but
This is because this is what I mean. It's people have wanted this, and they've been brutalized for wanting this.
This waiting is
So hold on.
crazy.
I have a question, Professor. So you see the flag that's in my PTR, right? I had the other flag earlier, and everybody was telling me that's the wrong flag. I just did a news thing, like just to see what's going on in Iran. And there's a video that I mean, there's an article that popped up 30 minutes ago from the Guardian. It says hundreds of gunshot eye injuries found in one Iranian hospital amid brutal crackdown on protests, and all of them are waving the flag with the symbol, not the lion. So I'm confused.
The symbol is the
Here,
regime. The lion is the people, the monarchy.
okay. So then, can I change the link for a second? Yeah, I guess. Hold on. So why? Okay, hold on. If somebody can answer me, riddle me this. But what? Fuck me. Copy, paste. So then that means there's a bunch of people protesting for pro IRGC, correct?
That, or it's an AI picture.
I just posted it in the
Okay, I
top. I
know
don't know.
what you're talking about. I'll tell you right now. So this picture, this is so funny. The picture is from the pro IRGC protest, and I'll tell you about it now. But then the story is about the anti IRGC protests. I don't know why
So
the
is that
news
just
is
the media
publicizing.
being the devil that they are?
The day before yesterday, yeah, that the flag you see in that picture, that's IRGC's flag. So the day before yesterday, I think they told pro IRGC people, the government, to come out and protest. Even Al Jazeera, which is their, in bed with IRGC, they were like tens of thousands of people came out for a pro IRGC rally. Tens of thousands, that is nothing. So that's how many people want IRGC to stay right now. Do you see what happened? They asked the pro IRGC people to come out, and they couldn't even get enough people for their, their the shady, what's it called, media, to say like 100,000. Like I don't even think they had tens of thousands. People are done with them. They're like, nope, we're not risking our lives for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
No, they're not Iraqis, Roberto, but that's why they have to bring other militaries, because no one even goes for a protest for them. Who's going to kill people for them? What now, BB? BBC. These cunts.
Here, I'm gonna put a link for Roberto, who thinks it's funny, but it's all over the news that like it's like 4 or 5 days now. Everybody knows about it.
Listen, the death cult thinks death's funny. That like they don't care about death. They I mean it's a
No, not the death.
they like
He's
it.
like he doesn't believe that they brought the Irani, like the Iraqi Iran back, like military. Like they have Iraqis that are fighting
What,
right now.
Iranian Hezbollah, or I'm sorry, Iraqi Hezbollah, or Iraqi, what is it? Is it no, I forget what they're called.
I put the
There's an
link in
Iraqi
there,
group.
but it's on Times of India. It's on Israel's news. It's everywhere. I even think it was on U.S. news. Like they verify these things. It's not like a conspiracy.
Kataib Hezbollah, Harakat al-Nujba, Sayyid al-Shuada.
Jeff, can you read an article and do like a crazy like Arab accent?
I'm not great at accents, honestly.
That was okay that way.
I mean, I can do names like that, but like, I couldn't maintain it for more than a couple of words separated by all.
Have you guys noticed Mikhail's been crashing out for like 4 days? He's been doing a British accent and he won't
Who?
let it go. Mikhail, he calls
No,
himself.
I oddly don't spend a lot of time with him.
Fuck, bro. I've been walking into rooms and hearing him, and he won't let the accent go. It's like,
He's been crashing out for months though, BB.
holy fuck, bro. I'm telling you.
Like he was the last time I ran into him, he was claiming he was God. It was very weird.
Mental
Well, I
illness
seen
is
him
a
on.
bitch.
Yeah, no, he's fucking lost it, bro. I went with him on TikTok, and he was inviting me to these rooms, and then he turned his camera on. It looks like homeless, crashed out with narcotics and psychosis, like fucked up. But I got some screenshots, so it
Yeah,
was
I
worth
fucking
it.
hate TikTok. Can't
Yeah,
smoke
it's
online. Can't smoke while the camera's on. The fuck.
horrible. It's actually annoying.
Who is Figure 8? Sounds racist.
Jeff, when do you think there's gonna be like a military action or something?
I thought Sunday night, but that didn't happen. So I think we're getting close. I mean, the better question is who's going to attack first? Does Iran attack Israel? Does Israel attack Iran? Does the U.S. attack Iran? Do the U.S. and Israel coordinate a simultaneous attack? I mean, I think that's a more interesting question than when.
I just need something to happen.
And what if this goes to full scale World War III? China gets involved,
It's
Korea,
No,
it's
Russia.
dude,
not
you're
it's
crazy. Do
not
you think this is
happening.
gonna go turn to World War Three?
It's
This is
not
Do
not
you think
going.
happening.
China's going to go to war for Iran?
Not
No,
for
it's not
Iran,
happening,
not for Iran, for unstabilizing because the Venezuela thing and then
dude.
Iran thing. It makes a Western stronghold even more powerful.
No, you're missing what Trump is doing.
Tell me what I'm
This
missing,
is
Isa.
well that he's placing the pieces of the puzzle together. All of these things that he's doing is not creating World War Three or anything. On
I
the
know he's
contrary,
piecing the pieces to puzzle together, but you don't think China, Russia, and all these countries aren't seeing that
no, definitely
they're becoming
not
weaker?
Russia and definitely
They're
not
becoming
Iran.
weak. They're becoming weaker because of what Trump's doing.
No, definitely not Russia. Russia is the next one to align behind Trump.
To a line
To
behind
be
Trump.
honest, I
You
don't
will
know.
see.
I don't even know if China is going to be upset if IRGC goes. They 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 call Islam Muslims mentally ill.
No, I know. I don't think it has anything to do with the attack on Iran. I think it has to do with the stronghold that the United States is going to have. Like Venezuela is a huge thing, guys. I don't think.
But
I
maybe
think a lot
maybe
of you guys
Trump
realize
already
it.
It's
made
the
a deal
biggest
with
thing in
them.
the world, Venezuela.
Yeah, yeah. So that already unstabilized China and Russia. It made them less strong.
What if they have made a deal behind the curtains?
Maybe. I'm just saying. Like, there's a
That
lot of
would be a
fucked up
very
shit.
smart move if you know, that would be a very smart move for Trump if he wants
Yeah,
to go in and get
I
out and
I think there's a deal between China and Trump to trim down to basically to eliminate Russia as a superpower.
I disagree with you,
By the
but
way,
we talked about
by
this
the way,
already.
there's a little confusion when it comes to Venezuela's oil because everybody says Venezuela's got the biggest oil reserves in the world. Um,
Yeah, but they
but
can only
a
tap into
good
10% of it.
Yeah, that's right. So it turns out that actually Iran produces four times the oil Venezuela does.
Oh
uh, Venezuela
my
just has the
So
God.
good oil. It's very thick. It has to be processed differently. It actually takes more to get oil from Venezuela that's
It's
usable.
sludge.
Yes.
It's sludge.
Yeah.
They need refining down there.
yeah,
But I think that
so
one
I
is the
mean,
one that is more useful for plastics and other
Right.
things, right?
Right.
yeah, I
It's
mean,
not just the
regardless
heaviest.
of its use or anything like that, bottom line is they provide 1% of the world's oil. Iran provides 4% of the world's oil. So in total, these two countries represent 5% or less of the world's oil output.
Yeah, Jeff,
So
but
like,
that's because they were both under sanctions. You're
no,
missing
no.
that.
I mean that's correct, but they're not selling less oil because of the sanctions. You're just selling the same oil cheaper because they can only sell it to a handful of countries that'll buy it.
They just switched to who they sell it
I
to.
honestly think because of the sanctions, they they just like I know with Iran because of the sanctions, they just stayed behind. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows?
You're wrong. It's
But
okay.
Iran has a lot of
I
stuff though.
I
You know?
I I, I wouldn't argue with you about anything having to do with chiropractic,
Exactly.
but economics is kind of how where I live,
No, no,
and
but what I'm saying is like let me give you another example. Like right now, Iran needs to be rebuilt. Decades of rebuilding, right? Ninety
sure.
million, 90 million people, country that big. Like Trump is going to create so many jobs, so many contracts, you know, for America. Like that's going to be like it doesn't have to just be the oil. What I mean is like they can become allies. They can be benefit for
Yeah,
America.
but
You
none of
know,
that has anything to do with my very narrow statement that while everybody's talking about Venezuela in terms of oil, Iran actually produces four times as much oil. So, like, you're having a different conversation.
oh, I didn't understand what you meant. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So, and like, output doesn't materially change, and sales don't materially change in terms of barrels. because of the sanctions. They're still
Supply.
selling. They're selling their oil to China and India instead of putting it on the world market, and they're selling it for 20% less than they would otherwise be selling it for to avoid the sanctions.
I don't know if you saw this, but Trump tweeted, I guess, addressing the protesters,
Yeah, it's been a
saying the
while.
senior Iranian officials will pay a very heavy price. Write down their names.
Uh huh.
Is that new or the old one? That's the old one.
Looks like it's new, but I could be wrong.
He wrote he. It's a second one. This is from a couple hours ago because he said something similar a couple of days ago. He didn't put the write down their names part.
You see, to counterbalance the DCN, I try and read from proper news, and then I feed that in once in a while. So we're not fully fake news.
I mean, I'm also reviewing the real news. It just doesn't
Jeff,
have
it's a
that much interesting
joke.
shit.
Oh, come on. It's a joke. On a better note, yo, Tiana Taylor was looking great last night.
Who's that?
The one who won some award last night, the Golden Globes. Yo, she beat cracked out Ariana Grande, which is all I cared about because that movie should not get any award. Wicked, but um, I'll send you a picture of her, Jeff.
Uh huh.
It's fantastic.
See, if JD Vance is the candidate, I might be able to vote for Newsom. He came out against the wealth tax in California.
I feel so embarrassed that I'm like in my comfort of my home and I'm just like, "Ugh, I just need something to happen. You know, the way I feel restless, it makes me embarrassed when people are like going through what they're going through in Iran. Is that what this survival guilt is?
Yes, that's a real thing. Yes. I'm sorry. That must feel terrible.
I wasn't even
This is
thinking
why.
about the part that Iran might attack Israel too. This
Oh,
is
I personally think that's. I have personally thought that is how it will start because that would be their most effective way to get the protesters off the streets is to pick a fight with Israel so that people will want to be like safer if Israel when Israel responds. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. Elon Musk believes Iran's internet will never be the same again, but offers free Starlink till revolution is over.
people are not able to use it though.
Yeah,
Yeah, they've got to shut down completely. Not my look, Seth.
What do you got?
Jana Taylor,
Yeah.
not my look.
Hold on. I got more. Look at the Instagram video I just sent you of her first line she said when she got her reward. I think you'll appreciate it. Resetting the room.
I'm not into her. She kind of looked like Michael Jackson.
She's gotten work done.
Yeah. I'm not into her.
She was in that video that Kanye West did that it was, and she just killed it. Crazy. Hold on, I'll
Well,
get the video.
you enjoy. I won't compete for her affection. You can have it.
Well, Leo's on it, but anyway,
Well, Leo's on it. She looks way older than 24.
Wasn't she the girl that Leonardo DiCaprio was kissing?
Jesus, bro, are you ever
so
not
did
chewing?
Sean.
Ever,
Sean Penn got a piece of her too in that movie.
baby, man. What kind of eating disorder do you have?
I don't know.
There's something not right with you, bro.
I know. I know. I love it. I love it. Thank God I shit like a fucking beast.
Unbelievable. You're gonna be found dead on Clubhouse because you choked
Oh
on
my
a turkey
God!
leg.
Enough. Here, I'm going to send you the video now that she's really famous for. That really got her a lot of love. You need to see the whole video. It's really. Sheesh.
Okay, Sarah. I don't even know whether to repeat it, whether to. Oh fuck! I forgot to put that away. I don't even know whether to say this to you, but it's actually very funny. And I don't know if this is true either, because it's Dumb Cunt Network. But apparently, in an Israeli cooking show, the host said things are heating up in Iran. Khomeini is about to die, and it's cold outside. It's time to make gorma sabzi.
But if you don't know, like if you're not sure about, there's so much stuff right now. Every 5 minutes, someone sends something. They've said him being in Iraq, Russia, what else? They just list different countries. Every 20 minutes, they change it. Like, I don't know. I just checked. I still see flights over Iran. I was gonna ask Seth, where do you see which app that do you use that shows you the military flight plane?
I'm getting the name. Hang on. Of it. It's called ADSB. ADS.
ADSB.
No, no. Let's try it again. Alpha Delta Sigma. Eta.
ADSA. No, I said beta. ADS dash B.
Oh, okay. I know which one that is. I'm completely paralyzed, guys, and I have some emergency work to do. What should I do?
You don't want me to answer that.
Mm.
Do not want me to answer that.
So interestingly, there are no planes over Yemen. There's one plane over most of Iraq. Right along the border of Iran, there's plenty of planes, but the rest of Iraq is clear. Jordan has one plane in the skies, and it's headed to Tel Aviv. They're all very clear, these airspaces.
Wait, you said one over Iraq?
One over Iraq, one over Jordan, with the exception of right along the border of Iran. There's like a line of planes that are not over 90% of Iraq. Although interestingly, you would think that that line would avoid the border if there's potentially targets in Iraq.
Oh, wow. I see what you're talking about. There's only in one line. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of typical, but it's not typical that those countries would be so clear entirely.
I don't know.
Didn't get an alert. This guy wanted to come up.
Yes, hello. So you would,
Yeah, Tay.
hello, how are you, sir?
What's best for the people?
I think this is a really complicated question. What is the best for the people? But it's definitely not the king, and it's not the like me personally. I don't like the government, the regime currently. I definitely don't like the king as well. I think the solution is to bring in democracy and open the relationships towards all nations. But the problem is, there's a big problem with this one because when America went in Iraq and liberated the people, Iraqis from Saddam, it they were liberated, yes, but the country's economy crashed. The people got into poverty. Everything was worse than it was before. And that is Iraq an example. We can take Syria as an example as well. But with the Bashar time, Syria was flourishing, but Bashar was a really bad person. I don't say I'm like him or something. But after the demonstration, internal conflicts, the country crashed. You
I
had
mean,
like
that's what
30%.
happened. That's what happens when you have a 10-year civil war.
Yeah, that is what's happening. Correct. The thing is, with Iran, they are going towards a really dangerous path. And I think this is my prediction. My prediction is that Israel is going to convince America to fight Iran. America's gonna bomb the shit out of Iran, but Iran gonna
In,
respond.
inshallah.
But the thing is, America will not win and it will not lose. So will not win over Iran, nor will it lose. It will just lose a lot of money. Iran is gonna be completely bombed. Okay? Then you have the regime fall. I don't know what's gonna go happen there. After that, the people in America is gonna be really upset because they're gonna start waking up. They're gonna say, "Hey,
Why the fuck are we fighting the Israelis wars all the time? What the fuck is going on? We fought in Iraq for Israel. We fought in Afghanistan. We fought in this. We went to Libya with our intelligence agency. We went
Yeah,
into
because
intelligence.
Libya was a threat to Israel.
Why
That's true.
are we dogs to Israel? People's gonna say. So it's gonna
Hmm.
be civil war in America between the Democrats and the Republicans,
What
Where are
right?
part
you
of
from,
America?
Kay?
What part of America are you in?
I'm from Europe, me personally, and we are screwed here in Europe because in Europe, what's gonna happen is they're gonna be a conflict between the how do you say the indigenous group versus the immigrants. So it's gonna be a conflict between the indigenous groups and the immigrants, and this is gonna
You
be all around Europe.
you mean the whites and the Arabs?
No, I mean the indigenous group, the ethical groups, for example, ethical groups in Bulgaria, ethical groups in England, ethical
Yeah,
groups in
yeah.
France. Yeah,
Versus the
yes,
Arabs.
not versus the Arabs,
All
versus
right,
the
the
non,
Muslims, because there's also Pakistanis. Yeah, you're right.
not only Muslims, against everyone who's not ethical group, because you have different religion in this non-indigenous people. They're not only Muslims. Most of them is maybe Muslims, but a lot of them is Christians as well, right? Some of them is Buddha, Hindu,
They don't
Sikh.
seem to be having problems with their Christian immigrant populations, though.
This will not be a religion focused conflict between the indigenous group and the immigrant. It will be specifically about
See, this is cute.
indigenous group and
This is
immigrants,
so
not about Muslims
we have a
specifically.
guy who said the Iranian people don't know what's best for them from
Yes.
Europe, lecturing Americans about what's going to happen in America while still being too big of a pussy to
Well,
address
Mr.
the problem.
Jeff,
Hold on. Let me finish. I wasn't done. That the problem in Europe are Muslims.
not
Like
Muslims, no.
it is Muslims. Are you Muslim, Tay?
Immigrants. Immigrants is not only Muslims. You need to remember, many come from
Tay,
Kenya, Congo.
Are you Sunni or Shia?
Doesn't really matter what I am, actually. I'm actually a Christian Catholic. Okay? I'm
Okay.
a
I believe
Catholic.
Christian
you. I believe you,
Catholic.
Kay. I believe you.
Okay? And I don't care about this religious group and this and that. Okay? That's number
Well, you
one.
should because it's the Muslims that are destroying Europe.
It's not the
Just
Muslims. We have a lot of Christians groups as
just
well.
2 days ago, the UAE forbid its young people to go to college in England for fear of them being radicalized as Muslims in England. Europe has a Muslim problem. I mean,
Yeah.
you can use your cute little politically correct words, but the reason Europe's fucked is because of people like you who can't call the enemy the enemy. The enemy of Europe
But
is
do you
Muslim.
know, let me tell you something, Mr. Jeff. Do you know 50% of the Muslim people in Europe are atheists? The people who became born in that country, like first generation immigrants, they are not practical Muslims.
Your
And
numbers are off.
the
I
second
mean,
generation,
you're correct that some of those people are atheists, and you would be correct to say some of those people are fine Europeans. But the fact is, the vast majority of those people are not atheists. The vast majority of those people are not fine Europeans. You can look in Norway, where 87% of the first generation Palestinians and Somalis are on public assistance, and 72%
hold on.
of them have
By
been in
saying first
jail.
generation, what do you mean?
First generation, the children of the immigrants. Sorry,
Yes.
the numbers I just quoted were the immigrants themselves. The second generation were slightly better, but still over 50% on both. So, I mean, I'm first generation. My mother was born elsewhere and moved to America. Like, I understand what it is to be
Okay,
a
so
refugee.
you're a first generation American then.
First generation American, correct?
Okay. The first generation Europeans who are born in any European country is not practical Muslim. Most of them, 80% of them. They've
Yeah,
been
no, no.
radicalized by the
Was it? Was it?
European
What?
laws.
Okay, so now it's Europe radicalized them to be radical Muslim atheists.
No, Europe radicalized them to become European.
and Western minded. We call that radicalization as well, right? So 80% of the first generation immigrants are radicalized Europeans, right?
Meaning
So
meaning
it's
they're.
not about religion. That is your
Oh,
mistake.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the only one that doesn't know what a radicalized European is outside of the Muslim context.
Let me tell you what that means. Radicalized first generation immigrant means a person who comes from a Muslim country, who have Muslim parents, who are born in the country and doesn't follow the tradition, become more European, starting hanging out with the indigenous group and drinking beer and party and having a
Uh huh.
girlfriend, is not practical Muslim. That is what I mean. Is being European
But
radicalized.
what makes them radical about what makes them radical in that?
Well, everything is relative, my friend. From the Muslim perspective, that is radical. From the Western
So
perspective, that is
are
radical
you
because the opposite.
are you advocating from a Muslim perspective? Because that would explain the
I'm
lack of
advocating from different perspective. There is no final truth.
this and this
Everything's
and this is the problem with Europeans and why Europe's fucked. People like you.
no. Actually, Europe is gonna have problem because it's been promoted right-wing extremist parties. You have Elon
Oh
Musk.
my god.
You have Donald Trump. You have a
Mm.
lot of people promoting this right racism in Europe, and it's gonna increase. It's gonna
It's
be a
not.
conflict.
It's not
It's not
racism. It
about
has nothing.
Muslim.
It has nothing. It has
Mr.
nothing to do with
Jeff,
skin color.
we will all
Yes.
respect you. That's something wrong here. I come from a really, I don't want to explain, but trust me, it's not about religion. It's about immigrants. It doesn't matter.
Based on your screen name, I'm guessing you're from Switzerland.
Doesn't really matter who I am. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a conflict. Even if you're Iranian who hate Islam and you're an atheist, you're still gonna be treated as an immigrant. For example, in my country, just 1 week ago, an
It's funny
atheist
because Iranians in Europe integrate incredibly well, just like they do in America.
Yes, but we don't
So
care about that. We don't care about immigration integration process. We care about that's not indigenous
you
group.
really do lie like a Muslim,
Mr.
I have to
Jeff, you
say.
got this all incorrect, my friend. With all respect,
Okay,
Hold
you
I'm
on.
gonna mute
understood
up.
the
I'm
I
gonna
whole
just
mute up.
thing
want to hear what
incorrectly.
he has to
I'm
say.
gonna mute
Seb,
up. Let's
I
let the
want to hear what he
Europeans
has to
have a.
say. A week ago in his country, what?
Let me explain. In my country, for 1 week ago, they sent a woman back from Sweden to Iran. She was came to Sweden when she was 6 years old, and they sent her back to Iran, and she's an atheist. She hates Islam. We don't care. We Swedish people don't care about religion. We only care about if you're not blonde, you don't look like us, then go back to your country. That is what we care about.
That is
You
So
correct.
sound like you're Arab, though.
Yeah, he doesn't sound Swedish
I, I'm
because
half
he's a
Swedish.
Muslim. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not Muslim. That like my mother is a Muslim, but I'm half Swedish. Half,
Exactly. I knew you were a Muslim.
huh?
You are
But
not the type
I
of
don't look
you're
Arab.
not the type of blonde, blue-eyed Swedish.
That is literally what I have. Okay.
You are an
Doesn't
immigrant
it,
Swedish.
it doesn't
You're
really
you're
matter how I look.
It
you're
does
so you're
matter.
only
So
I take it back. You're not the problem that's causing Europe to die. You're half the problem that's causing Europe to die.
I think the thing you confused is that you think this is about religion. It's not about religion.
It is
It's
about
about
religion, it's about
it's about
culture, it's
color.
about values, it's about
It's about
principles.
culture, where you come from. For example, it doesn't matter if you're Iranian and you are atheist or Zardasht or whatever you are. You come to Sweden, you're still gonna uh, do your what do you call?
No, it's not.
You're gonna
When it
celebrate your
when it
things.
comes
You're gonna
when it comes to Islam, it does matter because it's not only religion.
doesn't really matter.
We're not talking just about spirituality. Who gives a shit about spirituality? We're talking when we talk about Islam, we talk about a whole framework of law, a whole framework of civil life and lifestyle and everything. It encompasses everything, not just spirituality.
Do
I've
you
got a
think the
question.
immigration process in Europe care about religion, or do you think they
So
look
No,
where you
the
come from?
immigration process
so
in Europe is shit.
They
This
don't
is the
Tay
care
reason why
what
we
religion you
are.
have. They
This is the
care
Tay
which
reason
country
why
you come
we're.
from. You come from Iran,
K-
go back
This
to
is the
Iran. You
yeah
come
reason.
from
yeah that's
Syria,
This is the reason why we've been flooded with a lot of people that don't belong in the
Iranians should
Western
go back to their
society.
country. You should have your king go back to your country. Syrians go back to your country. Everyone
This
go
guy,
back to
this
their
guy.
country.
Who is this faggot?
If you're not successful in the
I think
country,
you follow him.
Well, no, I
No,
don't.
maybe not. I don't know where he came from.
we don't care.
Uh,
You don't. You're not
Tay,
blonde. You
Tay,
don't have blue
Tay,
eyes. You're not
Tay,
indigenous
Tay,
group. Go back.
you don't know that she's not a blonde lioness. Tay, so just to confirm your theory, do you have an idea of how many atheists from Spain and Russia were deported from your country?
Spain is different because it's in Europe. We treat them still as European
Okay, what about Canadians?
siblings.
How many Canadians were deported from your country?
He's trolling you. This guy is
There's
not
no
white,
not so
and
many
he's
Canadians in Sweden.
he's doing like devil's advocate, pretending
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
white,
yeah.
blue-eyed, and talking like he doesn't. He's a racist, stupid guy. I
I'm
mean,
not a
like
racist.
he's
I'm not racist.
pretending.
I'm just want to prove your point that you're stupid that you believe just because you leave
No,
Islam.
honey, you are
You will be
stupid.
one of
And you
them.
know
You will never
what?
be one of them.
You know who else was stupid? Muhammad. Muhammad is a pedophile. Do you mind if I say that?
I mean, I don't. I'm not even a
Certified
Muslim,
lover
so
boy,
I don't really care.
certified pedophile.
Well, he's a pedophile.
I mean, I don't care about like that. But listen, it doesn't really matter if you're a Muslim or not. If you're Iranian, you should go back to Iran.
No, I
This is my
never saw
opinion.
you're from France, guy, or
And
from
if you're
Then
Syrian,
why don't you go
go
back to
back to
where your
Syria.
why don't you go back to where your mother came from? Because she was an immigrant.
It doesn't really matter.
It does
I'm a
matter. You
half.
should go back to
I'm
your to
half
the land of your
indigenous group.
mother.
It makes me more
Hey,
Swedish than I'm Arab,
Tay,
and I don't even look Arab.
Tay, my mother is also a
He is
refugee
Arab.
from an Arab country. My mother's from Algeria. Where's your mother from?
It's close
Ah, you're
to
Moroccan.
Algeria. No,
You see, like it's
it
very
doesn't
You're
really
not
easy.
matter.
Tunisian. You're not Tunisian
Tunisian, yes,
because
I'm half
Tunisian. You're
Tunisian.
not. You're half Tunisian. Okay, fine.
You see,
You
it's
take
very
after your
easy
father,
to
clearly.
it's very easy to spot these people. Like this guy is trying to pretend he's a Nordic guy and
Now,
whatever.
Isa,
He's
listen, I'm gonna
Tunisian.
speak for real now. Like, no disrespect, anything. Like, you have to understand something, the bigger picture that's going on. Do you think it's in America's interest to make Iran good, strong, powerful, rich? Do you really
I
think
mean,
that?
it actually is uniquely.
Not at all. Every country surrounded to Israel must be weak. Because when the great
he's
plan
not
sets,
It's
Tunisian.
anti-Semite.
You're
Yeah,
from
listen
I
one
to
of
me.
the
agree.
terrorist countries, one of the terrorist
Every
Muslim
country
countries.
close to Israel must be weak. You know why it must be
So,
weak?
Ty,
Muslim.
this is
For the
amazing.
great
You
Israel
said you
plan.
said let's talk seriously, and the first thing you do is put Israel in the center of your argument. Isn't that amazing?
It's
So
not
that
about
is really what bothers you. You
it's
you
about
you just hate
eschatology.
Israel, you just hate Jews, and that's your
Not
thing.
only
So
Jews.
anything
You
that
have
has to
different
do
groups.
with them, you will repudiate. And
It's
and
not
and this
about
is
Jews.
how
Jews are being used. They are being
you are
used.
being you're so easy to spot. Your kind, they are so easy to identify because of the language, because
آره
of the yeah, it's always the same.
آره من یکم فارسی حرف
Doesn't it
میزنم
doesn't it bother you that you
I
are
told
that
you
you are
I
فارسی
so
told
بلدی؟
you
easy?
he's
Doesn't
Iraqi.
it bother you that you're so easy to spot? I mean, like you're just like the rest of the people. Doesn't
من
it bother
ایرانی
you that
هستم.
you are not even able to be
Okay,
original?
listen to this.
You come with an argument that we've heard like 5,000 times.
No, 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 you have never heard about this before. Trust me. Because remember what I'm
No,
telling you
He's
right now.
no.
You should remember and take notes, actually. Take notes. Take notes. Really, I'm being honest.
Yes,
Your Farsi is
Ahmed.
pretty
I'm
good
not
for a
gonna take
Tunisian
notes
in
from you,
Sweden.
Ahmed.
I speak multiple languages because I'm a Central Intelligence Agency agent. I'm joking. But listen, what's gonna go happen is Iran and America is gonna fuck each other up. Iran is gonna be completely destroyed.
This guy really
Iran
knows
couldn't
about
fuck up Israel.
geopolitics. You can tell he knows a
Iran
lot
couldn't
about
even handle
geopolitics.
Israel. This is
Iran
comedy.
cannot handle is that Iran didn't want to. They didn't want to waste money on sending
Oh
rockets
my
there because it's
God!
not.
You know
They
how many
can, if they
rockets
want,
they
they can
sent?
make Tel Aviv looking like sand, but
Oh my
they don't
God!
want to.
You
I'm
you
not
know
with the
what?
Iran government.
Charlie
Like, don't.
looked like he was
You should
very
be a Muslim.
Hold
certain
on,
You're
hold
very
on,
you,
Jeff.
just
I'm
from
not
the
with the
Hey,
Yeah,
Iranians.
his
hey,
name
are
is
you
Don't
Ahmed.
Iranian?
don't don't
Are you
mistake
Iranian?
me.
I am. Hold on. Are you Iranian?
Oh, no. Okay, no, I'm
Oh,
not
you
Iranian.
are?
No, he's not.
Well,
Listen to this.
he might be, he might be
I'm not with the Iranian
Irani,
government. I'm just
Iraqi,
saying, fuck the Iranian
Iraqi, you
government.
know. But
I
let me
don't care
tell you
about that.
something, Tay.
I
Are
want the
you,
people to know the truth,
Tay? Are you
the big
aware
picture.
that half of the embassies, Iran
People are so
embassies,
stupid. They didn't know
are
what's
you
going on.
aware that
Like,
the
you're the
IRGC
only one
flag
that
is
knows that
down?
not only me.
understands.
It's
Do
a lot
you?
of guys like me, but not only me.
Can we
But
remove this
99%
idiot?
don't know.
Let me send him
I
to
mean,
the
we could,
audience. He should
but
listen.
that would be less fun.
He should listen a little bit. Hey,
Go
You
listen.
should
on.
listen. That would be good.
Iran flag, IRGC flag, they've already taken down from half of the embassies. They're done. They're
Do
gone.
you think the king is better?
It doesn't. How's that your
Anything
business?
is
You
better
just
than
said
the
you're not Iranian.
IRGC.
If it's not your
The king is a
Iranian,
dictator.
listen. If you're not Iranian, why don't you worry about your own problems? You're gonna be
I don't have
kicked
any
out of
problems,
Sweden.
darling.
Didn't you just say they're gonna kick you out
Not
and
me,
send you
but
back to
the
your terrorist
guys, the other
country?
guys that doesn't look like
Let me
me.
tell you
I
No,
what
feel
is
sorry for them.
gonna
they're only
happen.
gonna deport his mother back to Tunisia,
Let me
despite the
tell
fact that
you
there's
what's gonna
only a
happen.
handful of Tunisians
Let me tell
in
you. Let
Sweden.
me tell
It's
him
not so
what's
many
gonna
Tunisians, by the
happen.
way.
IRGC is
Ahmed,
gonna leave. Tape. IRGC is gonna leave. Iran and Israel. They're
Pedram,
gonna become the biggest allies. All you Muslim terrorists. You guys are. That's why you
you
guys
guys
are
are
like
stupid. You think
crying
this is
right
about
now.
religion.
This
No one
is
cares about religion.
exactly about religion.
It's about indigenous group. Do you know what indigenous group means?
Listen.
Ah,
Listen.
hold on, Sarah. Ahmed, just get your Tunisian passport ready, okay? Because in a few months you will have to go back.
I feel
He's
sorry
not
for
even
everyone that
Tunisian.
left the religion. They thought they're gonna be integrated and stay in the country. Those are the biggest losers
You mean
because
like
they're
you?
gonna be the first one deported from the country.
You know,
Like
you're
You
not
because
mean
it
getting
like
doesn't
you?
really
paid
matter
because
what religion.
IRGC is not going to be in power by the end of the weekend. So they're not
Do
going to
you
pay
think the
you.
white man care about your religion? He don't give a
You
fuck. He
know,
care
you're
Correct.
going
about
to
your
be,
color. You're not white. Get out of here.
you
You
know,
don't look like us.
Mm. That's not
Get out
true.
of here.
it
You
does
don't
not.
you don't have the same
Tay,
culture as
Tay,
us,
I've been living in America forever, okay? They say
but not
that
in
to me
Europe.
about
Not in Europe.
Americans.
It's the
They
same in
say
Europe,
Not in
that,
Shahla.
Europe.
they said that to me about
You will
Jewish
never
people.
be German,
Listen,
Swedish, France. You will
I
never.
heard
You
this.
can't.
I'm
Listen, the only
French.
people
I've
in my
never
life
had
I had to
racism.
worry about and I had to watch them were the Muslims. So get the
I
fuck out
hear
of here.
you. I hear you confrontation. I hear you.
Hold on,
Listen,
hold
guys,
on.
listen. Let me just
No,
speak
no,
for 1 minute without
Tay,
being
shut the
interrupted.
fuck up.
Okay.
Do you know what a
Okay, I will be.
moderator is? Thank you. Tay wants to be very racist in his approach. He's going to invalidate any opinion that's not European. Aya had a few things to say. Aya's European. Let's see if perhaps he'll listen to a woman from Europe. Go ahead, Aya. Yeah, I'm Algerian. I look Algerian, and I've been living in France. And yeah, I've been treated as a French person, never experienced any sort of racism. I don't know where you're getting that, but people here are inclusive unless you show signs of, I don't know, not wanting to be integrated, or it's not about your color, it's more about your behavior.
Listen, I understand completely what you're saying. I have been through this experience a lot. I've talked to a lot of people. Me, myself, I'm half indigenous group, half immigrant. So I know what you're talking about 100%. But to be honest, from my father's side, my family, my cousins, from my father's side, we will, no matter how much you try to integrate, no matter what religion you have, even if you're Christian, it doesn't matter. If you even if you celebrate Christmas like we do, and you do sommar like we do, and you do long påskafton like we do, we will never see you equal as us. You will never be accepted like us because
Who said
you
that?
don't look like us, you don't think like us.
Yeah, this guy. this guy is a
Stupid.
troll.
This is the
This guy is a
truth.
troll.
This is
This
the
guy is
truth.
a troll. He is Arab. You can hear his accent, and he is trying to be funny by pretending that he's like, "Oh, you never be like us. You will never
Yeah, he's
accept us like us.
projecting his
We will send you back."
racism. He's projecting
Exactly,
his
and
own
he is
racism.
waving the Israeli flag because he wants to come across as like, yeah, well, you see, I am trolling you and I am for Israel. I mean, it's just stupid. It's the stupidest troll I've ever seen. So just for you, so that you know, if you leave the room, this is the last time we see each other because you're blocked, dude. So good luck with
Yeah,
your life.
his dad's family never accepted his Arab mom, and he's angry about it, and he's projecting that out in reverse.
Well, that's another
He
thing. Like,
assumes everybody in Europe is as racist as his father's family, and won't accept anyone that looks like
no,
his mom.
Jeff, do you really think that a Muslim woman will marry a non-Muslim guy?
Yeah, it happens.
No, it doesn't.
It happens.
But he was
That is
lying.
one of the
Jeff.
things that very seldom times in the world happen. That
Yeah,
would mean they
I
don't
mean,
allow them.
if they've left Islam, like it could totally happen. If she became Christian and married him, it could
Yeah,
totally
the
happen.
pressure of the family, the pressure of the country, the pressure of everything.
I mean, look, Isa, even in Israel, like Muslim women marry Jewish men. Like it happens.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, and this guy is probably like 16 years old. Probably doesn't even have hair in the balls yet.
Oh, well, some of us go through a great effort to try to reduce the ball hair, so that would be an advantage.
I was just about
I'm
to
so
say that. You know,
triggered.
from childhood.
I'm so annoyed by young men in Europe behaving like him, like whining all the way. When if you behave normal and you dress normal, you present yourself respectfully to people, you have zero problem, you have zero racism. That's not true.
But you really think that he has European culture, Aya? He didn't sound to me like that.
Well, he's angry, probably, and trying to project like his anger on the society because he doesn't feel accepted. I don't know
Yeah,
what his
exactly. He
issue
does feel
is.
angry. Probably he's not
Ridiculous.
accepted.
Guys,
Probably
is
he's
Trump
brown
speaking right now? Emergency talking from White House?
right now.
I don't know. Someone said something. Let me check.
I'm going
Yeah, I'll
to
check too.
do I pipe it in? Okay, let me check.
Incels
So,
looking like North African drug dealers and they're expecting people to accept them. No, you look like I don't
and
know,
they
a
talk like they're
nuisance
like these
and you want
big
to be, I
men.
don't know, treated as something else. No, start by behaving correctly and presenting yourself correctly and everything will work. I mean, people don't look at the skin color anymore.
No, and he's pretending. I'm sure that he's brown.
I'm not seeing anything Whining. about Trump speaking.
I have it. Trump makes major announcement on cutting. Oh no, this is 31 minutes ago.
No,
Yeah, that was
I
in
think
Detroit.
it was it earlier because it says live still. Hold on, let me put it in the link in the chat. I have something from YouTube that says live.
Okay, well, I think it was about an hour ago in Detroit.
No, no,
Okay.
it says White House. It says
Yeah,
emergency.
let me check. Hold
Well,
on.
he is currently in Detroit, so
Oh,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not a stream from the White House.
yeah. Smilla, smilla. No. You and the goat can go fuck each other, but America and Iran will be
no,
great.
they were showing probably older talk. Did he talk like a couple hours ago?
Yes.
Oh, what did he say? I didn't see that. That's what I meant.
Uh, yeah, that's what I said repeatedly. Hmm. Like this guy is calling the Iranian people stupid. Yeah, yeah, coming from a Tunisian guy, Tunisia that is a
God.
very
He wasn't
big
And
Tunisian,
empire. That's
they're all
so, so
stupid and they
believable.
never took
Hold on,
history
everybody.
class.
How often do we
They
get to
all
hear Aya
failed
talking
history.
shit? Can we let Aya talk shit? I've never
And
heard her talk shit.
Yeah,
Fine.
why do people talk over
So
her?
fucking
What? Don't
pissed.
talk over Aya.
And with a normal speaking volume.
Yakov.
What?
That's what makes it scary. Go ahead, Aya.
no, I'm done.
Yakov me.
I'm laughing now.
Tell us
You
about
changed
tell
my
us about
mood.
the
Death!
tell us about the Tunisians. I want to know.
What a poor Tunisian immigrant judging the, I don't know, secular civilization of Iran, the Persian civilization, and calling them stupid. Yeah, sure. I mean, us North African haven't achieved an empire like Persia, so I don't know. It's just stupid, ridiculous. We?
Yeah, he
I,
says we have a plan.
Yeah, all the way from his mother's basement in Malmo.
Mm.
Do you also have a dick, Tay?
Tay,
oh,
you
what are we talking
are
about?
a dick.
Like Persians came to North Africa before Tunisia even existed.
What is Tunisia?
Yeah, what was Tunisia back then? Please tell me. This guy
I
think
know, I
he
know.
can judge
He failed
Persian
history.
people like this. So insulting. I
Oh,
don't think they
I
lack
prefer
civilization.
Aziz.
He's
I
not
prefer Aziz.
civilized and doesn't act civilized and hates civilized people.
Do you think he passed the global civ class?
I don't think he's even out of school yet.
Yes, he's a football soccer fan, so I guess
Yeah,
he,
Paris Saint-Germain, that is
yeah, probably
the
dressed like
owner.
a Parisian drug dealer. And he's sad about. It's so easy to blame the people around you, the country that accepted you, instead of, be self-critical.
Yeah, Nasser, the owner. Well, not the owner, is the president.
See, Issa, this is a great
Mhm.
example of an anti-Semite, someone who hates Jews when he has no
I
logical reason to do it.
know, but I
No
mean, it
reason,
does.
no
No, no, no,
reason
no, 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 no.
whatsoever.
Hold on. Yes, I agree with you. He's a fucking anti-Semite. But if you want to disarm him, if you want to disarm him with arguments, calling him an anti-Semite just cuts the conversation. It doesn't go further.
Well, I
That's
mean,
my
that's
point.
okay because I don't spend my time like I'm not under the delusion that I can convince someone to not be an anti-Semite because it's not a rational
I'm just saying that
condition.
calling anti-Semitism or calling racism or whatever just makes you sound like a whiny bitch. And I,
I,
even though
I mean,
if
that's
I
true.
understand that
That's
it's true and it exists and it is a problem,
that's what Tay
using
sounded
it
like
as
was a
a
whiny
shield,
bitch. I agree.
is just like, I don't know,
It's not.
is lazy.
It's not a shield. It's simply a category.
but I agree
I
with
agree.
Jeff. That's exactly what it is. This is why the
That's racist.
pro-Palestine. This is why the pro-Palestine people, they don't say anything. That's why they're all been missing right now. It's because they're not pro-Palestine. They're anti-Semite. That's what they are.
That's fine, Sarah, and we know that. But if I in this conversation call you a racist, how are you gonna answer that? Oh, I'm not a racist. Yes, you're a racist. No, I'm not a racist. And the whole conversation
Oh,
just goes to shit.
it gets more interesting. Now he's going to claim to be a Tunisian Jew.
You see, he's losing his shit now.
They're
Iranian
actually
Well,
bitch. I
streaming
hope
this room in
America
Amir's room.
fuck you up soon. And
in
he's saying,
fairness,
I love
Professor
Israel.
responds to
This is
Iranian bitch because that's she gets called that
he's
a lot.
doing he's doing the Randy strategy. He's turning, like, it's like the upside down world, like where he actually hates Israel, but he says, oh, I love Israel, where he actually says, oh, we hate, it's like projection.
No,
We hate.
it's being a pussy. It's removing the conflict in protest. Like it's like, oh, I'm conflict avoidant. I'll just
very obviously say what I don't believe, so that you don't have a way of continuing
He's playing the
to
upside
insult
down
me.
world. He's trolling. It's just actually everybody say goodbye to Tay.
Hi, Tay.
I'm tired of this
Adieu.
faggot. Go fuck a goat.
They're just
Ooh,
really upset though.
hold on. Idol worshiper has an awesome profile.
Who?
Cool. Idol worshiper. I'm a fan. It just keeps getting better.
What is his her profile? What is so
Uh,
amazing?
I mean, I know you're a woman, but can't you read it?
What do you mean?
She stands with the women, the Persians, the Jews, and the Hindus. Like she's on the right side of
Uh,
history. A fan. Hindus, Persian, Jews, and other overlooked ethnic minorities living in
yeah,
foreign
she's a
lands.
victim booty clapper. So what?
Oh, I know
Well,
her.
I
She's
mean,
a good friend, but I think it's a new account. Hi, Idol. I don't remember your previous name, but I know you.
How do you know it's her?
It's her face.
Ah,
I know she worships cow dung.
No, no, no. I worship an elephant now. Yeah. is it a handsome elephant? Oh no, it's just a regular elephant. I worship all elephants. Yeah. All elephants. Okay, that can Yeah. be complicated. Mm-hmm. Who
Ganesh?
is it? I'm Yeah, confused. yeah, yeah. That one. Yes.
Yeah, girl.
You like idols?
Yes, I do. Except the
Perfect.
Kaaba.
Oh, that's an idol?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't the Kaaba sound like a club? Hey,
Yes,
let's go
Should
to the
open
Kaaba.
it.
Rock
Let's
Macaba.
go to the Kaaba.
Can I go to the Kaaba?
Yeah,
No, you're not a Muslim.
that's rocking the Kasbah.
Maybe I can make a fake passport. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, you got the right skin tone. They might believe you. Yeah, I could make it darker even. But are they like really offering Iranians $7 a month
Yeah.
allowance to get rid of the
Yeah,
revolution?
well, no, hold on. That was last week. It's now worth $2.5.
What? Is
to
it
get rid
that?
of what?
Yeah, the inflation is that bad. Next
Uh,
week it'll be down to $1.
Your PTR is stupid cute.
Idol worshiper, where are you from?
Oh, it's an old one I made for Israel
I'm
back
from
then.
India.
Now it's useful for
Where?
Iran.
India.
India.
This one you made for Israel?
Yeah.
Let me see.
I just joined your gang, guys.
Oh yeah, but it's the lion.
Lion.
All right, I think I need to go back to the tried and true cartoony approach because I feel like mine is too violent,
Too violent.
too realistic.
Mine is also.
Yours is kind of cartoony, also.
Yours amazing, Gisa.
Is the well, is the AI that we did like 6 months ago.
Exactly.
Like do a lion with a parrot and a pipe with an eye patch and a pipe. So Idol, you're from Iran?
No, no, but I have an ex-boyfriend stuck in Tehran.
Did you end up friendly with him or not?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I was talking to him until they shut down the internet. Yeah, I'm actually kind of worried.
And
He's not in the Mossad, is he? Maybe. I don't know.
what was he saying to you when they caught the internet?
Well, like we were just sharing reels about different stuff, related to the revolution. And he was like, I could die this time. Like he lives in Australia, but he was here for a holiday. Yeah, in Tehran. Hmm.
So he was on holiday in Tehran and he was
Hmm.
going to the protests.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was sharing reels about inflation and other stuff. And we have always talked about, like, he has always participated in different protests that took across Iran.
Am I the only person who's like irrationally restless?
Yes.
You're Iranian.
You're a woman too.
I mean, on a
And
good
I
day,
That's
you're
haven't
a
right.
little
I
irrational.
haven't heard from my family in a week though.
That would
Sarah,
make
on a good day where nothing's going on in Iran, you're a little irrational. So I think your expectations are a little like we accept you the way you are. It's not a good day. You can be a little irrational. I mean, it might be a great day. Just give it a few hours.
Yes, Sarah. Don't dismay. Help is coming. You'll see everything will be amazing.
A great PTR, Jeff.
Did you guys see the statement
Thank you.
Putin made?
oh,
No.
Putin about Trump.
what did you say?
What do you say?
If fuck, I was just reading it, man. Um, if the United States or Trump tries to target like him in any which way, the United States will cease to exist. And then
Put
supposedly there's like planes that are being prepared for like a doomsday prep or something. Fuck, I don't
Who
wait.
know.
said
Target
this?
Putin. If they target Putin,
Yeah, hold on, let me find it.
Who
I
said
think
this?
Putin.
Putin.
he's a little paranoid. Has been for a
No,
while.
It was the state.
he's jealous that like he's not the center of attention. Finally, he's like I want to be the center of attention.
Yeah, just like Yakov.
I used to be so
The
relevant, and
fuck?
now all of a sudden Iran's in the news.
Here, let me find it.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, Yakov always wants to be
That's
the
just
center of
Issa picking on
attention.
people randomly. Oh
Ah,
shit.
No
It's because
idea what
she's
you're
Swedish.
talking about.
It's because she's Swedish. She's
what?
against neutrality.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What did you say, baby?
Nothing. You're hearing things again, Issa.
It was
Child.
Daniel. It was Daniel who said something.
I just thought about it. I didn't say it.
Ah, Daniel.
Hello.
How was the play?
It was good. It was funny.
You were in a play,
I
Daniel?
Yeah, it's called the Chabadniks, about
Aw.
two guys that are leaving Bet Chabad and are going to the crazy Tel Aviv, and one falls in love with like a foreign, like a
Chicksa.
from Philippine, but she converts, and the other one like meets this gay, like he's gay at the end, but it was funny.
I was reading the synopsis and it sounded very funny and I said to Jeff that it sounded like the Book of Mormon. And then continuing reading about the description of it, it says that some people call it the Jewish Book of Mormon.
Yeah, it's kind of, but it was funny. It was good. I was surprised.
Well, thank God you arrived because Yaakov was putting himself in the middle of centering himself in the conversation and
What the fuck
About
are you talking about? This is the third time you said it. I've like done nothing of the.
No, you were kind of centering the room around you, Yaakov, out of nowhere.
he never says the word fuck.
Thing, I know. If Sarah was talking with someone, then all of a sudden you just changed the whole
I
subject.
I really